After more than an hour of upgrades, the first one to finish was Toby Spider. His suit upgrade completed faster than the others. Understandable, considering he wasn't used to such advanced technology and had opted for fewer enhancements. But Toby didn't mind in the slightest. To him, the suit was never what made Spider-Man. I'm Spider-Man first. The suit just follows, he said with a nostalgic smile. It's not the suit that makes the spider. It's the spider that gives meaning to the suit. His words lingered in the room, leaving both Mark and Spider-Tom quiet and contemplative. There was a weight behind them, wisdom shaped by years of battles, loss, and resilience. Middle-aged, Toby carried the aura of a veteran, yet the childlike joy on his face as he rushed off to test his new suit reminded them that he still carried the heart of a hero. Next came Mark's turn. His upgrade process lasted about 20 minutes. The new suit was also based on nanometal particles, but his materials differed from Spider-Tom's. Curious, Mark raised a brow. Why is mine different? Spider-Tom, eager to share, explained, nanometal particles just describes the particle size. The actual metal can vary. Iron Man used a gold titanium alloy, 99% gold, 1% titanium. High durability, high melting point. Used in space tech. He tapped the side of his mask. My suit's different. Pure gold titanium is too rigid. It would kill my agility and dull my spider sense. So, Tony designed a hybrid nanocomposite tailored for me. Light, breathable, protective. Only the spider legs are full alloy. Mark listened, increasingly annoyed. It didn't feel like an explanation. It felt like a humble brag. Custom designed by Iron Dad, he muttered under his breath. Must be nice. His own materials had come through hustle and luck. The nanocomposite titanium alloy, gifted by a female Dr. Octopus after some risky bargaining. The AI, stolen through technical misdirection. His web formula, earned from training Andrew Spider, saving Gwen, and helping defeat villains. Meanwhile, Spider-Tom got his from Stark's lab like it was a father-son gift basket. Mark's envy didn't fester, though. It sharpened his resolve. If he couldn't have a Tony Stark, he'd just do what he always had. Make the most out of what he had and push it further. He combined the two sets of materials, Doc Ock's synthetic titanium alloy and Spider-Tom's hybrid composite. With a high-speed 3D printer and AI assistance, he reworked the suit schematics, and soon his new armor was complete. The new suit had dual layers and 3 primary colors. Base, reddish gold, evoking Iron Man, built from Spider-Tom's composite. Trim, deep blue near black from Doc Ock's alloy, covering arms and shoulders. Head, a hood reminiscent of Spider-Gwen's, providing layered protection and tech. The hood had 2 functions. 1, extendable face shielding for emergencies, though it weakened his spider sense. 2, a built-in neural defense module to block mental intrusion. Spider-Tom, impressed, retrofitted the same tech into his own suit, resulting in a subtle bulge on both sides of his head. Mark wisely didn't mention the resemblance to a deformed melon. Suit on, Mark flexed. He looked sharp. Finally, a spider among the high-tech elite. Soon, Spider-Tom finished his adjustments, and Toby and Max returned. Doctor Strange reappeared as well, having fine-tuned the spell inside, the Machinist Decadavis. The mission ahead was clear: rescue Aunt May. If she was secured, MJ and Ned would press the fail-safe button, sending everyone back. If not, they'd have to fight. Strange had added magical prisons and given everyone a teleportation wrist guard. If they could subdue villains, they'd send them directly into the magical holding cells. If things got messy, Strange would open a portal and drag them into the mirror dimension. The team was ready. Then came a message from Ned. A headless corpse had been discovered in an abandoned warehouse, its armor unmistakably that of the Green Goblin from earlier. The body was pulverized, bones shattered, skull crushed. It matched the goblin who attacked the military base, and the injuries were eerily similar to those seen on the heavily wounded Andrew Spider. The room fell into silence. Who could have done this? Was it someone from the Sinister Six, or someone hunting them? Toby's goblin was always his own enemy. For him to die like this, and here, suggested something or someone outside their equation. "We're done waiting," Spider-Tom growled, clenching his fist. "Let's move." "Agreed," Mark said. "Time to act." The team split as planned. Mark and Max formed one squad. Spider-Tom and Toby another. Doctor Strange operated solo. Each group sprinted out from the sanctum, heading toward different zones in New York. "How are we going to find them?" Max asked, flying beside Mark in an ionized state. The arc reactor now powered him fully, his electricity crackling gold instead of blue. Mark frowned, extending his quantum wave. His spider sense, boosted by the quantum field, now stretched past a kilometer, but that was still small in a city this big. The others had no luck either. No supervillains. Not even a purse snatcher. "This feels wrong," Mark muttered. "No traps? No ambushes? That's not how bad guys work." It wasn't a duel of honor. It was war, and the enemy had gone quiet. Just then, as Mark swung past a skyscraper, he heard a voice. "Hey, Spider-Man, looking for us?" He jerked to a stop, flattening against the wall. A man in a plain office suit stood by a window, waving cheerfully. A fan. Mark blinked. He cross-checked the man's face with every known villain. Nothing. Max floated over. "Spider-Man's really popular, huh?" he said, half joking. Mark chuckled. "They probably mean the kid, Tom." Max grinned. "One day, maybe I'll get action figures too." Mark waved back at the fan. "All right, let's go." Buzz. Spider's sense blared. Mark dove sideways, just in time. A bullet smashed into the wall where he'd stood. He spun around. The fan now held a pistol and sneered. The ambush had begun. "You." Max's body sparked with energy as he unleashed a high-voltage surge at the man who had just fired a shot at Mark. But before the attack could land, Mark snapped, "Max, wait. Something's off." Boom. The electrical blast lit up the area, but the shot missed its target. The suited man had already vanished. Max turned, frustration clear on his face. "What do you mean something's off? That guy just tried to shoot you." "I know," Mark replied, narrowing his eyes. "But there's something unnatural about him, like he's not acting of his own will." "Unnatural or not," he pulled a trigger. "That makes him an enemy," Max growled. "Maybe," Mark said, voice cautious. "But let's not jump the gun. I want to make sure we know what we're dealing with first." Before they could deliberate further, boom, an explosion thundered across the block. Flames erupted skyward from the building where the man had disappeared. It wasn't just any blast. It was stronger than the Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs. Mark's expression sharpened. That wasn't a defensive explosion. It was self-destruction. Or no, mental control. Suddenly, a realization snapped into place. Mysterio. He wasn't just a special effects artist or a VR illusionist. The version Spider-Tom had fought could manipulate minds. Using suggestive language, he could influence, even dominate, the thoughts of others. He once fooled Peter Parker, Fury, and even Skrulls. Mark's stomach twisted. Of all the people to run into right now. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, bullets striking near their feet. "Max!" Mark shouted. "They're being controlled. We're not the targets. The real enemy is hiding. We need to fall back." Max clenched his fists but followed Mark as they scaled a building to get some height. From above, the attack ceased. As if on cue, the puppet soldiers below simply stopped. Max exhaled. "What now? We can't find a controller like this." Mark nodded grimly. "I hate cowards who hide behind innocents. Fighting these civilians would be pointless and possibly deadly." Then a thought hit him. "Max, can you adjust your electricity? Something non-lethal, just enough to stun them." Max looked unsure. "I haven't really tried that. I've always focused on more power, never less." "You don't need much. Keep the current low, but the voltage high. That way it stuns without doing serious harm. Think taser, not thunderbolt." Max hesitated, then nodded. "I'll give a shot." He extended a hand, releasing a small burst of electricity. ZZT. The current fizzled out just a meter away. "Too weak," he muttered. "It vanishes once it leaves me. But if I increase the voltage, the current spikes, it's no longer safe." Mark frowned. "All right, plan B, close combat. Use just enough juice to knock them out without frying their brains." "That I can do." Max grinned. A few milliamps, a million volts. Just enough for a short nap. Perfect. Mark's voice turned cold. Let's clean house. Max became a streak of gold lightning, darting into the crowd. Mark followed from above, dropping into the streets like a phantom. He didn't waste time talking. One by one, he incapacitated the controlled civilians with swift, calculated strikes. Each blow measured to leave them unconscious, not broken. But there were too many. Dozens turned into hundreds. Men, women, even teens, and the elderly, all with glassy eyes and vacant expressions. Mysterio's influence runs deep, Mark thought. How the hell did he pull this off? Still, he didn't stop. 10 minutes passed. The sidewalks were now littered with unconscious bodies. Elsewhere, in a nearby office tower, two men observed the chaos through surveillance feeds. One wore a green bodysuit with a flowing red cape. The other, a grizzled man in a leather jacket, sipping crimson wine. Mysterio laughed, clapping his gloved hands. Look at him, beating up civilians like he's auditioning for a villain role. Doesn't seem very heroic to me, the man beside him muttered, eyes narrowing. Relax, Toombs, Mysterio grinned. Let me play with our dear multiversal guest a little longer. He tapped the control panel. On a nearby building, a massive screen lit up. Mysterio's image appeared. Green armor, red cape, and that signature fishbowl helmet swirling with green mist. Mark paused as the screen activated. He immediately recognized the figure. Mysterio. The illusionist raised his arms theatrically. Oh no, our city's Spider-Man has gone rogue. Why is he hurting innocent people? He said in a faux horrified voice. Did they say something bad about you? Did they prefer me over you? As he spoke, spotlights turned on, bathing Mark in blinding white. Snap! Another screen came online, showing live footage of him surrounded by unconscious civilians. Gasps filled the street. He's really hurting them. I knew Spider-Man was a villain. Get out of our city. Mysterio's alive. He was telling the truth. The crowd, primed by foreign propaganda and Mysterio's hypnosis, turned completely against Mark. Suddenly, Max landed beside him. Orders. Mark looked up at the camera, gave a thumbs up, and then fell backwards. Let's go, he muttered. Flicker. The entire building glitched. Lights went out for an instant, then blazed back on. But when the crowd looked again, Spider-Man and the stranger were gone. Inside the tower, Mysterio's confident smirk faltered as he stared at the now empty screen. What just happened, he asked. From the shadows, a shape crawled out of the monitor like a demon from a horror movie. Mark stepped forward, his voice low and eerie. Quentin Beck. I'm the spider from hell. Mysterio stumbled back, gasping. Why you? How did you? The man in the leather jacket dropped his wine. What did you do, Beck? I just tease him a bit. Mark turned to him, slow and menacing. And you must be Adrian Toombs. Aka Vulture. Toombs froze. Aye. Zap. A golden bolt smashed through the window as Max arrived in a flash of lightning. You took your time, Mark said casually, relaxing his stance. I took the scenic route. Max grinned. Mysterio tried to rally. You, Electro, you're supposed to be one of us. Max's eyes sparked. I was. But Mark's my friend. He raised his hand. Crack. Lightning arced toward Mysterio. The illusionist's fishbowl glowed green in panic. The real fight had begun.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Mark had already told him, when facing these villains, just fight them without mercy, especially characters like Mysterio. So Max didn't hold back at all and directly transformed into his powerful form, unleashing a million volts. Mysterio, being an ordinary person, couldn't escape the electrical attack. In a critical moment, a figure swiftly passed by. It was Vulture. He had put on his wing-like combat suit at some point. Astonishingly, his combat suit didn't resemble the bulky ones Mark had seen in the movie Far From Home. His suit surprisingly employed nanotechnology, and beneath the clothes on his chest was a glowing arc reactor. Could this guy be from a world where Spider-Tom failed to stop him from stealing Stark Industries property? Vulture's next words confirmed Mark's speculation. With one hand holding Mysterio, he smashed through the furniture in the room and stopped on the other side, smiling triumphantly. Iron Man's stuff is indeed useful. Unfortunately, it's mine now. You stole Iron Man's stuff, and he didn't come after you. A voice sounded next to him. It turned out Mark had directly used Quantum Blink to arrive next to Vulture. Vulture was startled, dared not continue showing off, and quickly turned around to crash through the wall, attempting to escape. However, how could Mark let them go? He shot out spider silk from both hands, one on each wing of Vulture. Tremendous force pulled Vulture back just as he was about to take off after smashing through the wall. Boom! A tremendous force erupted instantly. On each wingtip of Vulture's wings, there was a small jet nozzle. Leveraging the tremendous propulsion force from these nozzles, Vulture gained the upper hand again in this struggle. Although Mark's strength was in the hundreds of tons, his body still weighed only tens of kilograms. The crucial point was whether he could hold on to this thing. His strength was one thing, but the friction under his feet was another. Even if he stepped into the floor of this room, it couldn't stop the combined force of these propulsion devices, and he was being pulled forward. In a critical moment, Max arrived. He turned one hand into a lightning spear, pointing it directly at Vulture. Seeing that he was surrounded by Spider-Man and Electro, Vulture had no time to care about Mysterio's life now. He decisively dropped Mysterio, controlled his wings with his hands, swaying left and right. At the same time, he increased the output power of the jet and also opened a few small holes on his wings, from which several micro-missiles were launched. Great, more of Iron Man's technology. Mark was a bit speechless and puzzled. Was this Vulture from a world after Iron Man already sacrificed himself? Why did he have so much of Iron Man's technology and hadn't been taken down by Iron Man? However, he didn't want to confront these missiles head-on. He decisively let go, dodging to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Micro-missiles landed on the ceiling and floor of the building, directly blasting away a considerable portion of the floors. Debris from the structure fell all around. Although Max took a direct hit from the micro-missiles, he could transform into an ionized form, and the shell of the arc reactor on his chest was specially made, so this level of impact had no effect on him. Among the four present, only Mysterio was pitiful. His expertise in mental manipulation was entirely ineffective in this kind of high-intensity battle. The sounds of combat alone were enough to render his speech unintelligible. What could he use to bewitch people now? Vulture's micro-missiles, moreover, directly claimed his life. Mysterio was instantly blown into chunks of meat. Mr. Strange. Seeing things escalating and Vulture seemingly ready to accelerate his escape, Mark promptly called for reinforcements. As Mark finished speaking, an opening appeared on the spot, and Dr. Strange walked out of it. With a punch through the air, Vulture disappeared on the spot. How's the situation over there? Mark used spider silk to pull himself up against the wall nearby and asked. Dr. Strange shook his head slightly. Only found a bear guy in rhino armor. He's been stripped of his armor and thrown into the dungeon. What about your side? He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the unexpectedly intense scene here. A building with dozens of floors had lost several levels from the explosions, narrowly avoiding structural collapse. Additionally, around the area, over 100 people had been knocked out and scattered about. Mark was also a bit speechless. Both Vulture and Mysterio were different from what he had imagined and more challenging than he had thought. Vulture seemed to have stolen a lot of Iron Man's equipment in his world. In just this short period of fighting, Mark found no less than 5 different things related to Iron Man on Vulture's steel wings. The main material for the steel wings was the same as Iron Man's armor, nanogold titanium alloy. Each feather tip of the steel wings carried a small jet thruster. There were a total of 3 arc reactors, serving as energy sources, placed on his chest and each wing. There was also a faint repulsive force that Mark sensed when he blinked next to Vulture. It should be a micro-force field similar to the one on Iron Man's armor, mainly used to protect the suit from collateral damage, such as shrapnel. However, it was not strong, just a small auxiliary device. Moreover, when he observed Vulture up close just now, he discovered that the pair of steel wings on Vulture was actually tightly connected to his arms. It felt like he had used nanotechnology to link the steel wings with the neurons in his hands and back, making it seem as if the wings were truly a part of his body. It was somewhat akin to a cyborg. Well, this middle-aged guy was quite cyberpunk. Additionally, there were probably some auxiliary devices that Mark couldn't identify. After all, he had never truly interacted or fought with Iron Man. His understanding of Iron Man's technology mostly came from the moment when Spider-Tom upgraded his equipment. As for Mysterio, this guy didn't use virtual reality technology, but his ability to manipulate onlookers was truly headache-inducing. If it weren't for Mark turning the tables, pretending to be fooled, appearing as a superhero exhausted from rushing around to prevent innocent bystanders from getting hurt, which attracted Mysterio's mockery, followed by Mark using his quantum abilities to traverse through the web and take him down. If it were middle-aged Toby Spider or Spider-Tom, they might have been tormented by Mysterio's tricks, unable to fight and unable to locate him. Luckily, Mysterio is dead. Mark shared his discoveries with Dr. Strange. Simultaneously, his words were relayed to the other two in action through the earpiece. Finally, he cautioned them, due to potential deviations in the development process of each parallel universe, the abilities wielded by these supervillains may differ from what we're accustomed to. So, don't try to confront them based on past experiences, be vigilant. Middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider-Tom assured him that they would be careful. I'll go to the mirror dimension first and see if I can deal with that guy. After Mark finished speaking, Doctor Strange exchanged a greeting with him and then entered the mirror dimension. Mark silently mourned for Vulture for a few seconds. Although he stole Iron Man's technology, he still wasn't Tony himself, and the mirror dimension didn't have as much logistical support. When encountering Doctor Strange, he hoped the feathers on his steel wings wouldn't be plucked out. Max, are you okay? Mark then turned to Max. Max shook his head. The aftermath here. Let the professionals handle the cleanup work, Mark said as he descended along the wall. He spent a little time in the ruins, ensuring that the Mysterio was completely gone before letting out a sigh of relief. Let's go, Max, we continue. Okay. The two set off again. Meanwhile, on the other side. Peter, a building on North 2nd Street is on fire. There might be enemies present. MJ informed Spider-Tom through the earpiece. Spider-Tom immediately agreed and swiftly glided towards the location. Mr. Parker, there's a robbery in progress on the street to your left. Ned also found a suspicious incident and relayed it to middle-aged Toby Spider. Mr. Mark. Mr. Max. For the next period, perhaps due to the consecutive losses they suffered, the Sinister Six seemed to have quieted down. Successive events were just some ordinary incidents, and there was no trace of the remaining three villains. Doctor Strange soon conveyed good news. After the battle, he had dismantled Vulture's armor completely, and now it was locked in the basement magical prison. Moreover, he used magic to interrogate Vulture and learned the identities of the remaining three. One was Craven the Hunter, another was Sandman, and the last one, codenamed Boss. Among them, Craven and Sandman was already in their list, and they had made preparations for them. However, this boss, could it be Kingpin? Kingpin was indeed the boss of the criminal underworld, and he appeared in the post-credits scene of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, seemingly helping the captured Harry Osborn contact other villains to deal with Spider-Man. But Kingpin's appearances in the movie were so scarce that Mark had almost no relevant information about him. Moreover, Mark had a feeling that this boss should be someone else. Who else had such strong leadership and intimidation skills to bring together these unruly supervillains? Boom! Spider-Tom broke through the crispy glass, holding a little girl, and jumped out of the burning building. Amidst the praise from the firefighters and the heartfelt thanks from the little girl's family, Spider-Tom was about to leave. However, at this moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. He leaped high with force. Boom! An alloy spear descended from the sky, piercing the ground where Spider-Tom had just stood. Before Spider-Tom could rejoice, his body was grabbed in midair by another figure and ruthlessly slammed into the burning building behind. Boom! 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 Having gone through numerous battles, even if he had mainly been a pendant for Iron Man before, Spider-Tom had still gained a considerable amount of combat experience. The 4 iron spider legs behind him instantly sprung out, thrusting towards the person in front of him. However, several slender iron tentacles also emerged from the person's body, engaging in a fierce battle with Spider-Tom's iron spider legs. What the hell? Spider-Tom couldn't believe his eyes. The iron tentacles extending from the opponent seemed to employ a deconstruction similar to fish scales. They would sometimes become soft and elongate, and other times harden and shorten. They were more flexible than his iron spider legs and had a broader attack range. Moreover, it appeared to be controlled by artificial intelligence or the person directly, showing great orderliness in combat. This reminded him of the battle against Dr. Octopus on the bridge before. Spider legs against tentacles, man against man, both parties engaged in a frenzied battle amidst the blazing flames. Some of the surroundings they impacted were instantly destroyed. Soon, this building, which was already on the verge of collapse due to the fire, was dismantled into pieces. Who are you? Spider-Tom's neck was gripped by the person, but he continued to struggle vigorously, roaring, Who are you? Me? I'm an Avenger. The person's fist smashed into Spider-Tom's face, the force so heavy that even through the iron spider's face mask, Spider-Tom felt the pain. Avenger. Spider-Tom was slightly stunned. Images of Avengers such as Captain America, Hulk, and Thor flashed through his mind. Then he said, Impossible, you're none of them. The person also paused for a moment, realizing that he was no longer in his own world, a world that once had a team called the Avengers. He sneered, Huh, you mean those guys who call themselves the Avengers? I never said I was one of them. Boom! He suddenly delivered a heavy punch. However, during the moment he spoke, Spider-Tom had secretly accumulated a wave of strength and struggled violently. At the same time, he also controlled the spider drone on his chest to detach quietly. It circled around to the person's back and sprayed a volley of bullets at him. The person managed to evade. Spider-Tom took advantage of the situation to distance himself. The person suddenly laughed coldly, his voice becoming deeper. A flash of light crossed Spider-Tom's mind. It's you? You're the one who kidnapped May? Who are you? Where did you hide May? Spider-Tom roared with gritted teeth. This person before him was the true culprit behind everything. Without him, all they needed to do was capture or prevent the Green Goblin and Sandman from causing trouble, and they could find a chance to send them back to their own world. But because of him, the city was now in chaos, and Aunt May's life or death remained unknown. Spider-Tom truly wanted to clench his fist and smash it hard on this person's head. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the person across suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter filled with desolation and madness. I told you, I'm an Avenger from hell? As for the name I crawled out of hell with, what's it called? Are you the ghost? Spider-Tom exclaimed. Not long ago, Mark had provided them with information about various characters of potential villains that might appear in the Sinister Six and their respective methods, aiding them in countering these adversaries. Hence, he quickly identified the demon. The person showed a hint of surprise. He had intended to play around with this young spider, but he hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly. It wasn't a pleasant feeling to have this kind of pretentious act interrupted. How did you know? The ghost was puzzled. As far as he knew, he should be unique. Whether it was the two green goblins from different worlds that he had killed Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn or the Vulture who came from another world highly similar to this one, they all claimed there was no one like him in their respective places. Moreover, he himself knew that his birth was a coincidence, because his former name was Peter Parker. In his world, he witnessed Gwen Stacy's death right in front of him. In his rage, Peter beat Harry Osborn, who had transformed into the Green Goblin, to death. When he woke up amidst the nearly torn to shreds Green Goblin's corpse, the police who had come to clean up the tragedy and reporters looking for news caught him. Subsequently, a series of news headlines like "Spider-Man is a murderer," "Spider-Man's real name is Peter Parker," instantly swept through the entire New York City and even the whole world. Aunt May couldn't believe that her nephew would turn into such a person, and tried to explain to others. However, no one was willing to believe the words of an aunt who claimed her nephew wasn't a murderer. Until one day, Aunt May died. Someone, claiming to be a righteous individual, stood outside her house and threw Molotov cocktails inside. When he arrived at Aunt May's house, he only saw the burnt-down building and the charred corpse. Since then, that world had one less Spider-Man and one more lawless Avenger. He followed the legacy of his uncle, dealing with the bad guys, but he also followed the hatred in his heart, ruthlessly killing anyone, even if it was just a petty thief, he would kill without hesitation. Until one day, he completely lost himself. The person named Peter Parker died that day, and a new personality, the Ghost, was born in his heart. The demon abandoned Peter Parker's webs and suit, and completely discarded his humanity. First, during the vacancies left by the deaths of the two successive presidents of the Osborn Corporation, he seized control of a high-ranking executive, eliminated all his competitors, and successfully took over the Osborn Corporation. Then, within the Osborn Tower, he discovered the Green Goblin's secret laboratory. Leveraging the outstanding military capabilities of the Osborn Corporation, he upgraded the Green Goblin's equipment. Utilizing his own spider genes and the lizard's lizard gene serum, he even created a new serum in his world and formed a massive Legion of Hell. Every being in the Legion of Hell possessed physical qualities far beyond those of ordinary people. By now, he had essentially become the underground ruler of that world. Until he arrived in this world, a brand new world, possessing even more advanced technology. As the derivative personality of Spider-Man, the Ghost, alongside his madness, also possessed intelligence far beyond that of an average person. He quickly developed a new idea. He not only wanted to become the king of his world but also the king of more worlds, the king of the multiverse. He intended to make his Legion of Hell appear in every parallel universe. And the native Spider-Man of this universe, Spider-Tom, had caught his attention. Spider-Tom's current situation was somewhat similar to his own past. Both had their identities exposed and carried the burden of taking lives. Even though, at first glance, the current Peter didn't seem like someone capable of killing villains. But so what? The public wouldn't bother listening to any explanations. The Ghost immediately fell in love with Spider-Tom, feeling a sense of camaraderie with him. He believed that Spider-Tom had the potential to become another him. "Release me!" Spider-Tom roared, charging at him once again. "Oh, come on now, let's talk peacefully." The Ghost easily caught Spider-Tom's attack while laughing and talking. But Spider-Tom no longer wanted to waste words with this person, unleashing all his skills and engaging in battle with the demon. Anger even made him forget to call for Mark, Doctor Strange, and others for help. Right now, he was solely focused on defeating the Ghost and rescuing Aunt May. However, the Ghost, being an underground ruler of a world, had extensive combat experience. Even the equipment he uses is cutting-edge weaponry developed by the Osborn Corporation of that world, not much inferior to Spider-Tom's iron spider suit. In just a few minutes, Spider-Tom was once again knocked down to the ground. The Ghost's attacks were extremely ruthless. Having personally designed a new serum, he understood Spider-Man's regenerative abilities well enough to incapacitate him without causing fatal harm. After all, this was the person he had his eye on. However, Spider-Tom's iron spider suit showed several damages, and even though the nanomaterials had memory capabilities, it would take some time for repairs. "Bow down to me, and I'll let you become the king of this world." The Ghost crouched down, holding Spider-Tom's chin. His eyes were crimson and sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through the faceplate of the iron spider suit. "Hee." Spider-Tom chuckled coldly. Even though his body wasn't responding, he would never submit to a villain. "Release that boy." A whistling sound cut through the air. The Ghost rolled aside, avoiding the attack. It turned out to be middle-aged Toby Spider. Having just dealt with a robbery on the other side of the city, he noticed the situation with Spider-Tom and rushed to provide support. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Middle-aged Toby Spider's strike missed, and without pursuing, he landed beside Spider-Tom, squatting down. "Peter, how are you?" Spider-Tom forced a bitter smile. "My hands and feet are broken. I can't fight for a short period. I'm sorry." Middle-aged Toby Spider didn't reprimand him for his impulsive actions disregarding tactical arrangements. Instead, he promptly called for help from Mark, Doctor Strange, and Max. "We have a new formidable enemy here. Peter is injured and temporarily unable to fight. I need support." While middle-aged Toby Spider sought help, the ghost merely crossed his arms, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, and didn't utter a word to stop him. He seemed to have another plan, intentionally luring people to this location. On the other side, upon hearing the plea for help, Mark immediately signaled Max to rush towards the direction of middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider-Tom. He was slightly excited. Being able to injure Spider-Tom in such a short time and prompt a distress signal from middle-aged Toby Spider, it must be the boss. Certainly, what truly pleased Mark wasn't just this, it brought them one step closer to resolving this battle. So they wouldn't wander aimlessly in this city like headless flies. While Mark and Max rushed over at full speed, the battle on the other side had already begun. The ghost, seeing middle-aged Toby Spider calling for reinforcements, pounced directly towards him. The two quickly engaged in battle. Facing middle-aged Toby Spider, the ghost didn't hold back as he did against Spider-Tom. His body, enhanced during the research on his own serum, was stronger than the average Spider-Man. With each punch and kick, the force reached tens of tons. Wherever his fists and feet hit, the walls seemed like fragile paper. However, middle-aged Toby Spider couldn't be underestimated. In his world, he had silently been a superhero for decades. His rich combat experience was evident. Even though his strength, speed, and other aspects were slightly lower than the ghost's, relying on his extensive combat experience, he could still hold his ground. Moreover, although he was nearing 40, generally speaking, 25 to 40 was a man's golden period. After 40, the body's functions would gradually decline. So, middle-aged Toby Spider was almost in his peak state now, not much inferior to the ghost. The two transformed directly into humanoid disaster, engaging in a fast-paced battle in this city district. Every punch and kick they exchanged exploded like artillery shells, creating bursts of roars that left the surrounding police officers bewildered. Although they could see that Spider-Man was fighting an enemy, recent controversies surrounding Spider-Man made them unsure whom to support. And frankly, the small-caliber police pistols in their hands couldn't cause substantial harm to the two in the field. The steel battle armor made from tactical satellite materials was no joke. At this moment, Doctor Strange finally arrived. To avoid Wong discovering the basket he had poked holes in, Doctor Strange had reinforced the enchantments in the basement, temporarily separating it from the sanctum above. After arriving, Doctor Strange looked at Spider-Tom, found he wasn't in mortal danger, and ignored him, directly joining the battlefield. With Doctor Strange and middle-aged Toby Spider's combined attack, the ghost finally showed signs of defeat. No matter how powerful he was, dealing with the best sorcerer supreme while also facing someone of similar strength was beyond him. However, the ghost didn't show signs of discouragement or panic. Especially after seeing Doctor Strange join the battle, he even laughed heartily. Because this was all part of his plan. Creak. Near the Sanctum Sanctorum, a large truck came to a stop. A burly man, dressed in a lion head vest and resembling an Indian chief, jumped down from the driver's seat. He patted the truck's bed, saying, "Flint, we've arrived." The truck bed was filled with sand, but, in reality, it was Sandman Flint Marco. A Sandmaid head rose from the truck bed, asking, "Are we here?" The signal on Vulture disappeared around here. "The pheromones I applied to Rhino also led to this place," said the burly man. His name was Sergei Kravinov, but others usually called him Craven the Hunter. He was a descendant of a nobility, on a journey to reclaim noble honor through hunting. He obtained a mysterious potion from a witch skilled in voodoo. This potion granted him strength, speed beyond normal, and extended his lifespan. Now over 70 years old, he still looked like a fit man in his 30s. In his world, after hunting all the Earth's formidable beasts, he found it dull. So, he set his sights on Spider-Man. Subsequently, he arrived in this world. The good news was, this world also had Spider-Man, so, he didn't care where he was, as long as he could continue his hunting game. Sandman carefully surveyed the nearby buildings and asked, "But this place looks ordinary, all regular houses. Is this really the wizard's residence?" Craven smirked evilly, "Of course. Wizards love playing these tricks. No one understands wizards better than me." Sandman had no strong opinion. Seeing Craven's insistence, he directly manipulated the several tons of sand to soar into the air, circling around the vicinity of the sanctum, trying to locate the concealed wizard's dwelling. Meanwhile, Craven returned to the truck, taking out 2 bombs resembling anti-tank mines from the passenger seat. These were bombs given to him by their boss. Despite appearing small, they weighed over 100 kilograms each, containing specially crafted compressed explosives with considerable power. Unlike the naive Sandman, he had no intention of searching for the concealed wizard's residence. He planned to use these 2 bombs directly to blow up the area where the signal disappeared. Because he deeply understood the ways of wizards, with their abilities, concealing a house was too simple. But no matter how well disguised it was, as long as the house remained at this physical location, it couldn't escape damage. Craven sniffed the air, detecting the scent of his specially crafted pheromones. He stopped at the entrance of the sanctum. However, in his sight, what stood before him was just an ordinary house. Undeterred, he directly placed the bomb at his feet and set the timer. Next, he examined the nearby terrain, a short distance from the sanctum, placing a second bomb. Then he drove away. The bomb's power was enough to flatten the entire street. he certainly wouldn't stay there. Sandman quickly returned, having found nothing. He glanced at Craven, then at the passenger seat, his expression changing. Did you set the bombs? Craven, holding the steering wheel casually, didn't even look at Sandman. Of course, are we here for sightseeing? Sandman was furious. There are many innocent people nearby. Do you know what will happen when those 2 bombs explode? Oh, there are many innocent people around. Craven mimicked Sandman's tone playfully, then his tone shifted. So what? As long as we eliminate this wizard's residence, we might even gain some mysterious methods from the wizard. His mind was already beginning to fantasize. The mysterious potion he obtained earlier turned him into a superhuman, granting him prolonged youth. However, he wasn't satisfied. If he could obtain more from wizards, he could become even stronger, hunting more things. Craven licked his lips, excitement evident in his eyes. Where is Rhino? He's your partner, right? Aren't you afraid of blowing him up too? Sandman questioned. Both Rhino and Craven were both Russian, and it seemed like they had a decent relationship. However, Craven laughed again. Partner? Don't be ridiculous. He's just a pitiful creature being used by others. He's not worth it. Bang! Sandman couldn't tolerate it anymore. His fist solidified into sand, striking Craven. You hopeless idiot. Craven decisively abandoned the truck, opened the driver's seat door, and jumped out. Then, seemingly from nowhere, he pulled out a vial of potion and smashed it onto Sandman. Bang! The glass bottle shattered, and the liquid within splashed onto Sandman's chest, forming small white patches. Immediately after, Craven tossed a lighter with his other hand, smashing it towards Sandman. Boom! The liquid instantly ignited, and where the liquid touched, the sand rapidly melted. Silicon dioxide's melting point is around 1600 degrees Celsius, and with proper preparations, there are various means to reach this temperature. Sandman roared in pain. He quickly separated the nearby sand from his body and then filled the gap with sand from other areas. However, when he finished these actions, he discovered that Craven had long vanished without a trace. Worried about the bomb causing casualties, Sandman immediately gave up chasing Craven, turning around and flying towards the direction of the sanctum. However, halfway through, he was greeted by 2 consecutive towering flames. Boom! Boom! Nearby houses were lifted into the air in an instant, and the glass windows of the nearby streets as well as some less stable structures shattered and collapsed. This level of power was comparable to a small missile. Whoosh! The majority of the sand gathered on Sandman's body was blown away by the shockwave from the explosion. But Sandman paid it no mind. He floated in the air, his vague form appearing, staring at the ruins below, listening to the wails and cries from the debris. Dad, Mom. A faint voice echoed from beneath the ruins. Sandman suddenly snapped back to attention. He immediately descended from the sky, molding himself into a humanoid form on the ground. With a giant hand made of sand, he carefully lifted a piece of concrete. Below, a little girl in pajamas looked up at the 2 twisted bodies above her, her father and mother, who, just before the house collapsed, chose to shield her, creating a refuge with their lives. Sandman remained silent for a moment, then held the almost unrecognizable bodies in his hands and gently placed them on the ground. His other hand transformed back into a human hand. Child, come out quickly. It's dangerous here. The little girl raised her reddened eyes, looked at him, and once again burst into tears. Sandman could only scoop the little girl into his hands and place her beside her parents' bodies. It's him, that monster. He appeared here before the explosion, a voice sounded from behind. Several surviving citizens, eyeing Sandman angrily, shouted. Some even attacked him, brandishing weapons. Sandman didn't retaliate. He allowed them to insult, blame, and attack him. Silently, he used his powers to rescue people one by one from the rubble. There were elderly, children, office workers, bosses, but at this moment, they all shared one common identity. Victims? At this moment, Sandman finally realized the extent of the threat that lawless supervillains could pose to ordinary people. While Sandman was busy with his redemption, the basement of the sanctum was already in chaos. Although it was concealed by special magic, ordinary people couldn't see it. But it did exist on Earth. The explosion had undoubtedly impacted it. Under the influence of the shock, several magical prisons were also affected to varying degrees. Eddie, who was relaxing after bickering with Venom, abruptly awakened. He instantly merged with Venom, punching through the wall, and escaping. Doctor Strange's magical prisons were indeed magical, but the walls were just walls with a certain magic enchantment. When the explosion shook the foundation, causing the walls to sway, the magic attached to them revealed subtle flaws. For other villains, this flaw was not enough to facilitate their escape, and they wouldn't even notice it. However, the symbiote was originally a formless four-dimensional entity. After transforming into Venom, it became extremely sensitive to fluctuations in space and time. Lizard Doctor looked at Venom in confusion. How did you get out? Others also turned their attention to him. Rhino hammered the wall, attempting to emulate Venom, but it only resulted in a broken hand. Hey, buddy, mind letting me out? Vulture chose persuasion. Venom shrugged. The answer is no. I'm making my exit. I don't want to tangle with that troublesome wizard again. Thinking about Doctor Strange's abilities, he shivered and decided to leave immediately. Dr. Octopus sneered. That wizard can locate people directly. Even if you're at the ends of the earth, he can bring you back. Are you sure you want to escape alone? Venom paused, turned back to him, and asked, "All right, you seem like a smart guy, not like Eddie, who's a fool. Tell me your plan. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you out." Dr. Octopus smiled. "Release all of us. The more targets, the harder it is for him to find us." Sounds like a good idea." Venom jumped to Dr. Octopus's cell, assessed it, then smashed it with a punch. Following suit, he shattered the other cells. The villains escaped one by one. By the way, those two little guys who just escaped had a device that could send us back. If we want to stay here, we need to get our hands on it. Dr. Octopus suggested. Great idea. Let's wreak havoc. Rhino laughed heartily, but unfortunately, without his rhino armor, he was just slightly physically stronger ordinary person. And, strange, how did we get into such a mess? A chubby figure appeared at the entrance of the basement. The newcomer is none other than the current Sorcerer Supreme, Wong. As Venom escaped from the magical prison, MJ and Ned, seizing the opportunity, grabbed the magic box and then escaped the basement. At that moment, when Venom was called back by Dr. Octopus to assist the others, they successfully escaped. Coincidentally, sensing a massive explosion near the sanctum, Wong rushed back from somewhere and encountered them. They quickly organized their words, making Wong understand the severity of the situation. Though frustrated with Doctor Strange's behavior, he had grown accustomed to his occasional unreliability. Wong immediately arrived at the basement, prepared to apprehend the villains. "Oh, it's a wizard!" Venom yelled and, without a second thought, betrayed his teammates and fled. Dr. Octopus, Lizard Doctor, Rhino, and Vulture, lacking Venom's abilities, could only try to confront Wong in the basement. However, Wong, being an experienced sorcerer, akin to a monk in magical proficiency, was no less skilled than Doctor Strange. With a wave of his hand, Rhino and Vulture, the tech-dependent combatants, were entangled with magical whips and fell to the ground. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Dr. Octopus and Lizard Doctor fled separately. Lizard Doctor repeated his old trick, finding the scent of the sewer, and directly broke through a toilet, diving in. However, in the next moment, he reappeared in the magical prison. Seeing no way out, Dr. Octopus reluctantly surrendered. Thus, their jailbreak plan was stillborn. Dr. Octopus, Lizard Doctor, Vulture, and Rhino, after regaining freedom for less than a minute, found themselves imprisoned once again. Only Venom seized the chaos to escape. Meanwhile, Mark and Max, along with middle-aged Spider Toby and Doctor Strange who was fighting together, and Spider Tom who was still lying on the ground, all got wind of this news. Middle-aged Spider Toby swept a leg towards the ghost, who used his arm as a shield. Maintaining his stance, middle-aged Spider Toby asked, "Was it your directive?" Surprised? Ha ha ha. The ghost retorted and burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying himself. Middle-aged Spider Toby glanced back at Doctor Strange, who seemed unfazed. Feeling reassured, he said, "Too bad you miscalculated. The sanctum is not as simple as you think." What? The ghost was confused. Although the trouble was handled by Wong, Doctor Strange still found it troublesome, but knew he couldn't afford to lose the momentum. He sneered, both hands casting spells to suppress the ghost. "He's right, your plan has failed." The ghost growled. He shook his body, releasing a dozen miniature missiles from under his cloak. As Spider-Man, wearing metal armor would interfere with the spider sense. Yet, the ghost cleverly utilized the cloak to conceal many weapons, maintaining his spider sense effectiveness while significantly expanding his offensive capabilities. This showcased his intelligence. A completely liberated, unscrupulous, highly intelligent villain. Doctor Strange flicked his hand, creating a portal directly in front of the mini-missiles, with 3 more portals opening respectively to his left, right, and behind. The missiles split into 3, turning back towards the ghost. Meanwhile, Spider Toby had already distanced himself from the scene. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions resounded. Swoosh! A figure silently emerged from the explosions. It was the ghost. Seeing the situation turning against him, he was ready to escape. However, with Doctor Strange present, it was impossible for him to just get away as he wished. Doctor Strange whipped out a beam of light, binding the ghost and preparing to send him back. Spider Tom quickly stopped him, enduring the pain in his foot. He walked up to the bound ghost and sternly asked, "Where's May? Where did you hide May?" She's already dead." The ghost sneered. "What?" Spider Tom was shocked, taking a quick step forward but almost stumbling due to his unrecovered foot. Middle-aged Spider Toby quickly supported him, bringing him to the side of the captive ghost. "Regardless, all of this has nothing to do with her. Why harm an innocent person?" Middle-aged Spider Toby questioned. "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter." The ghost laughed manically. "No matter." Crack. The mask on his face retracted, revealing the face beneath. Spider Tom and middle-aged Spider Tom were first puzzled, finding the face somewhat familiar, then shocked. They saw the face of the ghost, which was identical to the severely injured adult Andrew Spider currently in the hospital. Their ages were even quite similar. The only difference was that the ghost Andrew Spider's face bore numerous centipede-like scars, giving it a completely disfigured and terrifying appearance. You're also Peter. You're also Spider-Man," both exclaimed in shock. Ghost Andrew Spider's face briefly revealed a nostalgic expression, then he burst into laughter as if hearing the world's funniest joke. However, he refused to answer the two's questions. Doctor Strange shook his head. "He's not Spider-Man, he's just a madman, completely insane." Despite this, both middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider-Tom couldn't help but wonder what had happened to make this Peter change into what he is now, even abandoning the Spider-Man identity entirely, adopting the name Ghost. Yay, ha ha ha, I'm indeed not Spider-Man, and certainly not Peter Parker. I am the Ghost, a demon from hell. The Ghost laughed manically. Doctor Strange frowned, looking around. As the battle seemed to have temporarily ended, the police officers who were initially observing from a distance were starting to approach. He immediately cast a teleportation spell. Anyway, let's leave this place. As the words fell, the four disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, Mark and Max also received the news from this side. Simultaneously, due to the end of the battle, Doctor Strange freed up his hands, teleporting them directly to the basement of the sanctum. This made Mark envy Doctor Strange's remote teleportation. Although he could simulate Doctor Strange's magic with his self-created quantum magic, many aspects were mere imitations. He wondered if Doctor Strange would be willing to open up his bookshelf for him to study. If he could directly understand the construct of magic, he could replicate it directly, rather than just imitating. By then, he might truly establish his own quantum magic system. I heard there was an attack here. Mark looked at Ned and MJ sitting beside him, asking. Ned quickly nodded, then explained what he knew. However, he did not leave the sanctum and only felt a sudden tremor before the incident of Venom escaping. What? Venom actually escaped? Mark was slightly surprised, quickly looking towards the direction of the magical prison. He came here specifically to provide detailed descriptions of Venom to Doctor Strange, precisely to prevent him from causing trouble. Unexpectedly, he still managed to escape. That seems to be a dimensional being. In reality, magic cannot control him. Perhaps, he didn't come out earlier due to some concerns. A voice sounded. It was Wong. A robust figure, not quite resembling a wizard but more like a warrior magician. Despite his plain appearance and not having an array of treasures like Doctor Strange, his experience and strength were in no way inferior to Doctor Strange. He used to be the librarian of the Sanctum Sanctorum in Camartage, responsible for determining who had the qualifications to peruse the private collection of the former Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. In terms of strength, he was proficient in various martial arts and combat techniques, integrating magic into them, forming a combat style distinct from Doctor Strange. During the 5 years when Doctor Strange was snapped away by Thanos, he silently resisted the attacks from the dark dimensions on their reality. This alone was enough to prove his strength. So, you mean to say that he could have come out all along, just waiting for an opportunity? Mark was somewhat surprised. Wong nodded, then looked at Doctor Strange with a scrutinizing gaze. Doctor Strange felt extremely awkward, like a child caught doing something wrong by a parent. Cough, we don't need to bother about that guy. Actually, I don't think he's the type to enjoy causing destruction. How about we interrogate this guy first, find out the whereabouts of Peter's aunt, and then we can send them back, putting an end to all this. Strange quickly proposed a solution. After thinking for a moment, everyone felt that it was the only viable option. Observing Venom, they noticed that he was more of a self-talking and amusing character, not truly resembling a supervillain who enjoys chaos and genocide. So, letting him run around for a while wouldn't cause much harm. Besides, it wouldn't be long before they could send them back to their respective worlds. Alright, let's question this guy now. Doctor Strange directly suspended Ghost in midair, standing alongside Wong. Mark and the others each found a position standing behind them. Subsequently, Doctor Strange cast a hypnosis spell on Ghost, and under the dual effects of hypnosis and telepathy, he quickly saw everything he wanted to know from Ghost's memories. This included the Ghost's origin and his actions in his world. Doctor Strange looked at the unconscious Ghost with a complex expression and sighed slightly. Because he invaded memories directly, he could see more comprehensively and understand the entire journey from Peter Parker to Spider-Man and then to Ghost. To be fair, many people might end up at this point if they experienced what he had gone through. Perhaps for some with fragile minds, the pointing fingers of 1,000 people coupled with the grief of losing loved ones might have led them to choose self-destruction. After a moment of silence, he, in his own language, slowly narrated Ghost's story from a third-party perspective. In the end, he looked at Spider-Tom and said, "Peter, you must be strong, you are not fighting alone, you still have us. Mr. Strange. Call me Steven." MJ silently walked to Spider-Tom's side, hugging him from the side. Ned also approached from the other side, wrapping his arms around him. The three embraced, barely calming down Spider-Tom's anxious heart. "Steven, where's May?" Although empathizing with Ghost's experiences, Spider-Tom was more concerned about May's safety. Ghost, despite his pitiful past, was undeniably a complete villain, a madman. From Doctor Strange's interpretation of his memories, he wanted to groom Spider-Tom as his successor. Aunt May, however, held undeniable importance to Peter. In Ghost's world, even before May's death, despite facing public criticism, Peter still persevered. It wasn't until her murder that the darkness within Peter was fully unleashed, turning him into the malevolent Ghost. This world seemed no different. No one knew if Ghost would replicate his experiences and ruthlessly kill May to fulfill Spider-Tom. Doctor Strange furrowed his brows and continued swiftly searching Ghost's memories. In reality, if hypnosis could be assisted by verbal cues, allowing the brain to automatically recall relevant memories, it would be the fastest method to find what one was looking for. However, Ghost was a former Spider-Man, indicating considerable mental resilience. If he woke up, the probability was high that he would not gain memories but would instead break free from the hypnotic state. So, Doctor Strange had to resort to the tedious method of searching bit by bit. Persistence pays off. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he finally found memories related to May Parker. As it turned out, Ghost did not kill or harm May Parker in any way. At this moment, May Parker was locked in a room that Ghost had taken over, sedated by a sleep powder concocted by Ghost himself. Reflecting on it, it made sense. May Parker and Gwen Stacy were the two most important people in Ghost's life. Even though Spider-Tom's May was not his Aunt May, the tiny thread of goodness remaining in Ghost still prevented him from easily harming Aunt May. With Doctor Strange's help, Spider-Tom quickly located the place and brought May back home. The sleep powder would keep her unconscious for a day and a night, so she wouldn't wake up immediately. However, as long as she was out of immediate danger, Spider-Tom was already satisfied. He quickly returned here. Seemingly having completed everything, the 3 known interdimensional visitors on the run didn't seem to pose significant threats. Venom had no strong desire to attack, seemingly running away just to avoid being confined, disregarding the situation. Ned, having seen news of Sandman saving people on the internet and considering what Mark said about Sandman being fundamentally good, also disregarded him. The only one potentially causing trouble might be Craven the Hunter. However, this guy was cunning. After his team was wiped out, he probably wouldn't dare to show his face again. So, Mark and the others simply stopped all actions and took a good rest. Now, they only needed Doctor Strange to send them back. But do we really have to send him back like this? Ned pointed at Ghost and asked. Others turned their attention to him. Ned hesitated. He's a supervillain. In his world, he constantly dominates everyone, like a symbol of fear. Spider-Tom nodded. If we didn't know, that would be one thing, but now that we know, I want to help them. At this point, he hesitated a bit, wondering how others would perceive him for saying such things. Would they see him as unable to distinguish between right and wrong? Would they consider him naive? However, at this moment, middle-aged Toby Spider walked to his side, placing his large hand on Spider-Tom's shoulder. You're right. My uncle told me, with great power comes great responsibility. I support you. Then, he looked at Mark. Mark yawned. I don't care. Anyway, what happens next has nothing to do with me. But how do you plan to save them? Are you thinking of performing surgery on him, giving him a new brain or something? Regarding the savior behavior of these two spiders, he was speechless, but not too surprised. Because this is Spider-Man, this is Peter Parker. They always forgive villains, trying to give them a chance to reform. Toby Spider forgave Flint Marko, who, accidentally, killed his uncle. Spider-Tom, in the battle with the Vulture, put aside past grievances and risked his life to save him. However, he didn't care much about how they wanted to deal with Ghost Andrew Spider, and he didn't want to get involved. He had 4 purposes for coming to this world. First, kill the big shot, upgrade the battle suit, which he had already done and did remarkably well. The suit he was currently using was even more impressive than the original plan. Second, get to know some of the superheroes in the main universe. In case he had to face the inheritors in the future, he might find them as external support. So far, things were going well. He had met Doctor Strange and 3 Spider-Men, plus Octopus Doctor and Electro. At crucial moments, the gathered fighting force has become quite substantial. Thirdly, get an arc reactor for Octopus Doctor, as promised earlier. That's already in hand. As for the 4th goal, it's naturally to enhance his own strength. His power of destiny can gain feedback by altering the destinies of Spider-Man on the web of life, thereby enhancing his own strength. Now, with his influence on Spider-Tom, traces of destiny power are rapidly forming within him, constantly strengthening his abilities. At this moment, he's much stronger than when he first arrived in this world. So, he's really not interested in getting involved in what comes next. After fighting and traveling for several hours, he just wants to consume these gains and get a good night's sleep. Middle-aged Toby Spider hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know if his symptoms are the same as Osborn's. Actually, I've always regretted not being able to save him back then. Well, in a sense, the symptoms of Ghost Andrew Spider do resemble dissociative identity disorder. However, his condition has lasted too long, and the emerged evil personality has long overpowered the main personality. Whether he can be saved is really uncertain. I can provide some equipment. Spider-Tom is ready to brag about him being Iron Man's godson. Doctor Strange stood up with a headache. Hey, you two, ease up. Just send them back, don't create new troubles for me. Saying that, he picked up the cadaverous, ready to use it. Snap! A web shot onto the magical box. Doctor Strange, you've got to be kidding me. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight again, Mark intervened, tearing Spider-Tom's web, taking the box in hand, and stopping both sides who were ready to recreate a classic scene. Stop, both of you stop. Mark shouted. He didn't want to replay the scene of a turf war, and he certainly didn't want unforeseen accidents to shatter the situation he had finally controlled. Spider-Tom and Doctor Strange reluctantly stopped. Mark stood in the middle of the two, a bit troubled, thinking about how to handle this. In his opinion, just send Ghost Andrew Spider back to his world, and that should be the end of it. Ghost Andrew Spider becoming like this was the result of the actions of the people from that world. They should bear the consequences themselves. Moreover, Doctor Strange had seen it from his memories. Ghost Andrew Spider, despite turning into a menace and forming a legion from hell, still primarily targets those villains. It's just that the punishment is a bit too harsh. Even petty thefts are met with immediate execution. Isn't that too severe? However, Spider-Tom and middle-aged Toby Spider insist on curing him. Judging by Spider-Tom's expression, it seems like he might cry if they don't. Thinking about this, Mark glared at Ned while thinking this is all this guy's fault. Ned shrank his neck, awkwardly chuckling. He realized he misspoke. While they were in a deadlock, Ghost suddenly woke up. He had been thrown into a magical prison by Doctor Strange. Upon waking up, he walked to the edge of the prison, sneering at Mark and the others. This guy is too arrogant. I feel like we should just kill him. Max spoke Mark's inner thoughts. Mark nodded in agreement. Haha, then come and kill me. Ghost laughed uproariously. He didn't care about his life at all. Instead, he started provocatively taunting. Peter, do you know? Mundane emotions are the shackles that bind our strength. Only when you abandon everything will you discover how beautiful this world is. Only then will you become your true self. There were 2 Peters present and no one knew who Ghost was directing this statement to. But it was probably Spider-Tom. Because he was initially the target. And he looked the youngest and most easily deceived. Until now, Ghost hadn't given up trying to influence Spider-Tom. However, Spider-Tom had no intention of engaging in conversation. He looked at Mark with pleading eyes, saying, "You are the only Spider-Man who can travel through time and space. You said you wanted to change the tragic fate of every Spider-Man. Can't you help him?" Mark's face showed a conflicted expression. In truth, he didn't want to change this Ghost Andrew Spider. At this moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He walked to the magical prison holding Ghost Andrew Spider, standing opposite him with only a transparent magical barrier between them. "I sense something different about you compared to those other guys. You're a variant. So, are you ready to kill me now?" Ghost Andrew Spider grinned. Mark shook his head, smiling. "Do you want to see Gwen?" Ghost Andrew Spider seemed like a duck with its neck squeezed, and the numerous words about to burst out were suddenly stifled. He stared blankly at Mark. And Mark remained silent, just looking into his eyes. "Gwen. She's already dead. Among those who came to this world like me, there is no Gwen. She's gone," Ghost Andrew Spider said emotionally. In an instant, Ghost Andrew Spider's emotions went through a roller coaster, from low to high, then back to low. "Leave that aside, I only ask you, do you still want to see her?" Mark shook his head slightly, still looking into Ghost Andrew Spider's eyes. If he had even a hint of emotion related to ferocity or killer instinct, he would promptly halt this plan. Whether he killed this guy or sent him back, it would have no relation to him. What? Yes or no, don't dilly-dally, Mark continued to provoke him with words. That's exactly what he wanted, to stir up the emotions deeply hidden in Ghost Andrew Spider. Ghost Andrew Spider was like a tomb now. The top layer of soil on the tomb was the darkness he had experienced over the years, and buried beneath was the coffin representing his affection for Aunt May. After Aunt May died, he permanently buried this familial affection. This was also why he didn't harm the Aunt May of Spider-Tom. Because emotions were just buried, not decayed. Buried even deeper was his love for Gwen. But Mark couldn't be sure whether this love still existed. Yes. Ghost Andrew Spider's face turned red, but he couldn't resist the innermost desire. Pfft. Mark couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Why are you laughing?" Ghost Andrew Spider glared at Mark. "It's nothing. I just thought of something amusing." After saying that, Mark turned and left. Since he had promised, he decided to do this right. He returned to where everyone was, explaining the situation and his decision. Doctor Strange and others were very interested in crossing worlds, requesting to observe. Mark didn't mind. After all, it wasn't the first or second time people had seen him dimension travel. There was no need to hide such things. After giving some instructions, he directly activated his ability. Quantum travel? Mark once again strolled through the familiar quantum tunnel, quietly feeling the quantum changes around him. Soon, he sensed 4 anchor coordinates. 3 close, 1 far. The 3 closer ones represent the universes of 3 movie dimensions, namely Toby Spider's world, Andrew Spider's world, and Spider-Tom's world. The distant one is Miles' world, the ultimate universe, the one he visited earliest. However, Miles' world is located in the animated dimension. If he wants to go there, it consumes more space-time power, making it naturally far. Mark didn't dare to stay here longer. He feared that, like the previous time, he would be attracted by the quantum world and develop a desire for joining the reality. Soon, he pinpointed Andrew Spider's world. However, at that moment, his spider sense suddenly moved. What's happening? Mark was slightly surprised. Triggering the spider sense in this completely quantum-composed ultra-microscopic world was a first in his lifetime. Unable to resist, Mark approached the direction indicated by the spider sense. Soon, he arrived at the location pointed out by the spider sense. However, this was already within the realm of the anime dimension. In front of him appeared another world. On the top of a high building, between a water tower and a signal tower, there was a giant web woven from white spider silk. A figure lay on the giant web, gazing at the stars. She had long, flowing golden hair and wore a black, white, and pink mixed spider suit. Her golden hair was casually scattered over the suit and the spider web. The girl's eyes had no focus, as if lost in thought. In a few days, it would be her 18th birthday. In order to celebrate, her parents invited many classmates and friends, preparing for a grand party at home. However, she didn't like such an environment, especially the young people dressed up and trying to impress her. So, after a fruitless argument with her father about this matter, she came to the rooftop alone. Looking at the stars, memories of a strange journey 3 months ago involuntarily emerged in her mind. An accident of parallel universes brought her to another world, where she met friends from different parallel universes, including. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, lit up the screen, and there was a photo of her and Mark in front of the collider. Looking at Mark's somewhat bewildered expression on the screen, a slight smile appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth. Buzz. The spider sense suddenly activated. The girl was startled, and without hesitation, she picked up the white spider mask placed beside her, preparing to put it on. She didn't want her true identity to be exposed just like that. Her father, George Stacy, was the police chief of New York City and strongly disliked Spider-Woman her. Especially last year when her high school classmate Peter Parker transformed himself into the Lizard Man through a biological experiment due to relentless bullying. After a fierce battle, Lizard Man Peter died in front of her. However, because of this, people who already had reservations about Spider-Woman began to hate her. Her father also initiated a pursuit. This year, as Spider-Woman, she led a very difficult life. But thinking about the experiences in that other world, thinking about Lizard Peter's tragic death, she persevered. Spider-Gwen jumped off the spider web, striking a combat pose. Over the years, she had experienced many battles alone, enriching her combat experience even more than before. Hey! A figure in a metallic glossy spider suit appeared not far from Spider-Gwen, extending a greeting. Spider-Man from other worlds? Are you? Spider-Gwen felt the voice was somewhat familiar but had a hard time identifying it. Mark retracted his suit, exposing himself plainly in front of Spider-Gwen. Long time no see, Gwen. How have you been? Mark. In an instant, she felt immense happiness enveloping her entirely. On the eve of her birthday, the person she had been longing for appeared before her like this. Could it be that God heard my prayers and made my dream come true? Looking at the face so close, Spider-Gwen's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Actually, she didn't know what was so special about Mark. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, and can only be considered as slightly above average. Their understanding of each other was also not that extensive. At most, they trained, ate, and fought together for a few days. Moreover, during that time, their moments alone were scarce. Yet, there was something about him that drew her in. This feeling ignited instantly when he appeared before her out of nowhere after she faced danger, rescuing her. At that moment, she genuinely thought she was going to die. Almost all her bones were broken or shattered, and her internal organs were compressed into a mess. However, it was Mark's reckless kiss that transmitted something into her body, enhancing her regenerative abilities, allowing her to quickly recover and return to the fight and then to her world. From that moment on, a certain connection formed between her and him. Especially when gazing at the stars, she felt her call could traverse the boundaries of time and space, spreading deep into the universe, even reaching other worlds through the multiverse. Perhaps, this was a kind of force of connection by destiny, binding the two spiders together. What's wrong with you? Mark was a bit embarrassed. For Spider-Gwen, who had been alone, although only 3 months had passed, it felt like an eternity. While for the busy Mark, everything seemed like it happened just yesterday. Unaware of the details, he still felt a bit awkward about the incident where he forcibly kissed Spider-Gwen. As for the words Spider-Gwen spoke when she left, he didn't take them seriously. Firstly, Spider-Gwen was just a kid at that time. Can you take a child's words seriously? It's like playing games with childhood friends, promising to marry each other when grown up, but how many childhood promises end up being fulfilled? And Mark also naturally assumed that Spider-Gwen had the carefree and wild attitude of an average teenager back then. So, apart from some initial unease, he didn't think much about it afterward. But upon seeing her, he felt that Spider-Gwen seemed a bit off. Is she going to attack me? But I can beat her in a fight. But how can I retaliate? Oh no, she's pouncing? Should I dodge? Wait, how can she? Mark stood in place, feet apart, hands raised high, stiff as a board. Meanwhile, Spider-Gwen was hanging on to Mark, her long and shapely legs firmly clasped around his waist, her upper body entirely pressed against his. The spider suit was skin-tight, with thin and breathable fabric. Mark could even feel her young and energetic warmth through the suit. And poor Mark's lips could only helplessly endure the onslaught. Huff, huff, huff. After a long French kiss, Spider-Gwen jumped down from Mark. Only then did she realize what she had just done, and her face instantly turned red. At this moment, even someone as emotionally inexperienced as Mark could tell what was happening. Looking at the pretty and elegant young woman, Mark found it hard to believe that this was real. He had just followed the call of the spider sense to this world to take a look around. It so happened that he encountered an old friend, so he decided to say hello. Besides, with his current enhanced abilities, the energy consumption for a round trip to the animated dimension was something he could afford. Moreover, the other person was a girl he had a bit of a flirtatious history with. But now, could he possibly be picking up a girlfriend? Spider-Gwen couldn't help but speak as Mark stood there in a daze. However, at this moment, Mark took a step forward, smoothly wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, and once again covered her cherry lips. He hadn't properly enjoyed it when he was ambushed earlier, so now it was his turn. A few minutes later, Mark laid the girl emitting a soft and alluring fragrance on the spider web. He sat at the edge, holding her in his arms. How did you suddenly come to my world? Spider-Gwen leaned against Mark's chest, greedily breathing in the scent he emitted, looking up at Mark's face. Mark lowered his head, pushed aside a strand of her hair, and said, I was fighting villains with other Spider-Man in another world and encountered a Spider-Man who had fallen into darkness. Mark briefly explained his experience in the MCU to Spider-Gwen. Are they still waiting for you to bring people back? Spider-Gwen exclaimed. Mark smirked, let them wait a bit longer. After all, what's more important than my girlfriend? Besides, who asked them to meddle in the affairs of another world? Hearing Mark's words, Spider-Gwen immediately revealed a sweet smile. But she wrinkled her nose and pouted. Who said I agreed to be your girlfriend? Mark's tone became serious, but my web has already enveloped you. There's no escape, my spider queen. Tisk, but in the natural world, it's the mother spider that holds the dominant position. Spider-Gwen exerted force and broke free from Mark's hands, pressing her entire body onto Mark. Mark went along with it. The spider web shook for a moment. The girl's face slowly descended, stopping just a centimeter away from Mark. Hee, why don't you hurry up and take care of your business? Spider-Gwen suddenly giggled and lay down to the side. But if I leave this world, I won't be able to come back often. Mark turned to the side, holding Spider-Gwen's hand. Although the two were not newlyweds, they were in the passionate phase of a newly established relationship. As a solo individual since birth, picking up such a good-looking, capable, and sensible girlfriend for free, how could he bear to just leave like this? But if he wants to become stronger, he needs to constantly traverse worlds to gain the power of destiny. Only then can he confront the inheritors, protect his friends, and protect Gwen. He is destined not to be bound by a single world. Spider-Gwen turned around to face Mark, suddenly smiling. Can you take me with you? Take you with me? Yeah, can your abilities allow you to cross into other worlds with people? Spider-Gwen asked. Of course. Absolutely. Mark also smiled. Although he had never taken anyone with him, he was well aware of his abilities. Indeed, he could bring others with him while traversing worlds, otherwise, he wouldn't be thinking of establishing a cross-universe technology company. But, what about your world? Will your parents agree? Mark asked. This wasn't just a trip abroad, it was a trip out of this universe. It's simple, just don't tell them, right? Spider-Gwen shrugged, indifferent to the concerns. The people in this world weren't particularly fond of Spider-Woman anyway. Instead of being pointed fingers at in this world, why not go to other worlds with her boyfriend? But if you run away from home, won't they worry even more? Mark said with a sigh. Spider-Gwen giggled. No, I've already graduated from high school. It's just the summer vacation next, so no problem. Mark jumped up in joy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I'll just go home and leave a note. They promptly went together, swinging on spider silk to Spider-Gwen's house. In her room, they left a note. Of course, the note didn't mention her going to other worlds. It simply said she was going on a trip and would be back before the start of the school. As for any of the events that her parents are trying to do, she didn't like it at all, so naturally, it wouldn't happen. After that, she took out a wristwatch. This was Mark's instruction. Because there might be a time deviation issue between the anime dimension and the movie dimension, he needed a tool to anchor this world's time. A wristwatch was the simplest. By enveloping it with a layer of Mark's special quantum material during the traversal, it would maintain the state of this world's time and continue in another world. After quickly taking care of this, Mark and Spider-Gwen returned to the rooftop. Gwen, are you ready? Yeah, let's go. Spider-Gwen responded. Suddenly, Mark had a strange feeling. Because at this moment, Spider-Gwen seemed like a rebellious teenage girl whose mind had been clouded by love, and she decisively followed her boyfriend to elope. And that guy who kidnapped the naive girl was him. Mark shook his head, dismissing these strange thoughts. With these thoughts, Mark directly activated quantum travel. Taking someone with him wasn't much different from traveling alone. The only significant difference was that the energy consumption during group travel was a bit higher. Still, it wasn't as much as he had imagined. He thought that bringing Spider-Gwen along would consume twice as much energy as traveling alone, or even more. In reality, it was far less, probably around 1.2 times. Removing that one, Spider-Gwen's consumption is unexpectedly only 0.2. Mark carefully thought about it and probably understood the reason. It seems that quantumization and restructuring aren't based on individual size but rather on individual strength or the intensity of energy contained within the individual. Mark's current strength should already belong to the top tier among many regular Spider-Man. Whether it's physical strength or mastered abilities, he should surpass many normal Spider-Man. The only shortcoming might be his lack of combat experience. However, Mark discovered that he could think and observe in the quantum world, but Spider-Gwen couldn't. When in the quantum world, he could only see a quantumized Spider-Gwen floating around him. If she lost his protection, Spider-Gwen might be lost in this space forever. Perhaps in the future, if I encounter someone I can't defeat, I can directly bring them to this space, exile them in the quantum space, and let them be devoured by the quantum. Mark silently noted this effect. Without lingering here too much, he quickly brought Spider-Gwen to the world of Spider-Andrew. The time in this world was almost the same as in the MCU, both being midnight. Spider-Gwen opened her eyes and found herself standing on a pitch-black rooftop. The surroundings gave her a very unfamiliar feeling. But this feeling made her quite familiar several months ago. When she unintentionally crossed into the Spider-Man world, she had the same feeling. The difference was that back then, she constantly felt the world rejecting her, and her body often felt uncomfortable. But now, she only felt the environment was unfamiliar, without any other discomfort. She knew it was because of her boyfriend's ability. She tightened her grip on Mark's hand and asked curiously, "Mark, have we arrived in another world?" Mark nodded. "This is a world of a Spider-Man I know. He's also called Peter Parker, but I usually call him as Spider-Andrew in my mind." As he spoke, he was also confirming the direction. The first time he came, he used Andrew Spider as the anchor, so he appeared near him. This time, he used this world as the anchor, so the location was random. Of course, his landing point was still in New York City, not at the other end of the Earth. The reason for not anchoring Spider-Andrew was that theoretically, there were countless parallel universes with countless Spider-Andrew as protagonists. If he used him as the anchor, the probability of finding a Spider-Andrew's world he had never been to, rather than the one where he had changed the course of history, was higher. If that were the case, wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? Why call him Spider-Andrew? Spider-Gwen asked curiously. Because he looks very similar to a star named Andrew in my world, and coincidentally, that star played Spider-Man. Mark explained with a smile. Spider-Gwen also laughed. Such a coincidence. So, how do we find him now? Mark led Spider-Gwen to the side of a tall building, saying, "Follow me, I've already confirmed the direction." Saying that, he jumped down first. Spider-Gwen followed closely behind. The two of them maneuvered through the city, quickly arriving outside Spider-Andrew's house. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello," checking the water meter. After confirming that Spider-Andrew was sleeping inside, Mark jumped to the window and knocked on it. "Who's there?" Spider-Andrew instantly woke up, alertly jumping to his feet, assuming a defensive stance. Soon, he noticed Mark crouching on the window. "Mark, how did you come here?" Wait, Spider-Andrew hurriedly put on a t-shirt, as he's currently topless. "I need a favor from you." Of course, Mark couldn't directly say something like, "Can I borrow your girlfriend for a moment?" He glanced at Spider-Andrew and whispered, "Put on your clothes, preferably your combat suit. Let's talk outside so we don't wake up May." Spider-Andrew made an okay gesture and hastened his pace. The two quickly jumped down from the house. "Whoa, who is she?" Seeing Spider-Gwen, Spider-Tom was startled. Mark, with a triumphant smile, held Spider-Gwen in his arms and said, "She is my girlfriend, Gwen." Spider-Tom? Gwen? Is it the Gwen I'm thinking of? Gwen Stacy. Spider-Tom's tone was inexplicable, a mix of surprise and confusion. Mark nodded, gesturing for Spider-Gwen to remove her mask. "She's one of us, don't worry." Spider-Gwen then took off her mask, revealing a face somewhat similar to Gwen Stacy in this world. "Hello, this world's Peter, nice to meet you." "Ah, it really is Gwen," Spider-Andrew exclaimed, "nice to meet you. I'm Peter Parker." Spider-Andrew still felt strange. The person in front of him clearly had a face very similar to his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, but they were entirely different individuals. "Okay, let me explain." Mark then recounted the story of the evil ghost spider to him. Spider-Andrew's eyes widened in shock. He remembered the scenes Mark showed him and Gwen on the subway. The last one depicted Gwen dying in his arms. At that time, watching Gwen's lifeless body on the screen and his heart-wrenching pain, he had felt a suffocating sensation. He couldn't imagine how he would react if Gwen really died. But now, he seemed to understand. For a moment, he felt great sympathy for the evil ghost spider. In reality, that was him on another timeline. "So, we need to find Gwen now, make her confront the version of me there, awaken his conscience, right?" Spider-Andrew asked. Mark nodded. "Then let's go find Gwen," Spider-Andrew said without hesitation. With that, he took the lead. Mark and Spider-Gwen quickly followed. Silence prevailed as the three soon arrived at the Stacy residence. Mark and Spider-Gwen stood on the rooftop while Spider-Andrew went to knock on Gwen Stacy's window. For some reason, it suddenly felt a bit awkward. Knocking on someone's window in the middle of the night might be seen as inappropriate. Thinking her little boyfriend had become more considerate, Gwen Stacy assumed that he was growing up. However, when Spider-Andrew anxiously pulled her out and took her to the rooftop, she began to wonder. "Ah, this is Gwen, this is Gwen from the other world, Mark's girlfriend," Andrew Spider tried to explain both in his own awkward language. Luckily, Gwen Stacy was smart, and she quickly came to Spider-Gwen, having roughly understood the other's identity from Andrew Spider's words. The two Gwens sized each other up and then stood hand in hand. When they stood together, at a cursory glance, it was as if they were twins. The two had the same gorgeous face, the same hot body, and both had a pair of round, straight, slender thighs. But if you look closely, you can still see the difference between the two. This world's Gwen character is more gentle and quiet, body has a strong sense of bookishness. Spider-Gwen, on the other hand, because of her years of fighting with villains, her body's aura was a bit more severe. Moreover, because Spider-Gwen loves music, she's good at dancing, and has received physical reinforcement from the spider gene, making her body more flexible. Not only that, if you look closely, this world's Gwen's skin is a bit rougher, and her facial features are relatively rough, while Spider-Gwen, Perhaps because she is a being who has crossed over from the animated world to the real world, is more refined, and she is more delicate, as if she is the same as this world's Gwen. It's like an enhanced version of this world's Gwen. Gwen Stacy thought Andrew Spider had called her out to meet Spider-Gwen. Mark coughed lightly, signaling Andrew Spider to go ahead and speak. After all, he wasn't too comfortable talking in this atmosphere. Andrew Spider understood in a second, and hurriedly pulled Gwen Stacy, who was about to have a conversation with her sister, aside, and whispered to her about the evil ghost Andrew Spider. Oh my god! Gwen Stacy exclaimed, hugging Andrew Spider tightly and kissing him frantically. Andrew Spider froze for a moment, then returned the favor. Looking at the two people who suddenly kissed passionately, Mark couldn't help but understand how the two felt at this moment. The trajectory of the world of the evil ghost Andrew Spider, and the trajectory of the world of Andrew Spider, when it comes to Gwen, were the same, at most. Because of Mark's intervention, there was only a slight deviation. But that didn't affect the bond between them. He turned his head to Spider-Gwen. Shall we too? Humph. Spider-Gwen rolled her eyes at him. Ahem. Mark coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment while also interrupting the two in the middle of a passionate kiss. I'm not against you guys kissing until the end of time, but I think we need to focus on business first. Gwen Stacy and Andrew Spider hurriedly separated, blushing slightly but holding their hands tightly. After realizing that a Peter Parker from the other universe almost ruled the world for his own sake, Gwen Stacy would be lying if she said she wasn't touched. The appearance of the evil Andrew Spider had made her realize even more acutely how deeply Andrew Spider felt for her. And in fact, they were recently at odds over the fact that Gwen Stacy was leaving to study in Europe. Because of the plot deviation, there was no problem in their relationship, so this time Gwen Stacy didn't secretly enroll, but was discussing it with Andrew Spider in advance. But now, she understands that she should cherish this relationship even more. But now was not the time to think about that. She looked at Mark and nodded. We're willing to go over and help, but can you bring so many people with you across a different universe? Mark smiled confidently. Of course. If this were earlier, he wouldn't have been so sure. However, after several rounds of strengthening and the experience of crossing with others just now, he was confident that he could successfully bring a group of people across. Spider Andrew grinned. That's great. I've been curious about what another world would be like. Let's go then. I've been out for a while, and it's time to solve this problem, Mark said, extending his hand and holding hands with Spider-Gwen. Spider-Gwen's other hand was held by Gwen Stacy, and Gwen Stacy held hands with Spider Andrew. In the next moment, Mark activated his abilities again. Whoosh! The figures of the four quickly became blurry and finally completely quantumized. Before leaving, Mark left something behind on the rooftop. It was a quantum marker. With this, the next time he came to this world, he could arrive directly here instead of random locations. When Spider-Gwen and the others opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dimly lit basement. Several people were surrounding them. Two middle-aged men, each wearing spider suits and red capes, two young men and one woman, a sand-covered guy, and Electro. Spider Andrew and Gwen Stacy were both startled. Max Dillon, how did you end up here? Without taking a good look around, Spider Andrew immediately shielded Gwen Stacy behind him. Mark was looking at the Sandman with some confusion. How did Sandman end up here? And it seemed like he was categorized as a non-dangerous person since he wasn't imprisoned in a magical cell. Seeing Spider Andrew's reaction, Mark was curious. Do you two know Max? In Spider Andrew's world, due to the influence of the multiverse, significant deviations occurred in the events compared to the original plot. The most significant change was that the Osborn Tower, which was not heavily damaged at first, was destroyed greatly. And then Norman Osborn became the Green Goblin. Moreover, he became a Green Goblin with a mutation level higher than the Norman Osborn in the typical movie universes. This exposed his identity, inevitably causing a significant impact on the Osborn Corporation. However, in just a few days, logically, the other party should still be under investigation like the Stark Industries on this side, but unexpectedly, they encountered Electro. Mark was curious for a moment, realizing that something interesting must have happened during the days he left Spider-Tom's world. But now was not the time to be curious about that. While Spider Andrew and Gwen Stacy were on guard against Max's hands were crackling with sparks. He could follow Mark because Mark had treated him kindly, considering him a friend. He could also calmly face middle-aged Toby Spider and Spider-Tom because they looked completely different from Spider Andrew. He knew they weren't the same person. But Spider Andrew's appearance reminded him of his archenemy. Mark quickly walked to the middle of the two parties to mediate. Come on, not now, Mark said. Seeing Mark, Max calmed down a bit, and the sparks in his hands disappeared as he turned away. Spider Andrew also noticed from Mark's attitude that this Electro seemed different from the one they knew, not as aggressive. He apologized. Sorry, Max, I was a bit too aggressive. Max, hearing this, slightly eased his expression and said in a muffled voice, It's okay, I'm just too scary. Mark chuckled, hugged both of them, and nudged them together. We're one team here, don't be like this. Come on, shake hands, smile a bit. Gwen Stacy walked to Spider-Gwen's side, looking at Mark strangely. Is he trying to placate kids? Spider-Gwen nodded solemnly. When kids fight, adults usually mediate like this. After a round of negotiations, the tense situation between the two friends who were on the verge of fighting was finally resolved, and Mark breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he led the others towards the magical prison where the evil Andrew Parker was being held. Inside the magical prison, the evil Andrew Parker had long been in a state of shock. His attention was immediately drawn, and after wandering between Spider-Gwen and Gwen Stacy for a while, he was caught by the figure of Gwen Stacy. Although the two looked similar in appearance and figure, he quickly distinguished from their temperament that the one on the left was closer to his Gwen. His eyes watched as Gwen Stacy approached step by step, his body trembling slightly, and an involuntary tear rolled down his cheek. Gwen. Peter. As they got closer, Gwen Stacy finally saw the pitiful state of the evil Andrew Parker. His handsome face was marked with several scars. Given Spider-Man's body recovery capabilities, they should have healed quickly, but they were left there, perhaps as a kind of farewell ritual to his identity as Peter Parker. His demeanor had changed from the original sunny and cheerful to the current dark and gloomy state. This made Gwen Stacy can't help but feel distressed. In the evil Andrew Parker, she vividly saw another future for her boyfriend. Buzz. The hands of the two touched through a layer of magical barrier, creating ripples in the magical barrier. Gwen Stacy looked back. Although the good Andrew Parker was also surprised by the pitiful state of his other self, he quickly noticed his girlfriend's emotions and cast a firm gaze at her. He knew what Gwen wanted to do, and he chose to support her. Mark probably also understood the meaning behind Gwen Stacy's gaze, but he hesitated. Her intention was simple, she wanted to remove this magical barrier, or let her enter the magical prison, or release the evil Andrew Parker. But this carried significant risks. The evil Andrew Parker was a genuinely dangerous individual. He wasn't even considered mentally ill, he was thoroughly corrupted. It's hard to predict what such a person might do. At this moment, Spider-Gwen held Mark's hand. Mark, I believe in her. Mark nodded and soon felt reassured. In reality, there was no need for an overly dramatic reaction. Even if the evil Andrew Parker suddenly erupted, there were 8 individuals present with extraordinary combat capabilities. Among them, the middle-aged Toby Spider and Electro had strength comparable to his, and Mark and Dr. Strange could easily overpower him. As for the remaining Spider-Gwen, Spider-Andrew, Spider-Tom, and Sandman, their strengths were only slightly weaker than him. With all these forces combined, they could easily overwhelm him in an instant. Mark turned to look at Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange nodded helplessly. He was truly fed up with these Spider-Men. Right now, he just wanted peace and quiet. A/N, blood's been through a lot, lol. Nevertheless, Dr. Strange waved his hand and lifted the magical prison barrier. The evil Andrew Parker immediately hugged Gwen Stacy and burst into tears. Mark wasn't particularly interested in how Gwen Stacy planned to comfort the evil Andrew Parker. He turned to Max and asked, Max, Flint, that Sandman, how did he end up here? Middle-aged Toby Spider walked to Mark's side with his hands crossed over his chest and said, Flint is a good person. In order to rescue them, the thugs placed 2 bombs with extremely large power outside, blowing up half the street. Flint saved dozens of civilians trapped under the rubble. Yeah, he's even called Sand Hero by people. Ned added, curiously observing Spider-Gwen while speaking. Hey, Flint, how's it going? Mark smiled and greeted Sandman. Sandman nodded but didn't reply. Ned lowered his voice and said, he feels a significant responsibility for the casualties, so he's still in self-blame. That's why he doesn't talk much. Mark nodded slightly. Sandman was indeed one of the more rational adversaries among many Spider-Man villains. However, Mark didn't have any intention of recruiting Sandman. Recruiting Sandman was simple, offering money and helping cure his daughter would likely be enough. But given Sandman's concern for his daughter, he probably wouldn't leave his own world and follow Mark around. In contrast, Electro Max was different. Max stood alone, and in his own words, wherever Mark went, he would go. Extremely reliable. By the way, we found a corpse outside. Spider-Tom also walked over and said. Mark noticed that his foot had improved a lot. Although he still walked somewhat awkwardly, he could now walk on his own. A corpse? Who is it? Mark wondered, could it be Craven? Suddenly he thought that, among the many villains discovered in this world so far, this guy was still in a fugitive state. Venom was also on the run, but firstly, this lethal guardian formed by the fusion of Eddie Brock and Venom didn't really count as a true villain. Secondly, it would be difficult to kill Venom. He remembered the Spider-Man from the cartoons he watched when he was a child. In the end, to defeat Venom, he used a rocket to send him back to space. As for the records of killing symbiotes, there were very few. In Spider-Man 3, Venom was forced out by a burst of sonic waves, severely weakened, and ultimately died from a reinforced version of the Green Goblin's pumpkin bomb. That was one. In Venom, Riot was trapped in a spaceship and eventually blew up, dying. That was another. Although noise and flames were weaknesses of symbiotes, they could only restrict and weaken Venom to a certain extent. It was challenging to directly kill them. Venom also went through explosions, but Venom did not die, and Riot died. This doesn't mean that Venom is necessarily stronger than Riot, but because Riot was confined in a closed environment and couldn't escape. Venom, unrestricted in his range of movement, whether hiding inside Eddie or somewhere else, as long as he could leave a seed, that seed could quickly sprout and regenerate. This was also why Mark was wary of it. The difficulty of eradicating symbiotes was so high that Mark found it hard to think of anyone who could kill it in such a short time. Doctor Strange reached out, and a corpse appeared among them. Looking at the corpse's clothing, it was indeed Raven the Hunter. However, at this moment, the lion coat he was wearing had been torn into 2 pieces, and there were 3 huge tearing wounds on his chest, blood covering his body, with organs exposed, and he died miserably. However, Mark quickly noticed that his fatal injury wasn't here but on his head. It seemed like a sharp spike-shaped weapon had pierced his brain, causing direct brain death. Was it venom? Mark raised an eyebrow. Yes, Spider-Tom picked up a piece of paper from a nearby table and handed it to Mark. Mark took a closer look. The paper, obviously picked up from the ruins, read, "I was just taking a stroll, not causing trouble. This is true. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. It's self-defense, not illegal, right? Your dear Eddie Brock." Then there was an obviously added greeting at the bottom, "By the way, thanks to the magician who helped me escape the bill last time. But this time, I hope you won't come. I can escape on my own. Thanks." Mark tossed the paper back onto the table in disbelief. Then he looked at Doctor Strange. "Stephen, you helped him escape, a bill." Doctor Strange's face twitched in annoyance. "That was when I went to catch him. So you did help him escape." The situation was urgent. Doctor Strange awkwardly defended himself. It was a shame he would carry throughout his life. "You actually helped him escape." This statement wasn't from Mark, it was from Spider-Tom. Doctor Strange gave him a stern look, and with a wave of his hand, he confined him in a magical prison. Boom! Spider-Tom pounded on the magical barrier, causing ripples to appear. Stephen, Mr. Doctor Strange, Doctor escaped the bill. I was wrong, let me out." "Damn it." Doctor Strange couldn't hold back. Mark quickly intervened. "Stephen, can you open a portal to Stark Hospital? I want to check on that Peter." Doctor Strange responded coldly, creating a portal for him. "And there's another Peter." Spider-Gwen looked at Mark and them amusingly. Mark nodded, extending his hand to her. "That Peter is also Andrew Spider, but from 10 years in the future." Andrew Spider, engrossed in observing the situation between Gwen Stacy and the evil Andrew Spider, didn't pay much attention to this side. "Wow, so, there's so many counterparts from different parallel universes here." Spider-Tom widened his eyes in amazement. "It is indeed so. This is the charm of the multiverse," Mark explained. "Individuals with different trajectories, like you and me, can be referred to as the multiverse. However, those 3, like him, and the other Peter, can truly be called parallel universes." Middle-aged Toby Spider pondered. He had heard from Dr. Octopus that Mark knew a younger version of him, so at least there existed a parallel universe where he was still in the past. However, he wasn't curious about what happened in that universe. On the other hand, Spider-Tom, Ned, and MJ were ecstatic. As students from a science and technology high school, their interest in parallel universes was quite high. "Hey, why did you open a portal? How did you know the treatment was over?" Happy's head popped out from the portal, interrupting everyone's discussion on the multiverse and parallel universes. "Wow, the treatment's done already?" Spider-Tom asked. He had seen the injuries on the adult Andrew Spider's body earlier, and almost all his bones were shattered. It should be challenging to heal in such a short time, right? Mark, holding Spider-Gwen's hand, quietly and briefly introduced Happy's identity to her. At this moment, Spider-Gwen was mainly scrutinizing Spider-Tom and the middle-aged Toby Spider, the 2 Spider-Men. Because earlier, when Mark and she first met in Aunt May's house in the Spider-Verse, they talked about the stories of the other 3 Spider-Men. Now that she finally met them in person, it was only natural to be a bit curious. She still remembered the remarks of the 2 people at that time. Middle-aged Peter Spider said Toby Spider's world was extremely similar to his, and the one in front of them happened to be a middle-aged man. On the other hand, Penny Parker's comment on this Spider-Tom was, "I hope to come to this world one day and have him treat me to candies and buy me a game console." Clearly, Penny was also a person of character, resolutely adhering to the philosophy of taking advantage of wealthy people. Happy Hogan smiled and shook his head, making way. A head peeked out from where he stepped aside. Surprisingly, it was the adult Andrew Spider who had suffered severe injuries earlier. Mark and the others were stunned. Such severe injuries healed in such a short time? "Hey, everyone, thanks for saving me." Ha ha ha. Adult Andrew Spider greeted them with a big smile. Mark felt a bit speechless. This familiar laughter indicated that Andrew Spider hadn't changed a bit. Sure enough, regardless of which world's Andrew Spider, they were all cheerful heroes. Well, the ghost is a rare exception. The infectious laughter echoed nearby, and the mood of the people relaxed. Perhaps this was also one of Andrew Spider's unique abilities. "So, you're better so quickly." Middle-aged Toby Spider walked to the side of the portal, pulled adult Andrew Spider over, and scrutinized him. Spider-Tom and Ned also surrounded adult Andrew Spider. Adult Andrew Spider turned in place and even jumped a couple of times. "Really better? That medical device is so amazing." Happy Hogan also flipped out from the portal, smiling and saying, "There's a device in this hospital called the Cradle of Regeneration, which has the ability to regenerate human tissues." Mark understood this immediately. This was the artifact that appeared in Avengers, Age of Ultron, designed by a Korean-American geneticist, Dr. Helen Cho. It was a self-made technology that combined regeneration and self-construction. Based on the body's own tissue cells, it integrated genetic technology, nanotechnology, and artificial intelligence to rapidly repair damaged tissues and even reconstruct the human body. In the movie, Ultron controlled Dr. Helen Cho and used the Cradle of Regeneration to create a synthetic life form, the Vision. Unexpectedly, this device was under the Stark Industries umbrella. So, if they used this device to treat adult Andrew Spider, it's no wonder he recovered so quickly. Spider genes themselves have a powerful regenerative effect. Coupled with the external intervention of the Cradle of Regeneration, adult Andrew Spider has now essentially returned to his peak state. Mark walked up and gently hugged adult Andrew Spider, saying, "Welcome back, buddy." Thank you so much." Adult Andrew Spider was deeply moved. Afterwards, Ned, middle-aged Toby Spider, and Spider-Tom approached, each embracing him, welcoming his recovered return. Their warmth touched adult Andrew Spider. At this moment, Happy Hogan noticed that his beloved nephew, Peter, was limping as he walked. He quickly walked over, concerned. "Peter, are you injured?" Spider-Tom waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "I'm fine." Happy quickly went to his side, checked him, and without hesitation, put Peter's arm over his shoulder, saying, "You're still fine even in this condition. Come on, let's go for treatment." He then asked Doctor Strange to open the portal that he just dismissed. Doctor Strange complained, "What do you take me for?" But he still opened one for Peter, wanting to see Spider-Tom recover quickly. Ned chimed in, like a mage in World of Warcraft. Doctor Strange tapped him on the head, saying, "You're the one with a big mouth." Ned fled with his hands covering his head, saying, "Master, I was wrong. Mark?" Middle-aged Toby Spider, who was chatting with adult Andrew Spider, turned around and explained, "Just now, Steven found out that Ned has a talent for magic, so he decided to make him a magical apprentice, so." Mark raised an eyebrow, surprised that Ned had indeed become Doctor Strange's student. Well, this guy seems to be quite lucky. In the original plot, he did show remarkable magical talent. For instance, wielding Doctor Strange's ring, he performed a spell to open a portal and locate the two Spider-Man. However, later on, probably due to casting runes of Kafkal, making everyone forget about Peter Parker, his relationships to others, including whatever actions Ned took during that time, got removed. In the end, his magical talent was concealed, possibly setting up a plot point in the original story. Now, with those events not occurring, it's not surprising that Doctor Strange noticed Ned. After Doctor Strange knocked Ned on the head, dispelling the magic, Ned quickly followed MJ through the portal, joining Happy and Spider-Tom, preparing for treatment. Once the four of them left. "By the way, Steven, what commands are in the runes of Kafkal right now?" Mark asked Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange replied, "It makes everyone except May Parker, Michelle Jones-Watson, Ned Leeds, etc., forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man." It's evident that despite Doctor Strange's apparent annoyance for Spider-Tom, he takes care of him. When perfecting the spell, he even added those additional conditions. Well, I mean, is there a possibility to send those people back to their respective worlds without the magic taking effect? Mark stroked his chin, contemplating as he spoke. Doctor Strange frowned. "Why would you want to do that?" Young Peter hopes that others won't interfere with him, which is why he sought my help. But in that case, what will happen to Stark's legacy? Young Peter is deeply connected with Stark's, whether it's the continuation of Iron Man's will or Stark Industries. Mark remarked. Doctor Strange fell into thought. As an adult, his perspective on problem solving was naturally more comprehensive. Some things, perhaps not initially considered, become apparent after a little guidance. The matter of Spider-Man being Peter Parker has indeed had significant repercussions, and it's not by chance. There's an unseen hand in the shadows watching all of this. Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that someone has set their sights on Tony's legacy and is planning to tarnish Peter's image?" Mark nodded. His speculation wasn't baseless. There were precedents for such occurrences. Mysterio and their team that appeared in Far From Home were among those who targeted Iron Man's legacy. They had some connection to Iron Man in their past identities, harboring hatred and revenge against him. However, when Iron Man was alive, these emotions couldn't be openly displayed. After all, both Tony Stark's identity and financial capabilities were beyond their reach, even if combined. But Iron Man was dead. This naturally provided them with the perfect opportunity to seek revenge. Mysterio exploited this psychological vulnerability and, with their persuasive abilities, managed to manipulate these individuals for their own purposes. However, given the vastness of Iron Man's legacy, enough to make figures like the Vulture covet it, how could only the team of Mysterio be involved? Spider-Tom, as Iron Man's godson, received the E.D.I.T.H glasses, granting special access to various core locations of Stark Industries. Naturally, he became a thorn in the eyes of many. Though still a child, he possessed superhuman abilities, held a recognized identity, Spider-Man, and had an intelligent mind, making him essentially an Iron Man replica. Even Iron Man's closest comrade, Happy Hogan, often found them quite alike. Fortunately, he was still a child. Dealing with him would be much easier than dealing with the shrewd and calculated Tony Stark. Therefore, Spider-Tom's current situation likely had more than one puppeteer behind the scenes, causing it to escalate rapidly. The original Spider-Tom's actions seemed more like an escape. Faced with all this, he didn't know what to do. However, because of this, he lost Iron Man's legacy, making it fall into the hands of others. If Iron Man knew about this, he'd probably crawl out of his grave to give him a good beating similar to the illusion created by Mysterio in the Far From Home. Mark shared his analysis with Doctor Strange, while on the other side, adult Andrew Spider-Man and middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man stopped their conversation and listened intently. The location where they stood was a short distance from Gwen Stacy, Andrew Spider-Man, and the evil Andrew Spider-Man. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man knew that adult Andrew Spider-Man was injured by the evil Andrew Spider-Man, so it wasn't convenient to introduce the situation on that side. Therefore, they hadn't been able to meet face to face yet. If this is true, then these guys are real bastards. Adult Andrew Spider-Man said in anger. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man shook his head slightly. This is human nature. Can we help Peter in any way? Spider-Tom, being the youngest, had become the favorite in this current Spider-Man small team. Mark nodded. I do have a plan, but I need Steven's help. Doctor Strange didn't refuse. Tell me your plan. Tony's legacy can only be inherited by the person he designated, as being Iron Man isn't a role anyone can assume. As he spoke, his gaze was profound, subtly revealing a hint of severity. He wasn't of the Spider-Man type, with strong moral values and an unwavering commitment to a no-kill policy. As the former Sorcerer Supreme, he had dealt with quite a few villains that he then crushed under his hands. For the sake of avoiding deaths, he even attempted to eliminate his creditors. He could be considered the ultimate debtor-dodger. Mark explained, not long ago, Max and I encountered another Mysterio from a parallel universe. He mentally controlled many innocent civilians to attack us, and in the end, he died due to a missile launched by his companion, the Vulture. What's there to work on in this? Doctor Strange questioned. It's simple. Cancel the existing magic, maintain the status quo, simultaneously release information that Mysterio is alive, expose his true identity, and finally, reveal his death scene. Mark quickly articulated his plan. Doctor Strange pondered for a moment. This can indeed clear Peter's name of the undeserved blame and reverse his identity. However, spreading such unfavorable news for them might not be easy. By them, he naturally referred to those individuals trying to tarnish Spider-Tom's reputation and lay hands on Stark Industries. They could be an underground organization, a wealthy and powerful family, or ambitious individuals. Marvel's reality was not short of such characters. Regardless of who they were, they undoubtedly wouldn't want to see the hard-earned ruined reputation of Spider-Man being washed away. Yes, here they constantly preached about democracy and freedom of speech, but that was merely a slogan. When it came to fundamental interests, you could always trust in how low their ethical standards would go. According to Mark's proposed method, the likely scenario would be a video released on one end, followed by restricted views, takedowns, or even account suspensions. On a more serious note, perhaps the FBI would pay a visit to inquire? That's easy. Find someone bold and unafraid of consequences, stir up the matter, and generate public opinion. Mark said with a smile. Bold and unafraid of consequences? In the media. Doctor Strange raised an eyebrow. Forgive my directness, but unless you give them enough money, I'm afraid you won't find such a person. Before becoming a sorcerer, he was just a brilliant person with a good job, well aware of how society operated. He quickly concluded that Mark's idea was too far-fetched. Mark chuckled. Coincidentally, I do know someone. Oh, by the way, Mr. Parker here also knows him. With that, he pointed to middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man was initially puzzled, then suddenly exclaimed as he realized something. You mean J. Jonah Jameson? Is there a J. Jonah Jameson in this world too? Mark nodded. Expose someone without any fear? That's JJJ. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man suddenly realized, if he has the same personality as JJJ from my world, he could indeed help. JJJ, whose full name is J. Jonah Jameson. He's a legendary figure present in various Spider-Man universes, devoting his entire life to tarnishing Spider-Man's image consistently for decades. This initially led many to dislike him. However, JJJ's disdain for Spider-Man actually stemmed from his distrust of masked vigilantes. He saw Spider-Man as a disruptor of established law. Interestingly, he didn't harbor as much malice towards openly public superheroes like Captain America or Iron Man. Moreover, in the comic version, Spider-Man underwent JJJ's interviews, revealing his identity and sharing many personal experiences. Following that, JJJ became Spider-Man's loyal fan, understanding the true meaning of Spider-Man's existence. What's even more interesting is that, in Tobey Spider-Man's version, he once wore Spider-Man's suit, imitating Spider-Man's actions for self-amusement, indicating deep down, he was a fervent Spider-Man fan. For middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man, who had more experienced years, the grievances and conflicts between him and JJJ had long dissolved over time, and he indeed gained JJJ's friendship and support. So, he knew what kind of person JJJ was in his world. And the JJJ in this world was practically identical to the one in his world. If nothing unexpected happened, the JJJ in this world, as a parallel entity, wouldn't have a personality too different. So, he had enough confidence to persuade him. This is just the first step of the plan, Mark said, extending 2 fingers. There's a second step, extract Peter's identity from Spider-Man. After all, he's still young, and public opinion can have a significant impact on his life. Therefore, my suggestion is to bring Spider-Man into the public eye, becoming the heir to Iron Man's will, while Peter Parker remains Peter Parker. Doctor Strange questioned, how can that be done? Peter Parker and Spider-Man have long been intertwined in the public eye. Well, I have two methods, both achieving the same effect. You can discuss which one to use, Mark said. Doctor Strange and the others nodded. The first one is the doppelganger technique. Start a live broadcast, have Peter appear in person, and at the same time, let the Iron Spider suit enter full automatic mode, combating crime elsewhere. For the public unfamiliar with Iron Man's technology, this should be enough to make them believe that Peter is just a substitute for Spider-Man, Mark explained. This move was also used in the comics when Peter Parker's identity was exposed. Doctor Strange considered the options. Adult Andrew Spider-Man said, but Peter's identity has been exposed for a while now. Using this trick depends on how many abilities he has shown in public. If he has already appeared as himself with superpowers, it might be a bit challenging. Middle-aged Toby Spider-Man nodded, thinking the same. Mark pondered for a moment. From the original work, although Peter's identity was revealed, Spider-Tom mostly appeared in his suit when outside. He didn't completely give up his secret identity and openly use superpowers in front of the public. The only ones who seemed to have seen him climbing walls were his classmates. If we perform a small-scale memory manipulation on a few people, I think it should be easy with your abilities, Stephen, Mark suggested. Doctor Strange nodded. Indeed, it's quite simple. Just a mental suggestion to make them not think about this matter. That's simple then. Just ask Peter in front of whom he has revealed his true identity. That should solve it in one go, Mark said. Doctor Strange frowned. What about the other option? He still found this plan a bit unreliable. Mark explained, the other one is also a doppelganger, but this time, it's about shifting blame. Shifting blame. Yes, Mark nodded and continued, Stephen, you should have paid attention to Peter's battles in Europe, right? Yes. Then you should know where those two Skrulls, disguised as Nick Fury and Hill, are, right? Mark asked. I can try to find them, Doctor Strange said. Are you planning to make the Skrulls transform back into Nick Fury's appearance and publicly endorse Peter? Although Doctor Strange was surprised that Mark even knew about the Skrulls, he didn't ask. After all, Mark could freely travel across parallel universes, so knowing some secrets wasn't surprising. Mark nodded, I know. The real Nick Fury is currently in outer space, establishing SWORD with the Skrulls. So, the Skrulls on Earth should be allies. Since they are allies and the situation between Peter and Mysterio was caused by them, shouldn't they take responsibility for it? Doctor Strange frowned. Nick Fury is indeed collaborating with the Skrulls, but the Skrulls on Earth may not necessarily be allies. What do you mean? Mark asked, slightly puzzled. Doctor Strange explained, Skrulls have the ability to freely change their appearance, disguising themselves as anyone. So, their infiltration into Earth has a long history. Secret invasion. Mark said instinctively. This was an event from the comics where Skrulls disguised as Avengers, making it difficult to distinguish friend from foe, leading to a major crisis. It resulted in the disbandment of the Avengers and later the Dark Reign event. However, this concept wasn't present in the movies. Yet, from the current situation, although the term secret invasion wasn't used, Skrulls were not fabricated. They likely infiltrated as Earthlings a long time ago, remaining dormant without causing significant impact. Doctor Strange also hesitated. Secret invasion, that term is quite accurate. Skrulls indeed secretly invaded Earth for a long time. Their morality remains to be observed. However, since they are cooperating with Nick Fury, we can consider using their power. Firstly, let a Skrull transform into Nick Fury, issue an official statement, and declare that Mysterio, Quentin Beck, is a supercriminal, and Spider-Man is assisting the authorities. Simultaneously, have another Skrull wear the Spider-Man suit, engage in a public battle, intentionally reveal the face, have someone capture an image of Peter inside, and then transform into another person. This way, Spider-Man will no longer be Peter Parker. Mark laid out his entire plan. That's not a bad idea, middle-aged Toby Spider-Man and adult Andrew Spider-Man agreed. Although they didn't know what Skrulls were, they could analyze that if this plan succeeded, it could indeed achieve what Mark described. Well then, I'll start by looking for those two Skrulls. Doctor Strange contemplated for a moment, nodded, and began the search. There's actually a simpler way. Spider-Gwen, who had been silently observing, raised her hand to speak. Mark and the others turned to look at her. Spider-Gwen gestured around. With so many Spider-Men here, all looking different from Peter, can't one of you just take a stroll outside? Problem solved. Huh. Mark and the others were surprised. Indeed, in this room, there were a total of 5 Spider-Men, excluding the evil Andrew Spider-Man, and aside from Spider-Gwen, who didn't fit the criteria being female, the rest could easily disguise themselves. While Mark had appeared with Spider-Tom on the bridge before, he never revealed his true face. The footage captured at that time only showed 2 individuals in spider suits. As for the issue of spider suits, Iron Man's Mark series had already reached 2 digits. Moreover, he had a fully automated Iron Legion, a well-known fact. Even the Hulk's indestructible shorts came in different designs. So, wouldn't it be reasonable for a tech-savvy superhero to have multiple suits? This could easily be explained away with the excuse of an automated armor. Furthermore, there was an additional advantage to this. Although Skrulls seemed to be cooperating with humans for now, considering the saying different species, different hearts, who knew if they might launch a massive invasion on Earth one day, similar to the comics' Secret Invasion War. So, if possible, keeping the identity of a superhero within the hands of their own kind was more secure. However, with this approach, the most suitable person to play the role of Spider-Man in this world was none other than Mark himself. Just as Mark was weighing the pros and cons, realizing the situation wasn't favorable, he noticed Doctor Strange, middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man, and adult Andrew Spider-Man were all looking at him. Forget it? I'm here to travel through multiple parallel universes. My mission is to save as many struggling Spider-Man on the web of life as possible, not just linger in this one world. Mark decisively refused. They actually wanted him to take the blame? Isn't the kid one of the Spider-Men struggling on the web? Doctor Strange looked at Mark with a smile, finally seeing Mark at a disadvantage. It wasn't easy. And, you're just showing your face, no one said you have to stay in this world forever. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man kindly consoled. Shit. Mark felt like he had dug himself into a big hole. The problem was, he suggested it himself, and the solution was proposed by his girlfriend, and in the end, it fell on his head. Wasn't this creating his own trouble? Fine, Mark reluctantly nodded. Fortunately, it was just showing his face. Afterward, it would still be the Spider-Tom's own activities. At most, he would expose himself to the public in this world. It wasn't a big deal. He could just visit this world less in the future. Well then, although we've discussed it here, we still need to inform Peter and Potts. We need their consent for this plan, Doctor Strange said. Spider-Tom was the party involved, so he needed to be informed about the plan. If he didn't agree to do it, all the discussions they were having now would be in vain. However, he probably wouldn't refuse. As for Potts, her full name was Pepper Potts, usually called Pepper. She was the widow of Iron Man Tony Stark and the current CEO of Stark Industries. After Iron Man's death, she juggled taking care of her and Iron Man's daughter, Morgan Stark, and single-handedly supported the vast Stark Industries, making her a strong and independent woman. In reality, as the inheritor of Iron Man's legacy, Spider-Tom should have met with Pepper Potts, but for some reason, he never did. Perhaps Pepper Potts didn't think highly of the still young Peter? Or maybe it was a form of protection towards him. After all, as the CEO of Stark Industries, many of her actions were constantly scrutinized by the public. This, in turn, could significantly impact Peter's life. Furthermore, she and Peter weren't very familiar with each other. But now wasn't the time to address this issue. Doctor Strange decided to first deal with the issue of the interdimensional visitors. Venom was still on the loose outside, and the longer they delayed, the more likely he was to cause some strange incidents. After finalizing the plan with Mark and others, he headed towards the location of the magical prison. If there's anything else to say it now. Adjusting the magic will take about 10 minutes, Doctor Strange said. In the depths of the underground, the scene that appeared before everyone surprised them. Gwen Stacy and adult Andrew Spider-Man were standing outside the magical prison, quietly talking. Although the barrier of the magical prison had been lifted, the evil adult Andrew Spider-Man remained seated inside, sitting there quietly. The ferocity and madness that seemed to envelop him had apparently dissipated. Mark looked at Gwen Stacy with some surprise. The evil adult Andrew Spider-Man seemed to have been possessed before, with an air of either I'll kill you today, or you'll kill me. The difference between that and his current state was like night and day. What did she do? Gwen. Adult Andrew Spider-Man's expression mirrored that of the evil adult Andrew Spider-Man when he saw Gwen Stacy. In his world, Gwen also died, becoming a lifelong pain for him. However, he didn't gradually descend into darkness like the evil adult Andrew Spider-Man. Instead, after a period of depression, he picked himself up. She isn't your Gwen. Middle-aged Tobey Spider-Man, prepared for this, reached out and placed a hand on adult Andrew Spider-Man's shoulder, calming his excitement. Adult Andrew Spider-Man took a deep breath, then wore a bitter smile. Hey, Gwen, and another me. Hey. Gwen Stacy greeted him with a graceful wave. Her charming smile once again left adult Andrew Spider-Man in a daze. The current Gwen Stacy was only 17, in the flower of her youth, yet also at the age of wilting. Oh, right. Adult Andrew Spider-Man stepped forward abruptly, urgently saying, "Be careful of Electro and Harry Osborn." "Hey, buddy, I'm right here listening," Max called out. Seeing that Osborn Industries was likely to fall, they each tried to find a way to secretly move some assets from the company to protect their interests. The Max Dillon from that world was sent by a shareholder who took an interest in the company's bioelectric power system to dismantle the circuits. However, an accident occurred during the dismantling process, turning Max Dillon into Electro. After a battle with Andrew Spider-Man, Andrew managed to short-circuit him temporarily using water from a fire hydrant, defeating him. Electro's appearance made Andrew Spider-Man pay attention once again to Mark's prophecy, the video he saw on the subway. Coincidentally, with Norman Osborn's death and Osborn Industries in crisis, Harry Osborn also returned. Andrew Spider-Man approached Harry, clarified the specific issues, and agreed to figure out a solution together. So, at least for now, there were no signs of Harry Osborn turning to the dark side. This was probably because he hadn't manifested symptoms yet, so the urgency for a cure wasn't as pressing. Harry. Adult Andrew Spider-Man hesitated for a moment. When I was receiving treatment, I inquired with the lady who treated me. Perhaps the hereditary disease in the Osborn family could be treated using a combination of nanotechnology and genetic techniques. Saying this, he used a strand of webbing to fetch paper and pen from a distant table and quickly wrote down some theoretical speculations based on his bodily changes. These are some theoretical speculations I roughly guessed based on the changes in my body. When you go back, you can ponder over this direction, it might be useful. That's fantastic. Ha ha ha, Andrew Spider-Man laughed. The grown-up me is indeed reliable. Gwen Stacy rolled her eyes at her boyfriend. The evil Andrew Spider opened his eyes when they came in, but just looked at them quietly. Maybe he was surprised. It was clear that he had severely injured his other adult self before, so why didn't he come to trouble him after he recovered? He was even more surprised when he heard that the adult Andrew Spider had come up with such a treatment plan specifically to save Harry Osborn, who had killed Gwen. Why? Have you forgotten your Gwen? The evil ghost Andrew Spider suddenly said. The adult Andrew Spider didn't even look at him, and said calmly, people can't live with hatred all the time. Who ghostly adult Andrew Spider-Man exhaled deeply. It wasn't clear if he was suppressing his anger or feeling something else, but his emotions seemed complex. However, he didn't speak again. At this moment, Mark walked up to Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octavius, have you considered it? Dr. Octopus took off his sunglasses and looked at Mark, saying, you already have another version of me from a different world. Why do you need me? Mark smiled lightly and replied, I just don't want a star with wisdom beyond its time to fall so easily, carrying regrets. Isn't that regrettable? Dr. Octopus silently stared at Mark, as if trying to discern something from his face. But Mark just stood there, saying nothing, with a faint smile on his face. Afterward, he raised his gaze and looked at middle-aged Toby Spider-Man. Middle-aged Toby Spider-Man nodded, casting an encouraging look at him. All right, but when I go back, I hope you can come to rescue me as soon as possible. Otherwise, this rising star will truly fall. Dr. Octopus finally made up his mind. Mark shook his head slightly. No need for that. He extended his hand, pressed it against the magical barrier, and with a slight force, the magical barrier disappeared into scattered starlight. The complexity of this barrier wasn't sophisticated, and he could freely move within it. Naturally, he had a way to dispel it. Then, in Dr. Octopus's somewhat astonished eyes, Mark flashed behind him and pressed a chip on the back of Dr. Octopus's head. It was a neural repair chip made using nanotechnology, capable of not only replacing the damaged chip on Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacle but also possessing self-repairing capabilities. This meant that even if he were attacked again and inadvertently damaged the control chip, the chip wouldn't be permanently damaged. From now on, Dr. Octopus could maintain a clear state of mind. And in this state, he could stand as the top nuclear physicist at the pinnacle of the era. Mark made 2 of these repair chips using the machine that Spider-Tom had. In reality, it was a simple circuit component with no significant technological complexity. Dr. Octopus, welcome back. Mark walked up to Dr. Octopus, or rather, he should be called Dr. Octavius now because he was no longer under the influence of the mechanical tentacles. The world is surprisingly quiet. Dr. Octavius closed his eyes, savoring the long-lost tranquility. During the period when he was influenced by the mechanical tentacles, strange voices often sounded in his mind, constantly influencing and tempting his emotions. But now, they were all gone. He opened his eyes, looked at the young man standing in front of him, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mark. And you, Peter. Dr. Octopus's gaze went beyond Mark, landing on middle-aged Toby Spider-Man. Peter, you've grown up. This time, his tone was even gentler, tinged with satisfaction. Middle-aged Toby Spider-Man smiled, stroking his beard. Yes, Doctor. In fact, I have a child now. Is it Mary Jane's? Dr. Octopus asked with a smile. Middle-aged Toby Spider-Man nodded. Yes, she's a lovely girl. That's wonderful. Dr. Octopus smiled kindly. Mark reached out, pressing his hand on Dr. Octopus's shoulder. Do you have any attachments to that world? Dr. Octopus didn't quite understand, but nodded. Mark nodded slightly and then withdrew his hand. Then, don't go back. Dr. Octopus didn't quite understand Mark's meaning. Mark didn't explain. Anyway, he would understand soon. As for the remaining people, he didn't pay attention to their intentions. Lizard Doctor wouldn't die when he returned to his world. At most, he would be defeated and then incarcerated. The Vulture might pose some trouble due to discrepancies between his world and the original plot, but the Spider-Tom there should handle it. As for evil adult Andrew Spider-Man, judging from the current situation, it seemed like he had been healed by Gwen Stacy, but Mark wasn't planning to interfere with him anyway. Although evil Andrew Spider-Man had committed many wrongs and was an anti-hero, he also had his uses. For example, in the future battle against the Inheritors, as most Spider-Men held a moral stance of not killing, they only banished the family to a wasteland world filled with nuclear radiation, the weakness of the Inheritor family. However, this indirectly led to the Inheritor family's comeback. Spider-Noir and British Spider-Man were among the first casualties when the Inheritor family returned. Mark didn't want to witness that. So, he hoped there would be a few individuals as ruthless as him in the fight against the Inheritor family, eliminating them directly and not giving them any chance of a comeback. Evil Andrew Spider-Man seemed like a good choice. Moreover, after psychological treatment by Gwen Stacy, his current condition had indeed improved a lot. Perhaps, for the people of that world, this was a stroke of luck. At this moment, Doctor Strange walked over, holding the cadaver's box in his hand. Judging by his appearance, he had already adjusted the magic. Are you ready? Doctor Strange asked. Let's call little Peter over too. His treatment should be finished by now. Mark spoke up. Doctor Strange made a portal expressionlessly. A/N, Bloods tired with all the BS, LOL. Swoosh. A figure suddenly rushed in from the circle. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, Mark flashed in front of him and caught him. What are you doing? Practicing frog jumps. Mark quipped. The guy in his hands was none other than Spider-Tom. Spider-Tom stood on the ground, awkwardly scratching his head. I thought you might leave at any time, so I came to see you off. Everyone suddenly realized. Turns out, he was rushing here just now, and Doctor Strange happened to open the portal in front of him. Swish swish. MJ and Ned were also conveniently grabbed by Doctor Strange. So, the group gathered here once again. Doctor Strange glanced around casually, then decisively pressed the button on the cadavers. Snap. Lizard Doctor, Vulture, and Rhino disappeared in sequence. Young me, you must find a way to cure Harry after going back. Adult Andrew Spider-Man waved and then gave Mark a tight hug, and, thank you, buddy. I'll remember you, thanks. Young Spider Andrew held Gwen Stacy's hand, saying, don't worry, I'll definitely cure him. Mark, with a bit of disdain, pushed away adult Andrew Spider-Man. My girlfriend is watching, don't hug so tight. Ha ha ha. Middle-aged Toby Spider-Man also bid farewell to Spider-Tom, adult Andrew Spider-Man, Mark, and others one by one. Goodbye, everyone. It's been a great journey. I'm not as optimistic as you. If I go back, my world will still be shrouded in the shadow of my Hell Legion. Evil Andrew Spider-Man crossed his hands over his chest, cold and ruthless. Mark looked at him, saying, maybe one day, I'll visit your world. Evil Andrew Spider-Man didn't respond, closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Apart from that, Eddie Brock was indulging in a feast at a restaurant in the distance. Why eat here? Isn't it better to go out and have fun? There are so many exciting things in this world. Like that Spider-Man called Mark, he's too powerful. I really want to get close and absorb him. The venom in Eddie Brock's mind alternated between shouting and speaking nervously. Eddie Brock sneered, do you think I'm stupid? There are sorcerers here. Have you seen that sorcerer? Whoosh, he could just grab us in an instant. Stop daydreaming, you big idiot. You're the big idiot because your name is Eddie. Venom responded with friendly greetings. Wow, it seems like we're leaving. Eddie Brock, about to retort, immediately felt the change in his body. He quickly picked up the steak just served on the table and took a big bite. Then, thud. The steak fell on the table. Someone's skipping the bill. Catch them. After all the visitors from other universes had returned, in the basement of the sanctum, only Mark, Spider-Gwen, Doctor Strange, Andrew Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy, Otto Octavius, Max, Spider-Tom, MJ, and Ned remained. Dr. Octopus looked at the empty magic cells, then glanced at his own hands, finally understanding what Mark had just done to him. How did you do that? Dr. Octopus's eyes gleamed. This is my ability, maybe we can study it in the future. Mark casually extended an invitation to Dr. Octopus. Actually, it wasn't just a casual invitation. Dr. Octopus, the typical good guy, was a genuine mentor and friend. So, if Mark wanted to study his own ability in the future, Dr. Octopus would undoubtedly be a priority. Dr. Octopus understood Mark's intention and silently took note of it. Alright, now let's talk about our plan. Mark redirected the discussion. Then, he reiterated the plan he had discussed with Doctor Strange, mainly addressing Spider-Tom, Ned, and MJ. How about it, little Peter? The final decision on this matter still depends on you. Mark looked at Spider-Tom and said, he's being called little Peter because he's the youngest Peter here. Spider-Tom began to contemplate. The hidden unpleasantness behind what Mark had just analyzed for him was something he hadn't considered before. At this moment, the image of his godfather Tony Stark before his death involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He snatched the 6 Infinity Stones from Thanos' hand, knowing he would die, and resolutely snapped his fingers. Because he was Iron Man? And he is the inheritor of the will of Iron Man. He had heard countless stories about Mr. Stark. In the New York battle several years ago, he bravely dove into a wormhole with a nuclear bomb, delivering the first middle finger to Thanos. To prevent Sokovia from falling and potentially extinguishing humanity as it is, he decisively released energy at the bottom of the meteorite, detonating the city. When the world faced Thanos' invasion again, it was him who broke into an alien spaceship to rescue Doctor Strange, and by then, he already had a family. Mark, I want to protect Mr. Stark's legacy. Spider-Tom's face was full of determination, as if he had found a new goal in life. In the past period, with Tony Stark's death, he lost a mentor, temporarily returning to the identity of the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He even forgot that he was already a qualified Avenger. It was during that time, on Thanos' spaceship, that Mr. Stark personally crowned him, and after that, Mr. Stark sacrificed himself for humanity's victory. How could he stand idly by while those guys bullied Mr. Stark's widow and secretly schemed to seize his legacy? Spider-Tom seemed to have matured in just a few seconds, and his whole spirit was completely renewed. Although this was just a temporary enlightenment brought by an encouraging words, it was actually a seed. When it sprouted, grew, it would eventually grow into a towering tree someday. At this moment, he finally realized that he was not just everyone's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man but also the inheritor of Iron Man's will. Iron Spider-Man? This was his responsibility. In this world, no one told Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, but Iron Man, as his life mentor, used his actions to embody this. After persuading Spider-Tom, Mark looked at Doctor Strange, indicating that he should find Pepper Potts, the final piece of the plan. Stark Tower, top floor office. Pepper Potts, dressed in formal attire, sat at the desk reviewing thick documents. In fact, dealing with these things was still handy for her. After all, she had been Tony Stark's personal secretary for many years even when they weren't together. It was because she was helping manage Stark Industries behind the scenes that Tony Stark had so much time to be his Iron Man. If Tony Stark was the brain of Stark Industries, then Pepper Potts was its heart. But now, she was a bit tired. The giant body of Stark Industries, after losing its brain, could still run and move, but it seemed to have lost its purpose. Not only that, after losing the brain, many people who coveted the giant's flesh, like a school of sharks smelling blood, began to attack Stark Industries overtly and covertly. Last week, when Morgan Stark, their daughter, went to school, she was almost kidnapped. Fortunately, Pepper Potts had a monitoring device on her, and with the help of the artificial intelligence Friday, she narrowly averted this crisis. But she knew it was a warning. Those people had become increasingly audacious. Recently, due to the events involving Spider-Tom and Mysterio, Stark Industries was under investigation, with hints that certain technologies should be handed over. Swoosh. Just then, a portal opened nearby. Pepper Potts looked up at the portal, putting down the pen in her hand. She recognized this. In the final battle against Thanos in the past, she had worn the rescue armor and passed through Doctor Strange's portal to reach the battlefield. Hello, Doctor Strange. Pepper Potts' voice abruptly stopped as she looked at the group coming out behind Doctor Strange, furrowing her brows. The arrivals were Doctor Strange, Spider-Tom, and Mark. The others stayed in the underground chamber of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Hello, Mrs. Stark, Spider-Tom greeted first, as she had been married to Tony Stark, allowing him to address her this way. Hello, Peter. Pepper Potts nodded. What brings you here? We have something to discuss with you. Spider-Tom went into meticulous detail about the situation, of course, not explicitly stating that he intended to inherit the legacy of Iron Man. But in his words, some hints about his determination slipped through. Pepper Potts' brows furrowed even tighter. In reality, she was not enthusiastic about being a superhero and did not wish for her husband to become one either. Honestly, if it weren't for Tony Stark insisting on this superhero identity, their relationship might have progressed further, without going through so many ups and downs. But now, Pepper Potts suddenly stood up and walked to Spider-Tom, carefully examining this young man. Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, she felt like she saw Tony. No wonder Tony likes you so much. Pepper Potts suddenly spoke. So, the one playing Spider-Man is Mr. Mark? Forgive me for being blunt, I don't think I've met you. Pepper Potts looked at Mark, her tone becoming noticeably colder. Mark stepped forward and said, Yes, Mrs. Stark, you haven't seen me because I come from another universe. Another universe? Pepper Potts questioned, then her expression changed slightly. Time machine. Mark shook his head slightly. He knew what Pepper Potts meant by the time machine. It was the device created by Iron Man in Avengers Endgame, used for time travel essentially to another timeline, a parallel universe. They used Pym particles from Ant-Man, shrinking themselves to a quantum state, traversing worlds, and successfully retrieving the 6 Infinity Stones from those temporal nodes. The first time, the Hulk used the Infinity Gauntlet, sacrificing an arm to bring back everyone erased by Thanos 5 years ago. The second time, Tony Stark used it, sacrificing his life to eliminate Thanos and his army chasing from a parallel universe. I can traverse through the multiverse, it's my innate ability, not relying on a machine, Mark explained. Do you have any evidence? Pepper Potts remained cautious of Mark. According to Mark's plan, once implemented, Spider-Man would almost become the superhero figure bound to Stark Industries after Iron Man. She didn't want the honor of Stark Industries tied to someone of uncertain origin. Doctor Strange stepped forward, saying while hiding his annoyance, Mrs. Stark, to be honest, we just resolved a crisis involving the multiverse. Mark demonstrated many times during this period, bringing people from other universes to this world or vice versa. So, he is trustworthy. Spider-Tom added, Yes, Mrs. Stark, without him, this situation could have been unimaginable. I trust Mark. Of course, I'm willing to believe the words of Doctor Strange and Spider-Man, Pepper Potts nodded. However, even with Doctor Strange and Spider-Tom vouching for him, it was evident that Pepper Potts remained cautious. But that was enough. They just needed Pepper Potts to be aware of the situation. In reality, they didn't require her to do anything. Before leaving, Pepper Potts stopped Spider-Tom, saying, Peter, come visit Morgan when you have time. She'd love to have a brother like you. Sure? I definitely will, Mrs. Stark, Spider-Tom assured with a big smile. After the brief meeting with Pepper Potts, Mark and the others returned to the Sanctum Sanctorum. Next on the agenda was to find the Skrulls. However, this matter suddenly hit a deadlock. The reason was simple. The Skrull was just a name of a race, like humans or Kree. You couldn't search for a specific person using the name of a race. Even Doctor Strange's magic couldn't accomplish this. In this dilemma, Spider-Gwen proposed a more constructive suggestion: revisit the location where Spider-Tom and Mysterio fought. At that time, the two Skrulls disguised as Nick Fury and Agent Hill. Asking them their names would solve the issue. It was indeed a good idea. Moreover, Skrulls of this variant had average combat abilities similar to ordinary humans, making them easy to capture. Mark and Spider-Tom could handle it. However, before going back, Mark decided to make some other preparations. Like learning Doctor Strange's magic? Doctor Strange's magic primarily stemmed from spells and authorities from divine beings such as gods, cosmic entities, and etc., essentially a form of borrowed power. In theory, one needed to find a suitable lender first. But through contact with Doctor Strange, Mark discovered that his quantum abilities could simulate that kind of magical power, achieving the effects of casting spells. For example, passing through magical barriers, or eliminating magical barriers. So, Mark wanted to try and understand the composition of these magics to see if he could create quantum magic on his own. Although Doctor Strange was amazed by Mark's unconventional ideas, thinking it was a bit far-fetched since he had never heard of quantum magic before, he showed enough interest. Thus, after sending Andrew Spider and Gwen Stacy back to their universe and arranging things with Dr. Octopus and Max, Mark began learning magic from Doctor Strange. Of course, his learning didn't involve reading magic books but observing, deconstructing, and attempting to simulate after Doctor Strange cast a spell. As Mark delved into his studies, he discovered that his self-created quantum magic bore a striking resemblance to Doctor Strange's dimensional magic. The dimensional magic used by sorcerers draws energy from the Vishanti. The Vishanti is, in fact, a trinity of gods composed of Oshtur, Hoggoth, and Agamotto, ancient deities considered the supreme mystical beings. Their powers were virtually boundless, a characteristic eerily similar to everything Mark witnessed in the quantum world. In the quantum realm, there existed infinite power. At its peak, it could encompass all multiverses, whether currently in existence or already extinct. Every timeline, every spatial unit had a presence of quantum. At its smallest, it could shrink to an infinitesimal scale, so minuscule that even the most sophisticated microscopes couldn't perceive. Unfortunately, Mark currently lacked the ability to harness the energy from the quantum world. He could only generate and utilize energy based on his own foundation. This brought his physical endurance into consideration. If he converted too much physical stamina into energy for using quantum magic, his own strength would significantly decrease. So, the magical abilities he could currently employ were quite limited. After several days of learning, Mark acquired several useful quantum magic skills. The first was quantum teleportation. This was essentially an improved version of quantum flash, using the forces of time and space as a foundation, combined with Doctor Strange's teleportation magic. Despite being a beginner, Mark could already stably open a teleportation gate within a range of 1,000 kilometers. As for longer distances, it wasn't that he couldn't open them, but they would lose stability, preventing precise activation. This was mainly due to the insufficient strength of his mental power. For this reason, Doctor Strange taught him a set of meditation techniques specifically designed for mages to train mental strength. Once his mental strength reached a certain level, he could freely use this ability. The second skill was quantum invisibility. Doctor Strange possessed a spell allowing him to become invisible and pass through objects. Passing through objects was something Mark could do himself. For instance, he had once directly transformed into a quantum state and passed through a wall in his own world to enter a storage room in search of a tablet. Not long ago, he also used this ability to traverse through Doctor Strange's magical barrier. However, invisibility was something he had always been unable to achieve. Even in his quantum state, he could still be observed from the outside. This was because his quantum state was still composed of numerous quantum entities forming a human shape, not an infinitely reduced quantum form that couldn't be observed. This was entirely different from Ant-Man. However, after learning about the invisibility effect of Doctor Strange's magic, Mark modified his quantum state and came up with quantum invisibility. After entering a quantum state, he added microscopic particles from the surrounding environment to his quantum body, creating a disguise similar to mimicry. Because each particle underwent camouflage at the tiniest structure, even with the most advanced instruments, any differences would likely go undetected. However, this skill, like the principle Mark had developed earlier to transmit himself by quantizing information, required him to quantize his entire body and consumed quite a bit of stamina. If only for a short time, it was fine, but if it lasted too long, he might deplete all his stamina just by being invisible, leaving him with nothing to fight with. The third category falls under a broader class, and Mark collectively refers to them as quantum mimicry spells. As is well known, quantum is the smallest unit that cannot be further divided. In reality, it should have no inherent attributes. From the perspective of physics, the diverse manifestations of different elements in nature arise due to variations in their molecular and atomic structures. For example, water's chemical formula is H2O, constituting an inorganic compound composed of hydrogen and oxygen. In a water molecule, there are 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Upon further division of hydrogen atoms, you would find a positively charged proton and a negatively charged electron. They are bound within the atom by the Coulomb force, forming a hydrogen atom with this unique structure. Protons are composed of 2 up quarks and 1 down quark, held together by gluons through the strong force. When these physical quantities are infinitely divided, the ultimate concept is quantum. What Mark is currently doing is reverse engineering, by decomposing different elements in nature and utilizing quantum to simulate their forms. Using quantum as a foundation, he recombines matter. For example, electricity is a physical phenomenon generated by the movement of charges, such as electrons and protons, which repel and attract each other. This research consumed Mark's utmost energy. He enlisted the help of Dr. Otto and Max, and through Max's demonstrations and numerous experiments, they finally achieved this simulated effect. The results were quite satisfying. Now, Mark possesses the ability of elemental attacks. He can, like Miles, imbue a layer of electricity on his fists during an attack. If the electrical current reaches a certain level, he can even execute ranged attacks. But that's not all. Simulation of electricity is just the beginning. Next, there's water flow, flames, and even wind, and more. However, unlike science, in science, the more microscopic, the harder to control. For Mark, moving from the microscopic to the macroscopic means the structures become more complex and difficult to simulate. Of course, this move is also based on Mark's physical stamina. So, effects that can be simulated from subatomic forms, like electrical currents, are currently the most practical. Not only does it save stamina, but the versatility of electricity is also quite strong. It boasts formidable attack power. Normal individuals exposed to an electric current beyond a certain level will faint or even die in a short period, making it a divine weapon against weak opponents. Even those powerhouses might struggle to withstand a powerful electric shock if they're not prepared in advance. After several days of preparation, Mark is ready to set out. Because he only plans to capture those two guys to inquire about their identities, Mark doesn't intend to bring too many people. Just bringing Spider-Tom along should be sufficient. During this time, Doctor Strange is responsible for dealing with those who have witnessed Spider-Tom displaying special abilities in his true face. For example, Spider-Tom's classmates and some people on the bridge. Mark and Spider-Tom, in an instant, complete the process of quantum traveling, appearing on top of a tall building. At a distance not far away from the tower bridge, a colossal monster composed of clouds is wreaking havoc. Its body is concealed within the clouds in the sky, with only the silhouette extending down reaching hundreds of meters. The head looks like a skull, and around its body, there are swirling water tornadoes, giving it a terrifying appearance. The crowd below is already in chaos, scared by this apocalyptic scene. A figure trailing green light dashes around the giant monster, shouting loudly, "I will avenge my family." His voice is particularly loud, sounding too much like a shonen protagonist. Even though Mark and Spider-Tom are a few hundred meters away, they can hear his roar. Mark taps his ear. Is this guy using such a loudspeaker because he's afraid that others won't know his entire family is gone? Spider-Tom looks at the figure, itching with hatred. That guy is Quentin Beck, Mysterio. Everything in the sky, including that giant monster, is just a pre-synthesized image. It's currently being projected here using virtual reality technology. The destruction caused by that giant monster in the vicinity is also a simulated effect created by unmanned drones hidden in the image using microwave pulse technology. All of this is artificial? Little did he know, this guy was once considered a real hero. He even entrusted Mr. Stark's Edith glasses to him. What's even more despicable is that, before dying, he played a set on Spider-Tom, exposing his identity and making him a target of public criticism. Although Mysterio in that world ultimately met a bitter end, dying under the barrels of a drone, Spider-Tom still holds a grudge against him to this day. Mark patted his shoulder. All right, little Peter, remember why we're here. Mysterio's fate was sealed, and his sins will be ended by you in this world. We don't need to intervene. Spider-Tom nodded, casting an annoyed glance at Mysterio, then followed Mark towards another building. Meanwhile, on an airplane in the sky, a figure leaps down, trailing a spider-shaped parachute behind. Found it. Mark stops on the rooftop of a tall building, pointing towards a nearby location. In that direction, there's another high-rise building. On the rooftop of that building, a figure is holding a handheld RPG, aiming down below. The person's appearance is none other than Agent Hill, but having seen the plot, Mark knows that this guy is actually a Skrull in disguise. Is that really a Skrull? Why does he look exactly like the real Agent Hill? Spider-Tom is still a bit confused. Mark explains, that's a Skrull. This race has a shape-shifting ability. They can transform into anyone they've seen. Even if they lose consciousness, they won't revert to their original form. The only way for them to change back is if they choose to do so voluntarily. Spider-Tom, despite having heard the description before, still finds it astonishing. No matter how many times I hear it, this ability feels too magical. Mark nods. But upon closer thought, he realizes that he can achieve a similar feat, and even more thoroughly. Transforming entirely into another person or creature at the microscopic level, involving biological recombination, somewhat similar to the shape-shifting abilities of beings like Sun Wukong and such. However, he acknowledges that aside from infiltrating in disguise, such a transformation seems to serve little purpose and risks fundamentally altering himself. Alright, let's quickly deal with our matters and leave this timeline. If we drag this out, we might end up creating a new parallel universe, and that would be troublesome, Mark reminded. Creating a new parallel universe would mean dealing with another version of Spider-Tom, and he didn't want to repeat these actions. Moreover, such an act falls into forbidden territory and could attract the attention of certain big shots. Despite his current strength, he acknowledged that he still fell short when facing true powerhouses. This differed from his actions of traversing various worlds and altering the destinies of Spider-Man. His movements across worlds were guided by the force of destiny, intervening directly into the world using the power of space and time, altering the original destiny of the Spider-Man in that world. In other words, the world, after being influenced by him, remained the same world, not some parallel universe derived from it. It was just that its plot direction changed after being influenced by Mark. Perhaps this was the power bestowed upon him by the Master Weaver, the power to break the shackles of destiny. The upcoming tasks were quite straightforward. With the hypnotic tools provided by Doctor Strange, within a few minutes, Mark obtained everything he wanted, and incidentally made the two Skrulls forget about encountering him and Spider-Tom. Interestingly, these two Skrulls turned out to be a married couple. The male among them was called Talos, named after a giant in Greek mythology. However, this Talos wasn't giant, his skin wasn't bronze, instead, it had the typical greenish hue of Skrulls. Afterward, without lingering in this timeline, they directly returned to their original timeline. A round trip took only a few minutes. Soon, with everyone's cooperation, all the preparations were mostly complete. Firstly, Doctor Strange located the Skrull named Talos. When they found him, he and his wife were living in a house in the countryside, leading a life similar to ordinary Earthlings. Upon the arrival of Mark and the others, Talos expressed great surprise. After clarifying the reasons, they revealed a sense of guilt. As it turned out, after the final battle of Avengers Endgame, Nick Fury went into space to undertake the work of SWORD, protecting Earth from extraterrestrial threats. He then asked the two Skrulls to impersonate him, replacing him to hand over the Edith glasses left by Iron Man to Spider-Tom. However, things took a turn with the interference of Mysterio. If it were the real Nick Fury, how could he easily believe the nonsense of Mysterio? Later, realizing his mistake, Talos reported to Nick Fury and returned to this house with his wife Soren, unaware that his wrongdoing had nearly caused Spider-Tom to meet a tragic end. From this Skrull, Mark also heard Captain Marvel's name. It seemed they had fought side by side. After hearing this, Mark decided not to give them a hard time. After all, Captain Marvel was hailed as one of the most powerful superhero in the Marvel Universe. Some foes were better left untouched. Fortunately, they had a very cooperative attitude in admitting their mistake. After explaining the situation, they immediately contacted Nick Fury, who was on his way back. Later, Nick Fury had them stand in for him and issue a statement. Spider-Man was officially recognized as an Avenger, a public servant, not a vigilante. Meanwhile, Mysterio was directly labeled as a supervillain. With this official endorsement, they proceeded. Next, Mark presented the video of Mysterio from the other world that came that day. At the time, Mysterio, thinking he had everyone nearby under his control, spoke arrogantly and proudly revealed his villainous identity. This evidence of a major twist, along with Nick Fury's statement, was handed over to J. Jonah Jameson, JJJ, who had already been contacted. Under the dual influence of immense interest and a powerful fist, JJJ spared no effort in publicizing the information. Soon, these messages replaced the original ones and began to widely circulate. Shortly afterward, someone managed to capture the real identity of Spider-Man. Supposedly, a lucky citizen unintentionally recorded an image of Spider-Man in person. The Spider-Man in these images had blonde hair and a rather resolute face, clearly not the same person as the previously leaked Peter Parker. This blonde Spider-Man was naturally a disguise by Mark. After careful consideration, he decided not to show his true face. Even though the Skrulls currently seemed to be on the side of Earthlings, he still harbored some suspicions that they might have a hidden agenda. His previous encounters with Talos and others were all in armored suits during their interactions. As for the appearance of this blonde Spider-Man, Mark created the image based on the Spider-Man he saw in the world of Miles, slightly adjusting the features to resemble a mature version of Spider-Tom. This way, he could explain why some people had mistaken Peter Parker for Spider-Man. Certainly, there's no need to state these things directly, just hinting at it will naturally lead people to speculate. At most, have Edith publish a few ambiguous articles to fuel the speculation online. Soon, public opinion will be brought back under control, and the crisis for Stark Industries will be resolved. Correspondingly, Spider-Tom's persistent worry about admission to MIT is no longer an issue. This not only relieved Spider-Tom and his companions but also brought a sigh of relief to Pepper Potts. To express gratitude for their actions, Pepper Potts warmly invited them to a family banquet. During the banquet, Spider-Tom and MJ were chatting quietly. Spider-Gwen, Ned, and Morgan Stark were busy with a high-tech toy model, while Max and Dr. Otto Octavius were enjoying drinks and conversation. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange was sipping his drink alone. At this moment, Pepper Potts walked up to Mark's side. She hesitated for a moment and then said, "Can you really travel through time?" Mark nodded. His temporal abilities allowed him to enter the quantum realm and choose to appear at a specific point in time. So, it's not far-fetched to say he can time travel. Pepper Potts became somewhat excited. "Can you go back to when Tony died?" Mark was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible." Without waiting for her to continue, Mark explained again, "For Mr. Stark's sacrifice, we are also sorry." His death was a backlash caused by using the power of the stones. As a manifestation of the fundamental forces of the universe, it not only inflicted permanent physical trauma on Mr. Stark but also affected his soul, time, his existence. Soul and form, both extinguished. This has already exceeded the simple definition of death. It's like Black Widow who died on the planet Vormir. This is the cost of gaining power, a kind of eternal sacrifice. Pepper Potts' expression changed again and again. After forcing a smile, she left in silence. After hearing about Mark's abilities that day, she had been contemplating and hesitating about this matter for the past few days. She feared that if she allowed herself even a glimmer of hope, it would be ruthlessly extinguished, leading to greater despair. Yet, she was reluctant to give up on this rare possibility that had emerged. This led to the current conversation. In response, Mark was also regretful. Iron Man was a character he quite liked and a life mentor to Spider-Tom. If possible, he would undoubtedly want to save him. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Even if he traveled back to the past timeline, participated in that final battle with only a 1 in 14 million chance of winning, and succeeded, it would merely create another parallel universe with a victorious outcome. Later, Mark recommended Dr. Otto Octavius to Pepper Potts. Although there was a gap between his knowledge and this era, his high qualifications quickly gained Pepper Potts' approval, and she wanted to hire him for Stark Industries' research department. Stark Industries needed talents like Dr. Otto Octavius in fields such as mechanical manufacturing and energy industries. With the powerful support of Stark Industries, Dr. Otto Octavius's talents could be fully utilized. Mark even considered bringing over the Dr. Octopus from the Toby Spider world. However, he gave up on this idea after some thought. Every world has its own characteristics, and separate actions might offer infinite possibilities. Moreover, in that world, Harry provided funding, the Octopus Doctor provided technology, and Toby Spider was a rogue enthusiastic about heroism. If they lost the Dr. Octopus, all the efforts made there would be in vain. After careful consideration, Mark decided to only share certain resources with that world and not bring people over. For this reason, after discussions, they decided not to join Stark Industries but to form an independent studio and establish certain forms of cooperation with Stark Industries. After giving it some thought, Pepper Potts agreed. It's just an investment, Stark Industries is not lacking in money. And this studio has a top-notch nuclear physicist and Mark, a person capable of traversing different parallel universes. Its potential is immeasurable. Later, Mark stayed in this world for over a month. The Inter-Universal Technology Company in this world is in its early stages. While most matters are handled by Dr. Otto Octavius, there's still a lot that Mark and the others need to assist with. For example, Max needs to help design power diagrams that meet the requirements. Afterwards, Mark and Gwen thoroughly explored this world, visiting and experiencing many advanced technologies surpassing their era. Keep in mind that the technology in this world has basically reached the level of interstellar travel, approaching a Type I civilization. During this period, Mark also consolidated his knowledge of quantum magic and then decided to continue his journey of traversing different worlds. He was preparing to return to the world of Miles. Firstly, to check on Aunt May in that world. She's an elderly person living alone with no one to take care of her, so whenever he had the time, he naturally wanted to go see her. Secondly, he had an idea, perhaps he could resurrect the Spider-Man in that world. However, before setting off, he brought along a few gadgets from this world and needed to make a detour to the Toby Spider world. In that world, Dr. Octopus hadn't turned good yet. Although he temporarily turned away from evil due to Mark's temptation, no one knew how long Dr. Octopus could resist in that state. The repair chip he made earlier was for him. In addition to that, there was a promise to provide him with a pocket-sized sun, the arc reactor, and some small gadgets related to people's livelihood in this era. Incidentally, he also wanted to see if Venom had appeared in that world. After close contact with the Venom from before, Mark found that the symbiote didn't seem as terrifying as it appeared. Moreover, the Venom in the Toby Spider world, from various indications, wasn't as strong as the MCU Venom. Furthermore, now that he possessed quantum quasi-state magic, he could release bioelectric attacks at any time. Although Venom wasn't afraid of electricity, it didn't mean that electricity couldn't control him. Moreover, based on the ability of bioelectricity, Mark deduced the ability to attach flames to his palms. Fire is a natural countermeasure against symbiotes. Whoosh! Two figures appeared in New York City in the Toby Spider world. It was Mark and Spider-Gwen. Max stayed behind with Dr. Octopus in the world of Spider-Tom. Mark told him that he would seek his help when needed, and Max readily agreed. After identifying the direction, Mark opened a portal. After passing through the portal, they appeared in a laboratory of Osborn Industries. A chubby man in a white coat was using his hands and 4 mechanical tentacles to tinker with something on the experimental table. "Hi, Dr. Otto, long time no see," Mark greeted first. Dr. Octopus turned around, looked at Mark, and a gradually angry expression appeared on his face. "You're finally back after such a long time. Are you playing me?" As he spoke, one mechanical tentacle lunged forward. "Wow, want to play a fighting game as soon as we meet?" Mark reached out and effortlessly grasped the mechanical tentacle in his hand. "What?" Dr. Octopus was slightly surprised. During the months when Mark was away, Dr. Octopus utilized the nanotechnology left by Mark and some technology from Osborn Industries to further upgrade his mechanical tentacle partners. Now, each of his 4 mechanical tentacles possesses nearly 15 tons of strength. Considering one is for stabbing, and the other for gripping, the required strength is even greater. He couldn't imagine how powerful Mark had become. During his moment of surprise, Spider-Gwen had already appeared beside him. With a series of web shots, she stuck the remaining mechanical tentacles to the ceiling or floor. Doctor seems a bit irritable. Mark smiled slightly, appearing lightning fast in front of Dr. Octopus. Before he could speak, Mark placed the repair chip on the back of his neck. Whoosh! Dr. Octopus's body twitched, and the mechanical tentacles, which had shown signs of acting up, suddenly calmed down. The world has become so quiet. Dr. Octopus murmured, his eyes involuntarily closing, seemingly enjoying the long-lost tranquility. Mark and Spider-Gwen weren't surprised. The other Dr. Octopus showed a similar expression when he was being treated, almost identical. All right, Dr. Otto, I came this time to bring you something. Saying that, Mark placed the small backpack he was carrying on the nearby experimental table. Bang! The laboratory door was forcefully pushed open, and a fully armed Harry Osborn appeared at the entrance. Seeing the scene inside the laboratory, he was momentarily stunned before he heaved a sigh of relief. So it's you who's back, I thought. Harry Osborn removed the mask from his face, walked over, and smiled. Mark and he lightly embraced, then Mark introduced him and Spider-Gwen. Hello, Gwen. Harry Osborn's expression was a bit strange. Mark could tell he was thinking something, because in this world, there was also a Gwen, named Gwen Stacy. However, this Gwen was Eddie Brock's ex-girlfriend, who was later snatched by the Toby Spider when he turned into a bully Maguire. This was one of the reasons Eddie Brock directly confronted Toby Spider after becoming Venom. Moreover, this world's Gwen was not like the one in the Andrew Spider world. Her appearance was completely different from Spider-Gwen. So Harry Osborn was just curious for a moment and didn't ask further. This is the technology one brought from another world, the arc reactor, or you can call it a miniature cold fusion reactor. Mark introduced. Dr. Otto brightened his eyes, ignoring the beauty of the world in his mind at this moment, and quickly ran to Mark's side. Let me take a look. Mark handed the arc reactor to him. What they needed was not the fusion technology inside the arc reactor, but the technology to compress fusion to such a small size. Perhaps we can try to establish a larger one, allowing Osborn Industries to take over the city's power supply. This way, Osborn Industries can rise again, and in the future, we'll have more funds for any research we want to conduct, Mark suggested. Dr. Otto nodded repeatedly, but Mark doubted whether he was actually listening to him right now. On the other hand, Harry Osborn was very excited. He didn't have lofty desires like Dr. Otto, the hope to change the world with his wisdom, to let people live a better life. He also didn't have a clear goal like Mark, to arm himself with technology, to protect himself and his friends. The reason why Harry Osborn joined Mark's inter-universe tech company, and even staked everything he had, was simply to revive Osborn Industries and prevent it from falling into decline in his own hands. That was all. Therefore, the hope of Osborn Industries' revival now lay in the hands of Dr. Otto Octavius, and how could he not be excited? There are also some other technologies here: smartphones, smart homes, 3D virtual projection technology. Mark gestured to the table. The technological content of these items is much lower than the former, but they serve as excellent reinforcements in other aspects. Moreover, these things don't require Dr. Octopus to handle. There are other researchers in Osborn Industries who can do it. Their only purpose is to gather funds. After all, building a large arc reactor also requires a considerable amount of funds. Given the current financial situation of Osborn Industries, it would be a bit difficult to start independently. Of course, they could also use these technologies for bidding. Believing that with mature technologies, capitalists on a certain street would undoubtedly compete to wave their banknotes and enter the scene. But Mark didn't want that. Osborn Industries today, after Norman Osborn's cleansing, got rid of all shareholders and could almost be said to be Harry Osborn's sole decision-maker. This is a very favorable situation. There's no need to introduce outside capital into it, because that would mean a lot of other troublesome things would happen. Once it involves interests, these things only increase, not decrease. But by rejecting outside capital, Mark could cut off most similar issues at the source. By the way, what about Peter? Is he out there doing some heroic deeds? Mark asked. Harry Osborn said, Peter. His recent state seems a bit strange. How so? He seems to have changed, like a different person, Harry Osborn said while thinking. Peter used to be more reserved, liked to keep many things to himself. But in the last few days, he's become very outgoing. One time, he even flirted with a girl on the street. It happened to be seen by Mary Jane, and they had a quarrel. Mark raised an eyebrow. Did the bully Maguire appear? In other words, Venom has arrived? Thinking of this, he became a bit uneasy. Do you know where he is? Mark asked. After a moment of consideration, Harry Osborn hesitated and said, in recent times, he should be taking selfies for the Bugle, right? Actually, I was planning to check on him too. Something feels off. No problem, I'll go see him, Mark said. You focus on researching and moneizing the things I brought here, and then we can advance our technology further. Good, leave it to me. Harry Osborn nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Mark and Spider-Gwen left the place. This time, they openly walked downstairs and even took one of Harry Osborn's cars. The standard of living in this era was somewhat behind compared to the Spider-Tom's era, but it had its own unique charm. Spider-Gwen drove the car leisurely, chatting and laughing with Mark as if it were a leisurely outing. Both of them thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. As for the matter of Toby Spider turning dark, Mark wasn't overly concerned. After all, even if Toby Spider became the bully Maguire, his ultimate dream was just to rule the bar where Mary Jane worked. It wasn't like other villains whose dark paths led to world domination or destruction. Turning dark and still being this cute was quite rare. It just showed how adorable Spider-Man was. Ghost Spider Andrew was a rare exception. The two of them drove along the streets, and their primary goal was the apartment where Toby Spider rented. Mark had been there once before, so he remembered its location. However, they didn't find Toby Spider in the apartment. After asking the somewhat irritable landlord, they learned that Toby Spider had been out the whole night and hadn't returned. Before leaving, the skinny daughter of the landlord caught up with them, pleading with Mark. If they found Toby Spider, she asked them to take care of him and ensure he comes home early. She truly was a kind-hearted girl. Actually, compared to the pretentious Mary Jane of this world, Mark preferred the girl in front of him. Even though her appearance didn't match Mary Jane's beauty, her heart was genuinely beautiful. Even during Toby's lowest moments, she would silently accompany him, making him smile and preparing him snacks. Unfortunately, Toby Spider's heart was always set on Mary Jane. Even when he tried to flirt with other girls during his bully mode, it was all just an attempt to provoke Mary Jane. Tower. A completely black figure descended from the sky. He was none other than Toby Spider possessed by venom. Standing on the bell tower of the church, he felt a bit confused and panicked. Just moments ago, he had used Gwen to hurt Mary Jane in the bar. He had even accidentally hit Mary Jane during a conflict with the bartenders. A few days ago, he had a heated argument with Harry. Now, his mind was filled with questions from his friends, Harry and Mary Jane. Peter, what's happening to you? Who are you, really? What's wrong with me? Who am I, really? Toby Spider mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if something was stimulating his nerves. This pain went beyond the physical, directly affecting his psyche. Toby Spider couldn't help but fall to the ground, screaming in agony. At the same time, in the church below, Eddie Brock had experienced a series of misfortunes, including being fired by the Daily Bugle after his doctored Spider-Man photos were exposed, losing his job, and his girlfriend being deceitfully taken by Toby Spider for a date. After suffering these setbacks, Eddie Brock came to the church, disillusioned, and confided his misfortunes to the biblical God. At that moment, he heard faint screams from above. Driven by curiosity, Eddie Brock got up and walked towards the stairs at the back of the church. Thud, thud. Toby Spider writhed in pain, and in a moment of carelessness, he bumped into the central hanging bell, causing it to swing and produce a dong, dong, dong sound. It was strange that hearing this sound seemed to alleviate some of Toby Spider's mental pain. Afterward, he noticed in a frightened manner that the black suit that had brought him so much joy had come to life on his body, as if it had its own consciousness. Could it really be like Dr. Connors said, that this thing has its own thinking ability, that it's alive? Toby Spider shivered with fear. Feeling the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he clenched his teeth and banged his head against the large bell. The bell started ringing violently once again. In the layers of sound waves, the symbiote was steadily weakening, with many parts falling to the ground. A small clump descended from the air, falling toward Eddie Brock, who was looking up at this spectacle. Eddie Brock didn't know what this substance was, but upon hearing those bone-chilling screams, he knew it couldn't be anything good. However, he was just an ordinary person. When he finally reacted and attempted to step back, the drop of black liquid was nearly about to land on his head. Swish! Just at that moment, a strand of webbing shot out from the side, firmly attaching the clump of venom to the nearby wall. Following that, a man and a woman appeared beside Eddie Brock through the portal. Mark casually glanced at Eddie Brock. Though Eddie had ill intentions, he didn't deserve to die. Since he wasn't possessed by the venom at this moment, saving his life was acceptable. Additionally, dealing with the venom was easier when it had lost its host. Then, to Eddie Brock's astonished gaze, Mark's left hand transformed into a fiery shape and delivered a punch. A fireball flew out and struck the small clump of venom. The blazing flames rapidly incinerated the venom. Mark furrowed his brow. Despite his preparedness, he found the venom still more challenging than expected. The tiny clump he had just destroyed was only thumb-sized, but it consumed around 5 to 6 times his energy to eliminate it. If he wanted to get rid of all the venom that fully enveloped Toby Spider, it might very well exhaust Mark. It seems I'll need to use some external help, Mark thought. He remembered that in the original storyline, the venom was ultimately killed by Toby Spider using a pumpkin bomb, which indicated that an explosion could also destroy it. So, it might be better to capture it first. Mark had an idea, and when he turned around and saw Eddie Brock still staring at him, he impatiently said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave." Eddie, who was not under the influence of the venom, was still the guy who only knew how to play clever. He promptly left. "Gwen, should we go up?" Mark asked. Gwen nodded. She had never seen the venom, who intruded into the world of Spider-Tom. She had only heard Mark's descriptions of it and was genuinely curious. This venom can enhance abilities, making ordinary people extremely powerful. If Spider-Man were to be possessed by it, wouldn't he become even more formidable? Mark nodded and extended his hand, shooting a strand of web upwards while explaining, "That's correct. His current strength is probably several times greater than it was originally." Gwen's eyes lit up, and she followed Mark as they ascended to the top of the tower. There, they saw Toby Spider fighting the venom on the ground. Mark stepped forward, hands transformed into flames, and grabbed the venom. Kayak. A sharp, agonizing scream resounded as the venom was scorched by the flames. Gwen, ignite the surroundings. Mark, still tearing at the venom, instructed. All right. Gwen grabbed a container of gasoline and poured it on the ground, forming a circle, before dropping a lighter. Boom! Flames instantly erupted. Mark took the opportunity to toss all the removed venom into the fire to prevent it from escaping. The venom sensed that things weren't going well, but it couldn't overcome these weaknesses at the moment. Faced with the roaring blaze, it could only scream in agony and shiver within it. After several minutes of intense work, Mark finally managed to remove all the venom. Some of it had been burned on the spot, but the remainder still reached about half a person's height. Mark opened the portal, connecting directly to the Osborn lab. Dr. Otto Octavius was excitedly studying the technology on the arc reactor and marveling at it. Initially, he was a bit annoyed by their interruption in his research. However, when he saw the venom, Dr. Octavius was immediately shocked and asked, "What is this thing?" Mark gestured to the exhausted Toby Spider nearby. "Doctor, lend a hand, this guy is a bit fatigued." Dr. Otto Octavius looked at the limp Toby Spider and extended 2 mechanical tentacles, carefully lifting him and placing him on an empty lab table. He even grabbed a lab coat and put it on Toby. "Doctor, I need a sealed container. The best material would be high-strength bulletproof glass," Mark continued. "That might be a bit difficult, my lab doesn't have that. Let me call Harry." Dr. Octavius immediately dialed Harry Osborn. Due to Mark's intervention, there were fewer misunderstandings between Toby Spider and Harry Osborn, and their relationship was quite good. Upon hearing that Mark had found Toby Spider, Harry Osborn put down what he was doing and rushed over. In a few minutes, Harry Osborn arrived. He first examined the exhausted Toby Spider, and Mark told him that he only needed some rest, which relaxed Harry somewhat. He then informed Mark that there should be suitable facilities in another laboratory. It was the laboratory where the Osborn group had originally tested weapon strength. After the Osborn group fell on hard times and lost official weapon contracts, Mark persuaded Harry Osborn to abandon weapons research and instead focus on developing power and civilian technologies. So this laboratory had been temporarily idle. After getting a rough idea, Mark nodded. He returned to the church tower. At this point, because the gasoline had been burning continuously, the flames had diminished in size. The dormant venom started to show signs of restlessness. Mark sneered and began to fully activate his quantum mimicry magic. His hands instantly expanded into 2 huge flaming palms, scooping up the venom. "Let me go, let me go." As if sensing its impending doom, the venom began to emit strange signals, similar to brainwaves, which transmitted into Mark's mind. Mark couldn't be bothered with it. His approach to dealing with such completely uncontrollable dangerous entities was to strike first. He decided that he would deal with whatever came after he killed it. So, regardless of the venom's shouting, threats, insults, or pleas, Mark simply ignored them. He used his fiery hands to enclose and secure the venom. He continued to another lab, finally tossing the venom and the flames into a device. As the device sealed, the flames Mark conjured extinguished, leaving only the small clump of venom in the container. "Is it dead?" Gwen asked. Mark shook his head. "It needs to be completely obliterated, not a drop left. Harry, prepare a few explosives to finish it off." "All right." Harry Osborn quickly brought the weapons to deal with venom. Of course, it wasn't the bombs that Mark had mentioned. The container holding venom was sturdy, but it was still a sealed environment. Tossing a hand grenade into it might damage the container. A damaged container was a minor issue, but if the venom symbiote managed to escape, it would be a disaster. So, for safety's sake, they decided to opt for a different approach, using sound waves and fire to kill it. Fortunately, the initial purpose of this container was to test weapons, and it happened to have weapon ports. They quickly adjusted the device for their purposes. When the weapon port opened from above the container, the dormant venom suddenly leaped upward as if trying to escape from above. However, when it jumped into the air, it was met with a powerful sound wave pressing down on it. This was a sound wave device. The smaller versions were handheld sonar guns, while the larger ones were installed on buildings. Technically, it wasn't even considered a weapon, as these devices were used in buildings such as airports, high-voltage power lines, and power plants to drive away birds. Now, they had adjusted the frequency to turn it into noise, capable of killing venom. The venom symbiote went from active to withered in less than a second. It was instantly reduced back to its original state by the sound waves. Then, flames spewed down. Soon, under the dual assault of sound waves and fire, the venom symbiote was completely annihilated, leaving not a speck of ash. Mark carefully examined the container's condition, and after feeling that the venom symbiote had died, he continued to fire for over 10 minutes before stopping. "Is it dead?" Dr. Otto Octavius stared intently at the container, took off his sunglasses, and wiped his sweat. It should be dead. Mark sensed it with his mental abilities. After learning the mental meditation techniques of sorcerers from Doctor Strange, Mark had gained some ability to sense things with his mind. According to Doctor Strange, Mark's innate talent as a sorcerer was quite good. If he even embraced worshipping the Vishanti, he might achieve significant success in sorcery. But Mark thought to himself, why should he suddenly start worshipping someone else when he could rely on himself? Therefore, despite the many temptations of Doctor Strange's magic, Mark continued to refuse and chose the path of his own quantum mimicry magic. Gwen released Mark's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. The Venom symbiote had emitted eerie and distressing screams in the form of brainwaves before dying, which had genuinely frightened Gwen. It's this thing that changed me. Toby Spider, who had awakened at some point, stood with Harry Osborn. His extraordinary Spider-Man physique had allowed him to recover his breath. Peter, are you feeling better? Harry Osborn supported Toby and took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, expressing concern. Thank you, Harry, I'm fine, Toby Spider replied apologetically. I'm sorry for what I said to you a few days ago. It's all right, Peter, Harry Osborn was understanding. Besides, it wasn't your fault. It was caused by that thing. Now, Mr. Mark has finally eliminated it. Thank you, Mark, Toby Spider said curiously. When did you arrive? Oh, and who is she? Mark teased. I came here specifically to see you, and you, of all people, didn't notice me right away. Toby Spider lowered his head in guilt. Mark introduced, this is my girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, the Spider-Woman. Gwen? Spider-Woman? So, you're also. Toby Spider was surprised. Gwen nodded. It seems there's a Gwen in this world too, right? That's right, I'm also a Spider-Woman. With that, she shot out a strand of web. Although this alone couldn't prove anything since most spider people used web shooters, none of them had seen any spider people other than the three present. Furthermore, besides spider people, it wasn't common for someone to carry web shooters around. So, when the web came out, their identities were immediately clear. Alright, I suggest you go home and change into some fresh clothes, Mark said, creating a portal leading to Toby Spider's apartment. Toby Spider became even more amazed. Your abilities are incredible. Can Spider-Man have such powers? Is this some kind of magical sorcery? Are you actually the sorcerer Spider-Man or wizard Spider-Man? Spider Toby's curious and quippy attitude immediately took over. Shut up. Haven't you noticed that you also have magic? Mark gave him a push through the portal. I do. Toby Spider stepped through obediently and started rummaging through his wardrobe for clothing, asking at the same time. Your motor mouth magic has a pretty amazing destructive power, I'm sure of it, Mark quipped. Ha ha ha. Harry Osborn and the others paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. In the following days, Mark stayed in this world, experiencing the different customs and people of this world with Gwen. He also observed Dr. Otto Octavius's research progress. Additionally, Mark provided Spider Toby with some new ideas. For example, he suggested integrating communication devices into his suit, connecting him to the New York City Police Department's internal network, allowing him to receive immediate feedback on criminal activity. He also advised him to categorize events with different levels of criminal severity based on the degree of threat. For example, 1 star represented low-risk events like ordinary street brawls or bicycle thefts, which required very little intervention, often handled by just 1 or 2 police officers. 2 stars represented moderate-risk events, usually involving armed robberies with firearms and bladed weapons, demanding the dispatch of more than 1 police car. 3 stars indicated medium-risk events, typically involving armed gangs carrying heavy firepower. 4 stars, like previous encounters with the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, meant threats that normal police forces couldn't handle and required a large deployment of manpower. 5 stars would be similar to the Electro in Andrew's verse, someone who could pose a threat to an entire city, but they hadn't encountered such a threat on Toby Spider's side yet. Mark's classification had a purpose, to help Toby Spider understand the importance and urgency of various situations. For 1-star events, he didn't need to respond every time because they were relatively minor issues. While it was important not to ignore small problems, he also had his own life and didn't need to mess it up over trivial matters. 2-star events could be attended based on his current availability. If he had urgent matters, he could skip them. If he was free and wanted to go out, that would be fine. 3 stars or higher were situations where he truly needed to intervene. Mark, Dr. Otto Octavius, and Harry Osborn all found this tiered approach reasonable. However, Toby Spider had some reservations about this grading system. With the help of Dr. Otto Octavius, Mark stayed in this world for a few days to let Toby Spider observe and decide if this system made sense. Toby Spider quickly realized that it did. Especially with 1-star events, they were indeed often minor and frequently resolved by passing patrol officers before he could arrive. This realization was somewhat disheartening and made him question the significance of his usual efforts. But that wasn't Mark's goal. He simply wanted Toby Spider to balance the 2 sides of his life, Spider-Man and Peter Parker. In reality, these 2 aspects didn't have to conflict. By managing his time effectively, Toby Spider could lead a fulfilling personal life, take care of Aunt May, and be there for his loved ones while continuing to be a great superhero. The alternative, neglecting the people who needed him most, was not the answer. It was time for him to be a responsible boyfriend to Mary Jane and not let her down when she needed him. To be honest, despite calling Mary Jane names, from her perspective, Toby Spider wasn't exactly an ideal boyfriend. When Mary Jane's career was on the rise, she invited everyone to watch her performance, but Toby Spider didn't attend. When Mary Jane lost her job and needed support, he wasn't there for her. He even kissed Gwen, who was interviewing him in his Spider-Man identity. In this world, she seems to be a model and a journalist. Thinking about it, it made sense for Mary Jane to have conflicts with him. But in reality, Mary Jane didn't oppose his superhero career. Instead, when he needed to go out, she silently kept her grievances to herself. She only needed the care she deserved, which wasn't too much to ask. So, a few days later, when a gang was robbing a jewelry store with guns, the alarm sounded, and Mark immediately had Toby Spider take the stage. Toby Spider successfully apprehended the criminals, bringing peace back to the city. Afterward, Mark explained the purpose of the event classification system he had introduced to him. Toby Spider went into deep thought. While he wasn't far behind Spider-Tom's in abilities, but unlike the latter, who was nurtured and protected, Toby Spider had to be more independent and mature. He had simply been oblivious to this fact for some time. There was no one in his life who could provide him with advice and consider his needs, except for Mark. Mark was the one who could truly give him this kind of guidance. After careful consideration, Toby Spider genuinely thanked Mark, signifying that he had accepted this event classification system. Hopefully, this would lead to a better life for him. However, the events in this world would no longer concern Mark because he was ready to move on to the next world, the world of the Miles. Considering the significant energy drain caused by moving between the movie dimension and the animated dimension, this time, after leaving the movie dimension and entering the selected world, Mark decided to stay there for a short time and not return quickly. So, before that, he wanted to accomplish everything he wished to do and ensure that several other spider people he had a good relationship with were well arranged. Gwen, do you want to go back home and check on things? Mark asked as he gently stroked the hair of the young woman in his arms. They were currently in a suite provided by Harry Osborn, a spacious suite that could serve as their long-term residence in this world, showing Harry's sincerity. They had been out for over a month now, and for Gwen, who had always been a dutiful girl listening to her parents, being away from home for so long was indeed somewhat rebellious. Gwen, her whole body lazy, lay in Mark's arms, with her pretty face resting against his chest. She felt the strong heartbeat beneath the bulging and firm chest muscles, hoping that time could stand still at this moment. Hesitating for a moment after Mark's question, she shook her head and replied, I don't really want to go back. Is something wrong back there, Gwen? Mark sensed that something was amiss. Previously, Gwen was so eager to come with him, which could be understood as her having strong feelings for him, leading to her impulsive behavior. Because he had the same feeling. But now, he keenly felt that Gwen seemed to have some resistance to going back. Mark's mouth was immediately covered by the girl when he lowered his head, and a sweet cherry-like fragrance flowed into his senses through her soft lips, leaving him in a daze. After a while, with a blushing face, the girl withdrew from Mark's arms, snuggled against him, and breathlessly said, Don't ask, okay? I don't want to talk about it. Alright, Gwen, but I'm your boyfriend, and your concerns are my concerns. If something's bothering you, I hope you can let me face it with you, you understand? Mark lowered his head, lifting a strand of golden hair that was hanging beside Gwen's ear while he played with it and spoke. Yeah, Gwen stretched out her hands and hugged Mark tightly. In that case, let's go to Miles' world first, Mark suggested. Earth 1610, the ultimate universe. Time is the best remedy for healing wounds. It has been several months since the last major battle. The massive hole caused during the battle has been sealed up and replaced by a new building. Although it's not finished yet, it's said to be a landmark skyscraper with hundreds of floors. Miles Morales, the ultimate Spider-Man, wore his distinctive Spider-Man suit, crouching quietly on top of a high-rise building, gazing down at the ongoing construction below. Over the past few months, his skills have improved significantly, and he has successfully made a name for himself, becoming the new Spider-Man that the public remembers. However, every time he passes by this place, he stops to look, reminiscing about his friends from other dimensions and the time he spent fighting alongside them. Swoosh. With a sound, Prowler arrived, whizzing through the air. Miles. Prowler removed his mask and spoke softly. They had just teamed up to take down a kidnapping gang that had abducted a wealthy man's daughter and demanded a ransom. After receiving the money, the gang wanted more, so the wealthy man had to call the police. That's when the uncle-nephew duo stepped in. Although the kidnapping gang consisted of 5 or 6 individuals, each armed with at least one type of weapon, they could be considered a well-armed criminal organization. However, facing Prowler's high-tech gadgets and Miles' superpowers, they had no chance of resisting. Prowler, Aaron Davis, had initially found this vigilante role a bit childish, but he had persisted because of his nephew. Now, he was beginning to enjoy it. People had already given them new nicknames. Due to Miles' physique and voice, which revealed his young age, and to distinguish him from the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, people had dubbed him Spider-Boy. As for Aaron Davis, because he often wore purple clothes with a purple cape, he was referred to as the Purple Man. A/N, sorry for the bad name, LOL. Since the two of them often worked together, everyone knew Spider-Boy and the Purple Man were a new superhero duo. They embraced this new identity. Now, with their activities, various merchandise related to them was available in stores. This might also be one of the reasons Aaron Davis enjoyed it. Are you thinking about them? Aaron Davis placed his hand on Miles, looking down, and he immediately understood his thoughts. Miles nodded. I wonder how they're doing. Aaron Davis smiled. They all have their own lives, and I believe they will live them well. We also need to work hard, you know, Miles. Yeah. Miles nodded firmly. Uncle Aaron, let's head home. Sure, but you better not be late for school. Aaron Davis patted Miles' head slightly, his tone slightly more serious. All right, I got it. Haha. Miles was about to jump down from the high-rise when his spider sense suddenly tingled. Miles' expression turned serious as he looked around. Aaron Davis immediately recognized this reaction after months of fighting alongside his nephew. When Miles made such a face, it meant his danger-sensing ability had been triggered. Miles, can you pinpoint the location? Aaron Davis put on his mask, remaining alert while looking around. It's over there. Miles suddenly turned to the left and shot a strand of web. Hey, do we need to greet old friends with such a grand gift? Mark, similarly, shot a strand of web. The two strands of web collided in midair, their kinetic energy canceling each other out, and they tangled up on the ground. Miles and Aaron Davis, who were about to take action, both stopped. Miles looked at Mark and Gwen, removed his mask, and exclaimed, Mark. Gwen, it's really you. Long time no see. Aaron Davis ceased his stance and removed his mask to greet them. He held a favorable view of Mark, who had saved him. Hey, it's been a while, Miles, Aaron. Mark also greeted them. Hi, Miles, and Mr. Davis. Gwen and Aaron Davis weren't very familiar, so they exchanged greetings mainly with Miles. Miles rushed over and hugged Mark. It's really you guys, that's amazing. After hugging Mark, he also wanted to hug Gwen, but Mark saved him halfway through and delivered a sibling hug instead, saying, I'll handle the Gwen part. She's my girlfriend now, and I would get angry if you hugged her. Oh. Miles was strangled by the pressure, making noises as he choked. Help, Uncle Aaron, help. I'm sorry, Mark, I won't dare again. However, Aaron Davis knew Mark wouldn't genuinely hurt Miles. He stood aside, laughing at this peculiar greeting. Mark released Miles. Miles lay on the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, I didn't expect you to make the first move. Ahem. Mark raised his fist. He knew that Miles had a certain interest in Gwen, and he felt it was necessary to make him understand reality. And nothing was more effective at making someone face reality than a punch from a sandbag-sized fist. I was wrong. Miles held his head. Why did you suddenly come back to this world? Aaron Davis approached them after they finished fooling around and asked. Mark answered seriously, I have an idea. Maybe we can resurrect the Spider-Man of this world, so I wanted to give it a try. Miles immediately straightened up, asking, Really? Can we really resurrect Mr. Parker? There's a possibility, Mark continued. Do you remember the Oz factor that I mentioned to you before, a characteristic within your mutated genes? Yes, of course, I remember. Miles nodded. Your explanation gave me great inspiration, and my abilities have improved tremendously over the past few months. But what does it have to do with resurrecting Mr. Parker? Mark explained. Then you should also remember that within the Oz factor, there's one particular trait called immortality. Miles nodded again. Mark continued. After my encounters with other green goblins in different dimensions, I've gained a better understanding of this immortality trait. Perhaps, its immortality means an extraordinary regenerative ability, even resurrection after death. Resurrection after death. Miles and Aaron Davis widened their eyes, feeling like this was going beyond their comprehension. Mark nodded. Remember that green goblin I mentioned? Miles immediately nodded. Of course, he remembered. He had dealt with green goblin several times. The first time was when he had run into the abandoned subway tracks in search of the spider that bit him. There, he witnessed the intense battle between Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Yes, I remember that back then, Green Goblin was barely alive after Mr. Parker fought with him, but I never expected him to reappear later, Miles explained. Aaron Davis knew more about the situation because the first time Miles encountered the Green Goblin, he was also involved in the battle with Spider-Man. In a way, he was one of the accomplices who had a hand in killing Spider-Man. At that time, the Green Goblin was already on the brink of death, but Kingpin had us bring it back to the lab. After injecting a large amount of nutrient fluid, it recovered in just a day. Aaron Davis speculated as he spoke. Back then, I thought it was because the Green Goblin had a strong constitution, and it just needed a breather. But now, it seems like it could be because of its ability to die and resurrect, right? Mark nodded. Yes, that's likely the manifestation of the Oz factor's immortality within the Green Goblin serum. But how does this relate to resurrecting Spider-Man? Aaron Davis asked, puzzled. Mark explained, because the spider serum in Miles is a modified version created by Norman Osborn using Spider-Man's spider genes, with additional enhancements from the Oz factor. So, theoretically, Miles also possesses the ability to die and resurrect. Miles' eyes lit up. So, if we can inject my blood into Mr. Parker, he can come back to life. Mark bonked his head lightly. First of all, several months have passed. I'm not sure in what condition his body is now, and even the blood type compatibility is a significant issue. If your blood types don't match, it might just cause him to die again. Miles looked distressed. What should we do then? Didn't you say you had a solution? Mark nodded. I do have a solution. Do you remember the exact time of Spider-Man's death on that evening? Miles thought carefully and shook his head. I'm not entirely sure, but I remember I came out of school, took the 6:40 p.m. subway, and saw Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, along with Uncle Aaron fighting. Later, he was killed by Kingpin, probably around 7:30 or 8:00. After pondering for a moment, Aaron Davis interrupted Miles' continuous speculations. I think it was around 7:40 to 7:45. All three of them looked at him. Aaron Davis explained, Kingpin's collider experiment was set to take place precisely at 7:30 in the evening. Afterward, we had a big fight with the Spider-Man who tried to stop it. Due to Green Goblin's mistake, the collider experiment failed and was damaged. After a few minutes, once the explosions had stopped, we descended to the bottom of the collider and found the Green Goblin's body and the severely injured Spider-Man. Mark nodded. Since there's an accurate time, that makes it easier. Wait for me a moment. With that, he vanished from the spot. Before they could react, Mark reappeared in front of them, but this time, he held a body in his hand. A body wearing tattered red and blue Spider-Man armor? It was the body of this world's Spider-Man, Peter Parker? During the brief moment he had disappeared, Mark had jumped back to the night Spider-Man died. After Kingpin killed Spider-Man, they had thrown Spider-Man's body onto the streets outside. Mark had taken advantage of the situation and used quantum magic to forge a body that looked exactly like Spider-Man's, while bringing the real Peter Parker's body back to the current moment in time. At this moment, Peter's body hadn't even cooled down. You can actually time travel. Miles stared wide-eyed at Mark. Mark replied with irritation, hurry up and give me your hand. I need something from you. Do you still want to save him or not? Miles quickly put aside his doubts, extended his hand, and kept his eyes glued to Mark, wanting to see what Mark intended to do. Quantum insight. Mark's eyes entered a quantum state, and he began to observe the energy changes within Miles and the Ultimate Spider-Man. Although Miles and the Spider-Man of this Ultimate Universe both seemed like technological products resulting from being bitten by genetically mutated spiders, ultimately, their powers originated from this spider totem. After going through numerous worlds ordeals, especially the time in the lizard spider world where he had altered the fates of Andrew Spider, adult Andrew Spider, and demon Andrew Spider and etc., his power had been greatly enhanced. The strengthening of his power enabled him to a certain extent to observe the spider totem within the other Spider-Man because the spider totem is the manifestation of the power of destiny. It creates the Spider-Man and allows the Master Weaver to connect them through a vast web. Currently, in his field of vision, Miles' spider totem was vibrant, filled with activity, while the spider totem within the Ultimate Spider-Man was gradually dimming. Clearly, his life was fading. In theory, each spider totem has its unique characteristics, and they are one of a kind. However, it doesn't mean they don't share some connectivity. Or, rather, they can't possess some shared attributes. Mark's intention right now was to transfer a part of the immortality attribute from Miles' spider totem into the body of the Ultimate Spider-Man. This procedure might make Miles a bit weakened for a while, but after some rest, he should recover without any complications. As for whether the Ultimate Spider-Man could obtain immortality, that was uncertain. This method was somewhat similar to plant grafting techniques. In plant grafting, a branch or bud from one plant is attached to the stem or root of another plant, causing the two parts to grow into a single, complete plant. This allows the new plant to have improved taste, survival capabilities, and other features. But destiny is thousands of times more complex than the growth of a plant. Mark didn't expect significant results. However, even if the Ultimate Spider-Man couldn't possess immortality permanently, he could temporarily gain it. Reviving the Ultimate Spider-Man shouldn't be difficult before this characteristic faded away. This operation was more complex than any surgery in the world. It was even more exhausting than the time when Mark had meticulously removed the mutant genes from Gwen Stacy's body, which had almost turned her into the lizard woman. Fortunately, Mark's physical condition had been significantly enhanced through multiple enhancements. He managed to persevere through it all. Mark breathed out a long sigh, and his body swayed for a moment, nearly toppling to the ground. Gwen quickly caught him, ignoring the dirt on the ground, and sat down, letting Mark rest against her soft embrace. Very comfortable, Mark muttered softly, his eyelids half lowered. Gwen shot him an annoyed glance but couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She didn't push him away, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and even massaged his head with her small hand. On the other side, Aaron Davis also sat down and held Miles. Miles' complexion had taken a hit as well. His face had turned somewhat pale, particularly his lips, which now exhibited white shades. Aaron Davis, too, held his nephew with concern. However, Miles wasn't worried about his own condition. He kept looking at the Ultimate Spider-Man lying on the ground and asked Mark, "How is Mr. Parker? When will he get better? If what we did wasn't enough, I can do more." "Shut up, Miles." Aaron Davis firmly interrupted his nephew's wild ideas. "Look at your own condition now, you can't." Aaron usually engaged in combat training with Miles to enhance his combat abilities, so he knew how physically tough his nephew was. Despite being young, Miles' muscles, when tensed, were as hard as steel plates. Ordinary punches landing on him would probably hurt the one throwing them more. But now, as Aaron held Miles in his arms, he felt Miles' body was weak and limp, as if he was back to how he had been before gaining superpowers. If it weren't for knowing that Mark wouldn't harm Miles and witnessing Mark's currently poor condition, Aaron Davis would have been furious. Mark weakly chuckled, Calm down, Miles, there's no need to be so anxious. As the saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. We've done all we can, what happens next is up to fate. Following that, the four of them divided into two groups and sat quietly on either side, waiting for a miracle to occur. Please, Mr. Parker, you have to get better, Miles whispered under his breath, continually praying. Miles, how about telling us about your experiences over the past few months? After Kingpin's downfall, did you encounter any challenging adversaries? Mark noticed Miles' nervousness and changed the subject. As expected, Miles' attention was shifted. He began sharing his experiences from the last few months. However, maybe due to the underground organization connected to Kingpin being wiped out, there hadn't been many major villains causing trouble over the past few months. During this time, Miles led a fairly typical life, going to school, switching into his battle costume when trouble arose, and training with Aaron Davis during his free time. It had to be admitted that he lived a fulfilling life. Moreover, he appeared to be more skilled than the original Spider-Man, who largely had to figure things out on his own. Although the original version had an uncle who gave him a life-changing quote, having a living uncle fighting alongside him definitely seemed more advantageous. Speaking of Octavius, has she appeared again after that day? Mark suddenly remembered the middle-aged lady who claimed to follow him and inquired. Miles shook his head slightly. I haven't seen her again since that day. She probably left the city, right? Aaron Davis asked. Why did you suddenly think of her? This woman is a dangerous individual. She was the one who researched and developed Kingpin's particle collider. By the way, your ability to travel through time and space, if she found out, she might target you. Miles, keep it a secret, okay? Miles hurriedly nodded, looking at Mark. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone about knowing you, let alone your abilities. Mark nodded. He wanted to say that actually, Dr. Octopus had known about his abilities for quite some time. Of course, she figured it out through rigorous data analysis, not guesswork. After all, even villains have culture, right? However, Mark wasn't afraid of Dr. Octopus anymore. Back when he had just gained his powers, he had been confident in escaping from her grasp. Now, he was absolutely certain he could take her down. This was the confidence of having a trump card up your sleeve. New York City, in the suburbs, within an abandoned underground facility. This place had originally been one of Kingpin's secret laboratories, but after Kingpin's demise, it had been taken over by Dr. Octopus. Witnessing the body decay and quantum collapse of interdimensional beings due to the particle collider a few months ago had temporarily quashed her plans of using the particle collider to explore the mysteries of parallel universes. However, her encounter with Mark, a person with the ability to travel across time and space, opened a new avenue for her. She wanted to study Mark to gain the ability to traverse time and space. So, she willingly provided him with a carefully crafted batch of nanometal particles, and some of these particles had been tampered with. This tampering wasn't malign, it simply bestowed one simple yet powerful ability, the power to attract and interact with the nanometal particles in her own body. This was the secret behind her mechanical tentacles' elongation and regeneration. Because this was a peculiar metal with a certain level of liveliness and extremely rare, she had added only a small portion to her own mechanical tentacles. The rest had been invested in that extraordinary multiverse traveler. In retrospect, she often thought that everything she had done might have been a huge gamble. At a great cost, she was betting on a slim possibility. Perhaps he would never return to this world. Or perhaps he wouldn't even be interested in her. But she didn't want to give up. Because this was a chance to truly touch the multiverse. And just at that moment, her mechanical tentacles suddenly twitched. What happened? Dr. Octopus was taken aback. Her mechanical tentacles had long been mentally connected to her, so the sensation of sudden loss of control was extremely rare. But in the next moment, she realized. There was only one person who could trigger an automatic response in the active metal within her mechanical tentacles. Because she had given most of the active metal to Mark, the active metal on Mark's suit acted like a mother. Whenever the mother entity appeared, the child entities on her would naturally react. Oh yes, it's him. He's back. Dr. Octopus's eyes lit up, and she immediately put down the experiment she was working on. She tied up her hair and dashed out of the lab, heading in the direction of New York City. In the city, on a rooftop. Mark had no idea that Dr. Octopus had tampered with what she gave him. He had already carefully checked the equipment from the Ultimate Spider-Man world to make sure there were no additional ingredients. However, this active metal was a benign substance. It could enhance the suit's abilities, and it was still part of the nanometal, so it hadn't been detected even in the Spider-Verse world. So it wasn't surprising that Mark hadn't noticed. At this moment, they were chatting casually, with Mark providing a few tidbits about his own experiences. However, under normal circumstances, Mark wouldn't take people along on his trips. After all, he'd have to bring them back, and that could be quite a hassle. He wasn't a tour guide for a sightseeing tour. Of course, Gwen was an exception. She was family. And just when everyone was deep in conversation, a soft hum was heard in the background. The Ultimate Spider-Man, who had been lying lifeless on the ground, slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and gazed at the deep night sky, asking, "Where am I? Did I die? No, it seems like I didn't die. Was I saved? Hey." Upon hearing this voice, Miles immediately jumped to his feet and appeared in front of the Ultimate Spider-Man, who was still recovering. "Mr. Parker, do you remember me? Hey, little guy. The Ultimate Spider-Man gradually regained focus in his eyes as he looked at Miles, who blended into the night sky with his stealthy suit. He raised his hand. Is it you who saved me, little guy? It's great, you're really back. Miles was ecstatic. No, it wasn't me, it was Mark. He brought you from the past to the present, and well, you came back to life. Mark, who had already recovered earlier, now sat up from Gwen's embrace. Actually, he had already recovered some time ago, but it felt so comfortable being with Gwen, his girlfriend. How could he rise up so quickly? He cleared his throat and walked over to the Ultimate Spider-Man, extending his hand. He said, "Hello, Spider-Man of this world. I'm Mark, the Quantum Spider-Man. This is my girlfriend, Gwen Stacy." With Mark's assistance, the Ultimate Spider-Man stood up. Although he had suffered severe injuries and even experienced death once, the incredible regenerative power of Spider-Man, combined with the temporary power he had obtained from Miles' spider totem, had allowed him to regain some mobility by now. Miles quickly approached him, placing the Ultimate Spider-Man's other hand on his shoulder. "Miles, are you sure you're okay now?" Aaron Davis walked over. The Ultimate Spider-Man turned his head, immediately recognizing the clothing Aaron was wearing, and his face changed dramatically. "Prowler. Hehe, Mr. Parker, take it easy." Miles quickly supported the Ultimate Spider-Man and introduced, "This is my uncle. He used to do some bad things, but he's changed now." Mark nodded in agreement and added, "We defeated Kingpin and dismantled his underground criminal syndicate. As for the time you were gone, it was these two who safeguarded the city's security." The Ultimate Spider-Man finally sighed in relief. "So, Kingpin was defeated? I disappeared? Also, Miles, you said that this Spider-Man from another dimension, Mr. Quantum Spider-Man, brought me from the past to the present." His head was starting to feel a bit confused. Why did it seem like he had just been unconscious for a moment, and when he woke up, his entire worldview had been turned upside down? So, Miles explained to him what had happened during this time. When he heard that Mark had stolen him away from a time just after his recent death and that they had held a funeral and many memorial services for him, the Ultimate Spider-Man felt like his entire belief system had been shattered, and he remained speechless. Technically, Kingpin is dead. Mark added some more information. At the time of the explosion of the collider, he was sucked into it. Nothing was left. But dying in his own machine, I guess you could call it suicide. Mark shrugged his shoulders. It was decided that everyone would accept this with no objections. That day, many people had died, and a villain like Kingpin, who had committed countless crimes, was better off dead. The Ultimate Spider-Man stood dazed for a moment, then became increasingly eager, saying, "Oh no, during the time I was gone, Mary Jane and Aunt May must have been heartbroken. I'm so sorry, Miles, Mark, Miss Stacy, Mr. Davis. I want to go home and see them." "Well, how about we go to Aunt May's house first? I actually wanted to see her as well," Mark suggested. "Great, let's go." Thinking about how his loved ones were probably devastated during the time he was presumed dead, the Ultimate Spider-Man couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately walked towards the building, but Mark pulled him back, saying, "Wait a moment. I have a more convenient method." With that, he opened a portal, and through it, they could see Aunt May's house. "Wow, is this magic?" Miles exclaimed with excitement. "Close enough," Mark replied casually. Miles' eyes sparkled, and he asked, "Is there really magic? Can I learn it?" Mark shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid not. Even Gwen didn't manage to learn it." Gwen shrugged. "When Mark was learning magic from that magician, I watched for a long time, but I didn't learn anything." "Okay," Miles said a bit dejectedly and lowered his head. But then, he quickly raised it again and asked, "But there really are Spider-Men who can use magic, right?" "Well, it's said that in some world, there is a Sorcerer Supreme Spider-Man. Maybe we can ask him." Mark pointed towards the Ultimate Spider-Man, remembering that he had seen a cape-wearing suit in the other Spider-Man's underground base. Now that he thought about it, it was somewhat reminiscent of Doctor Strange's cape. Perhaps he had encountered the Sorcerer Supreme Spider-Man? However, when the two were about to stop chattering and proceed, they all paused when they saw the Ultimate Spider-Man. The Ultimate Spider-Man stood in front of Aunt May's house, hesitating to enter. Mark and the others crossed the portal and arrived behind him. Miles asked in confusion, "Why aren't you going inside?" Mark gently pushed him forward, saying, "Aunt May has missed you very much and has often shed tears during the time we were there. So, no matter what, let's see her first, okay?" Mark probably understood his feelings at the moment. This might be what they call feeling shy in one's hometown. After being away for too long, one might not know how to face the family who cares for them. That's why their minds go blank. For the Ultimate Spider-Man, although it had only been a few hours for him, due to the things Miles had told him about the events of these past months, his clever Spider-Man mind had imagined many scenarios, leading to feelings like this. Okay. The Ultimate Spider-Man suddenly awakened, realizing that he couldn't just stand there. He took quick steps forward and entered the backyard but stopped at the doorstep. Mark was getting a bit impatient. How long would this indecision continue? He walked up and knocked on the door. At first, there was no response, so Mark knocked twice more. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of slippers on the floor echoed. Though it seemed light through the walls, but they clearly heard it as most of those present were superpowered individuals. "Who's there?" With a sound like a hard object hitting the ground, a familiar voice was heard. Mark stood in front of the door, initially surprised, then a little exasperated. Aunt May had reacted this way since she saw them a few months ago, and she was still reacting this way now. It was clear that life had been difficult for this elderly woman since Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man, had died and his identity was revealed. There must have been many hooligans who had suffered due to Spider-Man's punishments in the past and were now seeking revenge on his family. Who is it? Speak. A figure appeared behind the door but didn't immediately open it. Mark spoke. Aunt May, it's me, Mark. I've come to see you. Bang! Poor baseball bat was once again thrown to the ground. The door opened, revealing Aunt May's figure. Seeing Mark, she immediately wore a warm smile. Child, why did you come now? Come in, come in. No, Aunt May, I've come this time to bring you a surprise, Mark said. With that, he stepped aside. Hi, Aunt May. The ultimate Spider-Man didn't know how to greet her. Thinking about the pain and suffering Aunt May had endured over the last few months, it broke his heart. Peter? Is it my Peter? Or am I seeing things? Aunt May looked at the ultimate Spider-Man in disbelief. For the last few months, she had accepted the fact that her nephew was permanently gone. But now, there was her living nephew standing in front of her. Furthermore, she had a gut feeling. The Peter Parker in front of her was different from the various Peter Parkers she had seen from other worlds a few months ago. He was the real Peter from this world, her own Peter? But how could this be? Aunt May, it's me, I'm Peter, the ultimate Spider-Man said with mixed emotions. He finally understood that he didn't need to figure out how to face them. He needed to comfort them for the emotional trauma they had suffered during his apparent death. He stepped forward and hugged Aunt May tightly. The familiar feeling nearly overwhelmed the elderly lady, but this time, her tears were tears of joy. Peter didn't actually die. That body you found earlier was a fake. Peter had suffered severe injuries and needed a long time to recover. He only just got better now. Mark presented another version of the story. This was a narrative agreed upon by Miles and the Ultimate Spider-Man when Miles explained what happened during his absence. Since Mark's actions had affected time, improper handling could lead to temporal paradoxes or issues with new parallel universes. Thus, the fewer people who knew, the better. Aunt May readily accepted this explanation. She was afraid for her nephew having been so severely injured but was delighted to hear that he had recovered. Miles and Aaron Davis might have visited here a while back, which was why Aunt May didn't express surprise or fear when they entered. Aunt May warmly invited them into the house, and her smile never left her face. After spending a long time talking with Aunt May, the Ultimate Spider-Man left her house. He needed to go home to see Mary Jane. Before his death, he and Mary Jane had already settled down. Aunt May told him that after her death, Mary Jane had been very sad and melancholic for a long time. So, despite her reluctance, Aunt May asked him to hurry home and see Mary Jane. After the Ultimate Spider-Man left, Miles and Aaron Davis also departed. As for Mark and Gwen, Aunt May was very happy that they had come to see her. Since Mark and Gwen didn't have a place to stay in this world, they ended up staying at Aunt May's house. That night, Mark noticed certain changes in his body. A web of destiny silently appeared in his mind realm. This was an ability he naturally gained from the power of destiny after saving the Ultimate Spider-Man. This giant web connected Mark closely with all the different spider people. However, it was distinctly different from the web of life and destiny controlled by the Weaver. The two were possibly unrelated, at least from Mark's perspective. Mark realized that, in this so-called web of destiny, there were only a few spiders at the moment, and their positions were distinct and easy to identify. At the very center was a huge black dot representing himself, and it was also the core of this web of destiny. Radiating out from this core were 12 rather thick strands, each with the effect of extending infinitely outward. Between every two thick strands, there were several thinner threads, forming a web-like structure of spider nodes. A small portion of these spider nodes already had something present. For example, on the 3 nodes of the thick strand extending upward were Toby Spider, Andrew Spider, and Spider Tom. As for the adult Andrew Spider and the evil Andrew Spider, perhaps because they were parallel world counterparts of Andrew Spider, they were placed on 2 fate nodes closer to Andrew Spider. However, it was evident that the fate nodes for adult Andrew Spider and the evil Andrew Spider were smaller than Andrew Spiders. On the thick strand extending to the left, the closest node to Mark represented Spider-Gwen's destiny. Further out, there were nodes representing Miles and the Ultimate Spider. Unfortunately, he did not see nodes for the Spider-Noir, Penny, Spider-Ham, or middle-aged Peter Spider-Man, all of whom he had come into contact with. Clearly, he had not altered their destinies and had not allowed them to escape their original fates, so they did not appear on his web of destiny. He could sense that he could now contact them through this web of destiny, and the spiders on this web of destiny could also contact him in a specific manner. At the same time, this web of destiny made him realize some new things. Entering the anime dimension meant that he was very likely to encounter the Inheritors family, because the Inheritors' hunting range extended throughout the entire anime and comic dimension. In other words, unless Mark escaped back to the movie dimension, he could encounter these people. When he received this feedback from the power of destiny, for a moment, Mark indeed felt fear. Members of the Inheritors family each possessed terrifying powers. The only thing that could counter them was nuclear radiation. But nuclear radiation was not something ordinary people, not even Mark, could control. His quantumization couldn't achieve radioactive effects. However, he didn't run away. In fact, ever since he learned that his ability came from the Weaver's gift, he understood his responsibility from the beginning. Every Spider-Man should have their own responsibility. For most Spider-Men, their responsibility was within their neighborhoods, maintaining peace and safety within the community, nothing more. But there were a few Spider-Men with greater responsibilities, so great that they were responsible for safeguarding the Earth or even the entire universe's peace, like the Spider-Man who joined the Fantastic Four, the Spider-Man who became the Beyonder Spider-Man, and the Spider-Man who got the Enigma Force. His responsibility was to rescue those Spider-Men, whose destinies had already been contaminated by the Inheritors, from the web of life and destiny and help them through the crisis. To lead them through the crisis. The Inheritors hunting operation had been ongoing for centuries. There were countless Spider-Men from various universes who had died at their hands, and there were many more people who had been killed alongside those Spider-Men. They were the closest people to each world's Spider-Man, willing to sacrifice their lives and fight for him when he faced dire adversity, to protect their friends, to protect the Spider-Man, to protect the friends of Spider-Man. This was the responsibility and mission bestowed upon him by the web of destiny, alongside the power it granted him. With great power comes great responsibility. In reality, he couldn't escape. Of course, he could continue hiding in the movie dimension, waiting for Peter B. Parker and the main universe Peter Parker to come forward and lead the Spider-Men to defeat the Inheritors. But that was a comic, a possibility. What if they failed? They had gathered so many spider powers, but what if they still failed? Then who would lead the next action against the Inheritors? Who could guarantee that after sacrificing the wives, others, and descendants and eliminating all the Spider-Man in the anime dimension and comic dimension, the Inheritors wouldn't find a way to enter the movie dimension? Rather than passively waiting for doom, it was better to take the initiative. Mark didn't plan to stay here for long. The next day, after having a conversation with the Ultimate Spider-Man, he left a mark on him. Through this mark, they could communicate across time and space. Then, he left a unique mark on Miles. These marks were taken from his web of destiny, representing a part of their respective nodes. He left these marks because Peter B. Parker and the British Spider-Man would discover the Inheritors family's actions at about the same time. Inheritors family members would appear in the Ultimate Universe. In the original timeline, Miles fought alone and was almost killed. It wasn't until others arrived that they saved him. But this time, there were 3 strong individuals, Ultimate Spider-Man, Prowler, and Miles. If they could call Mark as soon as they spotted a member of the Inheritors family, they might have a chance against these foes. And even if they couldn't win, escaping was an option. Afterward, Mark borrowed Ultimate Spider-Man's device to upgrade Miles' suit. Miles preferred a soft and smooth style to the metal look Mark had. Ultimate Spider-Man, being a great inventor, quickly designed a new suit that met Miles' preferences, made of superior materials and added intelligent assistance and new abilities. Both Miles and Mark were quite satisfied with the result. In fact, Ultimate Spider-Man and Miles were very interested in Mark's time-traveling abilities. However, Mark's description of the Inheritors family raised their concern. So, Ultimate Spider-Man decided to focus on training Miles' combat abilities. Simultaneously, he would try to develop a handheld nuclear radiation device based on Mark's description of the Inheritors' weaknesses. Mark recommended looking into Dr. Octavius's miniature artificial sun for reference. However, Dr. Octavius's device was focused on energy production, while they needed something that emphasized the effects of nuclear radiation. Mark admitted that research wasn't his strong suit, so he knew where he stood. His role was clear: travel to more Spider-Man worlds and bring more Spider-Men into his web of destiny. This would not only strengthen his own abilities but also allow him to quickly gather more Spider-Men during major battles. As Mark was preparing to leave, an unexpected guest appeared before them. It was Madame Octavius, Olivia Liv Octavius. Although her special active metal allowed her to sense Mark's return to this world, it lacked pinpoint precision. So, she had to search bit by bit. Unfortunately, when she went to Aunt May's house in the morning, Mark had just left to meet with Ultimate Spider-Man and Miles. So, she came up empty-handed. Only when she reached Peter Parker's home did she finally find Mark. "Hey, Liv, long time no see. What's up?" Mark greeted her with a wave. Madame Octavius was momentarily stunned but quickly became somewhat annoyed. She said, "You ask me if I have something? You come back and don't even come to see me? Have you forgotten what you did to me? How could you forget?" The frustration of searching all night overwhelmed her in an instant. "Mark, Gwen, Ultimate Spider-Man and Miles? Lady, you can eat your meals however you like, but be careful with your words. My girlfriend is right here." Mark couldn't sit still anymore as he felt Gwen's dangerous aura. Gwen coldly looked at him but remained silent, making Mark even more uncomfortable. Mark quickly explained, "Gwen, please don't misunderstand. I really have nothing with her. When I left this world initially, she secretly found me and gave me a tube of nanometal particles, wanting me to take her out of this world." At this point, Gwen chuckled and laughed so hard that her shoulders were trembling. "Haha, I believe you, of course. You could never be interested in such a scruffy, older woman." Madame Octavius was infuriated, saying, "Who are you calling scruffy? I just had my hair done last month." She pulled out a hair tie and tied her hair up while several mechanical tentacles slowly extended, showing their sharpness. "Who are you calling old woman?" She took slow steps closer to Gwen, and just as Mark was about to intervene, Gwen stopped him. I want to see if I can defeat her with my own power. Gwen pressed her wrist, and the spider suit quickly materialized, covering her whole body. The transformation was swift. Is that so? I remember a few months ago, I beat you pretty bad. Madame Octavia stared coldly at Spider-Gwen, clearly eager to have a rematch. Her plan was simple. She had previously demonstrated her scientific abilities and was now showing her combat prowess, hoping that Mark would recognize her usefulness. This way, Mark would take her with him and allow her to study her coveted parallel universes. Fine, if you insist on fighting, Mark sighed and opened a portal. Let's go to a place where no one else is. After obtaining the Web of Fate, Mark's mental power and control over temporal forces had significantly increased. He now felt that the range of his portals could cover half of the Earth. This skill piqued Madame Octavius's interest once again. She inquired, space technology? Magic. Her curiosity for Mark deepened. The group, including Mark, Gwen, and Madame Octavius, entered the portal and appeared on the other side. They found themselves in a forest located thousands of kilometers away from New York City. Although it wasn't a pristine jungle, it had tall trees and was largely untouched by human activity. Mark chose this place as the battlefield to accommodate Spider-Gwen. The effectiveness of Spider-Man's fights on flat ground and those with obstacles was significantly different. Since they couldn't choose a crowded urban environment, they opted for the forest. Without a word, Spider-Gwen and Madame Octavius exchanged a quick glance and simultaneously started their moves. Spider-Gwen shot a strand of webbing at a nearby tree and flew upwards, seeking to secure aerial advantage. Madame Octavius, on the other hand, displayed a more violent approach. Two mechanical tentacles behind her extended, gripping two trees beside her. These trees snapped at the base and were stripped of branches by her tentacles, leaving only trunks. With a swift motion, two slightly modified tree trunks were hurled like giant spears towards Spider-Gwen, who was concealed high above. Spider-Gwen immediately adjusted the trajectory of one of her web strands with her other hand, then used a large web to ensnare one of the giant spears. Returning this to you. Spider-Gwen spun around the tree, using the rotational force to change the direction of the giant spear, sending it back down toward Madame Octavius. One of Madame Octavius's mechanical tentacles extended suddenly, breaking the giant spear, and then she casually tossed it aside. Her figure leaped high into the air, utilizing two other mechanical tentacles for propulsion. Seems like you're not only old and ugly but also lacking in intelligence, Spider-Gwen taunted Madame Octavius. Simultaneously, a massive spider web appeared overhead, completely enveloping Madame Octavius. When was that? Madame Octavius suddenly exclaimed. She had just seen nothing there a moment ago. Below, Mark and the others who were observing the battle were also somewhat surprised. Only Mark noticed something unusual. Indeed, there was no webbing there initially. However, just a moment ago, Spider-Gwen's speed suddenly increased several times. In an instant, she appeared above Madame Octavius and swiftly shot out 7 or 8 strands of webbing, completing the webbing process in an extremely short time and quickly returning to her original position. Because the speed was so fast, it created the illusion that she hadn't moved at all and the web suddenly appeared. But when did this happen? Mark remembered that Gwen didn't have this ability before, right? Could it have been last night? Mark suddenly recalled that last night, when the Web of Fate manifested in his mind, Gwen seemed to have come to him and passionately kissed him for a while. At that time, he was too busy studying the Web of Fate, so he didn't pay much attention to physical matters, allowing this female rogue to take liberties with him. Could it be that her sudden surge of emotions at that time was because of this? The Web of Fate not only strengthened Spider-Man, but it could also enhance them in return? Mark was somewhat surprised. He looked at Ultimate Spider who standing beside him and asked, "Have you felt any enhancement in your abilities? Like, increased strength, speed, or agility?" Ultimate Spider clenched his fist, swung it a bit, jumped in place, and shook his head. "I haven't felt anything." Huh. Now Mark was a bit puzzled. Ultimate Spider was also part of the Web of Fate, so why hadn't he been enhanced? Could it be because of Gwen's closer relationship with him? On the other side, while Mark was pondering the situation, Spider-Gwen and Madame Octavius were engaged in a fierce battle. Spider-Gwen was indeed faster than before, and her strength, agility, and various aspects seemed to have improved, including a short-term super acceleration ability. However, Madame Octavius was not to be underestimated. She had extensive combat experience, and her mechanical tentacles had high-level artificial intelligence, enabling her to analyze Spider-Gwen's movements at an extremely fast pace and take countermeasures in advance. An opponent with automatic defense capabilities like this was a significant challenge for Spider-Gwen, who leaned towards agility in combat. To deal with such a foe, one needed to either be faster than its processing ability or possess strength that could bypass its defense. Nevertheless, who was Gwen? In every world, Gwen was exceptionally intelligent. She quickly identified Madame Octavius's weakness, her tentacles. Admittedly, her mechanical tentacles were her offensive point, flexible and versatile, capable of extending freely up to 10 or 20 meters or guarding her to deflect damage. They were more formidable than the two Dr. Octopus Mark had encountered before. However, because of this, these 4 mechanical tentacles were her entire arsenal. As long as she could deal with them, Madame Octavius would be powerless to fight back. Spider-Gwen was now doing exactly that. She first found the right moment, pretended to attack the original body of Madame Octavius, and when one of her mechanical tentacles was in the middle of returning for defense, she suddenly changed her attack method, using a web to obstruct Madame Octavius's vision. At the same time, she shot several web grenades in a row, firmly attaching the returning mechanical tentacle to Madame Octavius's body. Although the mechanical tentacles had a certain degree of artificial intelligence, they were not JARVIS like Iron Man and still required Madame Octavius to control them manually to achieve their maximum effect. Once Madame Octavius lost control, Spider-Gwen quickly defeated the mechanical tentacles one by one. It didn't take long for the 4 mechanical tentacles to be securely bound in various positions by the webbing strands. Although Madame Octavius broke free not long after, in a real battle, she would have been defeated long ago. Madame Octavius realized this too, but she was still a bit unwilling. At this point, Mark stepped forward and called for a halt. Liv, stop. Madame Octavius gave a resentful look at Spider-Gwen but complied. Gwen retracted her suit and stood beside Mark, looking at Madame Octavius provocatively. She had been wanting to teach this old woman a lesson for months, and she had finally achieved her goal. Listen, Liv, I do have the ability to cross parallel universes with others now, but I'm currently preparing for one of the greatest battles in history, so I can't discuss parallel universes with you at the moment. I can compensate you for your earlier investment later, Mark said. The greatest battle in history. Madame Octavius suddenly became interested. What is it? Mark shook his head. I can't tell you about it. This battle has nothing to do with you. Also, I don't think we have the kind of relationship that allows us to share information, do we? Madame Octavius, while not entirely unreasonable, had a slightly erratic personality. Mark wasn't sure if he could trust her. Madame Octavius pondered for a moment and said, you mentioned that you're preparing for this battle. So, I'm wondering, if I can help you, can I join the fight? You want to join the battle? Mark was somewhat surprised. This kind of thing, normal people would stay far away from it. If Mark wasn't one of the Spider-Men himself, he wouldn't even think about getting involved in this mess. Their opponents include a multiverse-level character and several single-universe-level powerful individuals. You should think carefully. The enemies we will face are incredibly terrifying. If they want to, they can unleash power capable of destroying an entire universe instantly. Even the ordinary members among them have the strength to easily obliterate planets. I'm sorry to be blunt, but your abilities. Mark's implication was clear. Madame Octavius's abilities were quite average, and there was really no need for her to participate in the battle. Madame Octavius, however, shook her head and pointed at her own head. Ha ha ha, fighting isn't just about strength, it's also about intelligence. Individual strength is limited, life is limited, but our thoughts can extend infinitely, becoming boundless power. Mark was momentarily speechless. It seemed that Madame Octavius, just like Dr. Octopus, had a similar way of thinking. The difference was that the other Dr. Octopus sought to change the world with intelligence, while Madame Octavius aimed to arm herself with intelligence. Ultimate Spider-Man stepped forward and looked at Madame Octavius, who was seemingly changing for the better. He said, hey, Liv, I happen to need your help. How about we team up? Madame Octavius looked at Mark. Mark nodded helplessly and said, fine, if you can really help us win this battle, I will keep my promise. After thinking it through, having Madame Octavius help didn't seem like a bad idea. Moreover, with her assistance, they might have a better and faster chance of achieving success. After all, a meeting with the inheritors could happen at any time. Saying their goodbyes to Ultimate Spider and Madame Octavius, Mark and Gwen left the Ultimate Universe. This time, their destination was a world they had carefully considered. In this world, there were many things that greatly interested them. However, at the same time, it was also somewhat dangerous. This was a Spider-Man animated series that aired multiple times on children's channels during Mark's childhood. Because it was released between 1994 and 1998, some people called it the 94th version of Spider-Man, while others referred to it as the 95th version, but in general, it was known as the 94th Spider. This animated series consisted of 65 episodes, divided into 5 seasons. In contrast to the 3 movie-based worlds Mark had visited, in this world, Peter Parker appeared as a college student right from the beginning. He gained his superpowers when he was bitten by a spider exposed to new genetic technology during a demonstration by Dr. Kurt Connors and Dr. Farley Stillwell. This event altered his genetic makeup, transforming him from a frail bookworm into a superhuman with extraordinary abilities, including enhanced strength, spider sense, and more. Like most Peter Parkers, he was exceptionally intelligent. He invented his web shooters and the spider suit, among other gadgets. However, initially, he didn't have much interest in becoming a superhero. He ventured into underground boxing rings, using his web shooters to perform and earn substantial rewards while participating in underground boxing matches. However, there was a time when he allowed a criminal to escape while changing in the dressing room, failing to assist the police. Consequently, that escaped criminal later entered the room to commit a robbery, resulting in the death of Peter's Uncle Ben. Peter deeply reflected on his Uncle Ben's death and remembered the famous words Uncle Ben once told him. He understood the profound meaning of "with great power comes great responsibility" and adopted it as his life's motto. From that point on, he embarked on the dual life of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. He became a classic in the hearts of many, the 94th version of Spider-Man. However, the world of the 94th Spider was different from other worlds. In this world, the 94th Spider didn't meet Gwen, and the police chief was a woman named Terry Lee. Evidently, she wasn't Gwen Stacy's father. The 94th Spider was a college student who worked at J. Jonah Jameson's newspaper as an official photographer. However, part of the reason the 94th Spider became the official photographer for the Daily Bugle was that he was also his own, Spider-Man's, official photographer, providing many Spider-Man-related photographs to the newspaper. So, the 94th Spider's income was relatively stable, much better than Tobey Maguire's. In this world, Dr. Kurt Connors also transformed himself into the Lizard with his new genetic technology, and he became the initial opponent of the 94th Spider. Afterward, he had confrontations with various villains like the Alistair Smythe father and son, the Spider Slayers series of robots, Dr. Octopus, the Mysterio, the Scorpion, Craven the Hunter, the Rhino, the Shocker, and more. He even got bonded with the Venom symbiote, becoming the Venom Spider-Man, leading to a darkening of his personality. In the end, he struggled immensely to break free from the symbiote's control and return to his original self. Similar to the situation with Tobey Spider, the Venom symbiote held deep grudges after being discarded by the 94th Spider. Combining with Eddie Brock, a journalist from the Daily Bugle who held a grudge against Spider-Man, they became Venom. When the symbiote merged with Spider-Man, it shared his secrets and replicated many of his abilities. During their battles with Venom, Spider-Man often found himself on the losing side, even getting captured and unmasked in public. Fortunately, they were in a high-rise building, and it was nighttime. The people below couldn't discern his true face, allowing the 94th Spider to escape successfully. Afterward, he eventually discovered Venom's weakness and lured the symbiote to a rocket launch pad. He managed to separate it from Eddie Brock and sent it into space via the rocket. He also crossed paths with SHIELD agent Nick Fury and Black Widow. While they fought, they also apprehended another wanted criminal, the Chameleon. The Chameleon didn't have extraordinary physical abilities, but he could freely change his appearance using a belt, causing confusion during the fight. However, in the end, the 94th Spider, using his intelligence and wit, captured the Chameleon and resolved misunderstandings with the SHIELD agent, turning enemies into allies. These events represent the content of the first season and can be seen as the 94th Spider's coming-of-age period. During this time, he transformed from a clever college student into an intelligent superhero. He also met Mary Jane Watson and Felicia Hardy during this period, maintaining a good relationship with both of them. Mark wasn't particularly interested in the 94th Spider's rich love life. However, Mary Jane Watson was one of the reasons he came to this world. In this version, Mary Jane Watson is a good girl who genuinely cares about Peter Parker. But later, during a battle between the 94th Spider and the Green Goblin, she was sucked into a black hole world by a time travel device and disappeared forever. This is something many find hard to accept, and it's a lifelong pain for the 94th Spider. Many would like to see him save Mary Jane Watson and see them live happily together. Aside from this, there are other reasons that drove him to this world. First, there is a mysterious artifact known as the Tablet of Time mentioned in the story. This artifact possesses magical properties, allowing a person to regain their youth. Initially, it fell into the hands of Silvermane. However, he was turned into a child by the Tablet of Time after using it. Afterward, Toomes studied the Tablet of Time and invented a device that could temporarily absorb time from others and transform into the Vulture. He even used this ability to transfer the 94th Spider's youth and strength to himself, creating an incredibly overpowered situation. Because Mark himself had powers related to time and space, he was genuinely interested in the Tablet of Time, as he might be able to gain something from it. Second, there are the mysterious Madam Web and the Beyonder. In the canonical Madam Web story, she is a mutant afflicted with a congenital neurodegenerative condition resulting in blindness and severe myasthenia. She possesses powerful psychic and telepathic abilities, enabling her to perceive events happening around her and even foresee some future occurrences. In this world, she resides in an alternate dimension and quietly observes the 94th Spider. Occasionally, she summons him. It appears that she doesn't have exceptional physical abilities and is portrayed as an old lady who spends most of her time sitting in a chair. But in the final part of the show, she claimed to be the subordinate of the Beyonder. In the Marvel Universe, there's a character known as the Beyonder, said to be a being above all multiverses. Mark always thought it was merely a character introduced by the people of his world to add excitement to the story. Before this, he had verified that many aspects of his world differed from what he encountered. However, in the world of the 94th Spider, this guy named the Beyonder seems to be one of the Beyonders. In the series, he indeed displays some incredibly powerful abilities. For example, he instantly transported Dr. Octopus, the Lizard, Dr. Doom, Alistair Smythe, and the Red Skull from Earth to a paradise planet when he first appeared. The intelligent life on this planet had never known concepts of evil since their birth. They used technology to eliminate hunger, suffering, and misfortune. Everyone lived in immense happiness. However, after the Beyonder sent those several supervillains to this planet, it turned into hell within a year. The native people were slaughtered and enslaved on a massive scale. And he did this only to validate the concepts of good and evil. During this time, he also demonstrated the ability to leap through time, directly leaping forward 1 year. Manipulating time and space, conducting experiments with countless lives on an entire planet, it revealed his power and his propensity to exercise it as he saw fit. But there's a major question in all of this. After the secret war to determine the secrets of good and evil was completed, the Beyonder and Madam Web finally revealed their true purpose for seeking the 94th Spider. In one universe, a geneticist named Miles Warren replicated the genetic code of Spider-Man Peter Parker, creating a clone. However, the clone escaped from the cloning tank and adopted the name Ben Reilly. But later, Dr. Connors discovered that perhaps Ben Reilly was the real Peter Parker, and the current Peter Parker was just a clone. In this world, Ben harbored deep hatred for Peter and wanted to kill him. Later, Kingpin constructed a time-traveling device to connect with other dimensions. Peter tried to stop it, but he was attacked by Ben. Within the open portal, the Carnage symbiote escaped and merged with Ben, turning into Spider Carnage. Carnage Spider attempted to use a device to destroy all multiverses. The Beyonder claimed to have consumed all his power to reverse time across the multiverse, leaving him almost powerless, so he sought the 94th Spider and other Spider-Men summoned from different universes to join forces against Carnage Spider and stop his actions. So, here's the question. In the previous Secret War event, he still had so much power. How did he become so powerless after crossing over? If this time reversal thing had just happened, why did he hold the Secret War event in advance? And if he foresaw all of this happening, then there was no need for him to hold the Secret War event. He could have simply eliminated Carnage Spider in advance, which would have been enough to prevent everything. These two explanations are completely contradictory. So Mark suspected that the so-called Secret War was just a dream concocted by Madam Web, and the Beyonder didn't actually exist. Madam Web possessed the ability to foresee the future. She foresaw the emergence of Carnage Spider and knew that his actions could threaten the multiverse. So, she created this dream scenario to make the 94th Spider understand his inner self, so that he wouldn't fall into darkness due to self-doubt and be controlled by the symbiote. Subsequently, she used her abilities to summon several Spider-Men, including the 94th Spider, with the aim of defeating Carnage Spider and preventing this multiverse crisis. Of course, all of this is just Mark's conjecture. So, he wanted to visit this world to validate his own speculations. As for whether his and Gwen's appearance will attract attention, it's not important. Because from the original storyline, the common goal of Madam Web and the Beyonder is to prevent the destructive actions of Carnage Spider. Now, with the addition of him and Gwen, two powerful allies, why would they refuse? They're probably thrilled. Besides, with the enhanced control of Destiny's power, he can easily create a little disguise for himself and Gwen. Woo woo woo. The long wailing sirens echoed through the streets. In the city's streets, over a dozen police cars rushed from all directions, sealing off the area. Police Chief Terry Lee ordered her subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Turn on the searchlights." Yes. Several officers immediately adjusted the massive searchlights on the police cars, directing their beams onto a wall. In a corner of the street, there was a pale young man in a black jacket, who, when he saw the searchlights turning his way, panicked and flew up. His name was Michael Morbius. Not long ago, the 94th Spider had decided to study his own blood due to genetic instability, so he left some blood samples in the school's equipment. Morbius had stolen the school's equipment for experiments and accidentally introduced some of the 94th Spider's mutated genes into his body, turning him into a vampire who constantly attacked humans to sustain himself. On the other side, an even stranger character appeared on the opposite wall. He was wearing Spider-Man's red and blue costume, but he had 6 arms. He was the 94th Spider. Due to issues with genetic mutation, he had sought help from friends but ended up taking an imperfect serum, which exacerbated his mutation and led to his current appearance as the 6-armed Spider-Man. Seeing Morbius flying up, the 94th Spider made a sudden pounce and rescued him from the searchlights. Both of them landed on a rooftop. Upon seeing the 94th Spider's appearance, Morbius was also greatly surprised. "How did you end up like this?" The 94th Spider scratched his head. "Let's put it this way, you're not the only one with mutations." Yikes. Morbius didn't want to stay with him longer. In fact, he hated Spider-Man quite a bit and didn't want to be around him for a moment longer. He immediately flew up, holding the 94th Spider in his arms, and then tossed him away. The 94th Spider, who grew 4 extra arms, was unaccustomed to the sudden fight, and didn't want to harm Morbius, so he quickly ended up at a disadvantage and was thrown away. Morbius took the opportunity to leave the scene. Is this world's Spider-Man? Why does he have 6 arms? Well, spiders do have 8 legs, so could this be the correct Spider-Man form? Gwen and Mark stood in a corner of the street, looking in the direction of the 94th Spider. Gwen raised a reasonable question. "He's like this due to genetic mutation," Mark explained, somewhat incredulous at Gwen's wild imagination. But according to this world's original trajectory, if left unchecked, he could indeed turn into a spider monster with 6 arms and 8 eyes. This is one of the reasons we came here. Gosh, Gwen shuddered at the mental image. Thank goodness I didn't go through that. I won't turn into a monster, right? Mark lowered his head and couldn't resist giving her a kiss on her forehead. Of course not. Even if your spider genes caused any side effects, I could just remove them for you. Gwen responded. At this moment, a burly man wearing a tight suit with a skull pattern appeared on a rooftop on the opposite side. He looked down at the 94th Spider from a higher vantage point, completely ignoring the police officers below, and said, 6 arms? Combat record, 1195.3. Spider-Man appears in the front direction. No matter how many arms he has, I will defeat him. With that, The man picked up a set of armor from the side and put it on. Who's that? Gwen, following Mark's direction, also saw this man and inquired. Mark's eyes revealed a tinge of nostalgia. He's called the Punisher, originally a member of the United States Marine Corps. After his family was murdered by criminal elements, he began seeking vengeance against all criminal activities. Is he a superhero too? Gwen asked with curiosity, her experiences crossing parallel universes really broadening her horizons. Mark shook his head slightly. Strictly speaking, he's an anti-hero. Unlike the no-killing philosophy of most superhero teams, his philosophy is if you're guilty, you must die. So teams like the Avengers have refused to accept him. Why is that? Gwen felt that something must have happened to him to make him so extreme. Mark explained, after he left the military, one day, he was having a picnic in the park with his wife and child and happened to witness some of the criminal syndicate's secrets. The whole family was killed as a result. Having been miraculously revived, he used his intelligence and resources to find the killers and sought legal means to bring them to justice. However, the criminals managed to escape punishment through various methods and legal loopholes. After losing all hope in the justice system, he chose to resort to violence to seek justice for his wife and child and administer deadly retribution to any criminals he encountered. Hearing Mark's words, Gwen turned her head to look at him and remarked, "So, he's quite your cup of tea, isn't he?" Having spent this time getting to know her boyfriend better, she had come to understand his character to some extent. In reality, Mark's philosophy was indeed quite similar to the Punisher's, both possessing a kind of heroic spirit driven by a sense of righteousness. However, Mark was not as extreme as the Punisher. For those who had gone astray but hadn't committed serious offenses yet, he was inclined to offer forgiveness. For individuals who had done evil but could turn over a new leaf, Mark would consider whether they should be spared. For instance, there were two lizard doctors in the two different worlds. The one he encountered in the Andrew Spider's world, having seen him kill many people, Mark showed no mercy and killed him directly. But the one brought to Spider Tom's world, he ultimately let him go. As for individuals he considered irredeemable, he would take severe measures to deal with them. For example, the Green Goblin. Apart from the second-generation Green Goblin, Harry, in the Tobey Spider's version, most other Green Goblins are basically hopeless and often cause trouble, just constantly annoying you. Anyway, if it were Mark, he'd definitely want to get rid of that thing. Mark chuckled, "It's true, but I'm not as extreme as he is." Gwen nodded. If Mark were the type to indiscriminately kill like the Punisher, she would have left him a long time ago. Although she had reservations about Mark's tendency to kill certain villains, she had grown in her understanding after going through some experiences. Especially after spending a long time with Mark, her mentality had naturally undergone some changes. "But you really know a lot about him?" Gwen asked curiously. Mark smiled and said, "In my world, there was an arcade game called The Punisher. There were only two playable characters, one being the guy right in front of us, and the other was Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. The game had lots of weapons and great controls, so it was quite captivating. For a while, my good friend and I used to go play it after school." "I didn't expect you to be a street-smart arcade game enthusiast," Gwen said with an uncontrollable smile. "All right, their little intimacy is over, and I think it's time for us to take action," Mark said. In the time Mark and Gwen were talking about the Punisher, the situation on the field had changed once again. The 94th Spider, who had experienced further mutation, found himself in another predicament. His self-made web fluid on his right hand had run out, leaving only a small amount on his left hand. "Hey, helmet guy, should I call you silly head or iron head? Can we reschedule this fight for another day? I need to go home for dinner." Even in a dire situation, the 94th Spider couldn't help but quip. The Punisher stood on the opposite rooftop, gazing coldly at the 94th Spider, giving an order to a van below. "Battle van, activate the super liquid silicon jet system, enter the signal, prepare to fire." Bang! From below, a modified camper van shot up a small canister. The Punisher caught the canister and inserted it into his gun, shooting it at the 94th Spider. The 94th Spider instinctively tried to escape upwards. However, what shot out of the gun was not a dangerous weapon, but rather something like a lubricant. This substance adhered to the entire wall, making it too slippery for the 94th Spider to climb, and he immediately lost his wall-crawling ability and fell downward. Thud! The 94th Spider was sent tumbling down from a wall that was about 30 to 40 meters high, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. "Ouch! My back, my back!" The 94th Spider howled in pain. "You think I'd really yell like that? Actually, my back is fine, but my ribs are killing me. Damn it, why now?" Boom! Seeing the 94th Spider lying on the ground, the Punisher's suit immediately sprayed out flames from the jet on his back, descending towards the 94th Spider. Hearing that the 94th Spider dared to make light-hearted comments in his current condition really infuriated the Punisher. Thud! The Punisher heavily crashed down onto the area where the 94th Spider was, ready to give him a resounding blow. Swoosh! Just at the crucial moment, the 94th Spider endured the pain and raised his left hand, shooting a strand of webbing toward the overhead police helicopter. The police helicopter, unexpectedly caught in the crossfire, immediately began to ascend, and the 94th Spider used this upward force to propel himself into the air. "Wow, I finally got rid of that maniac. Where did he even come from?" the 94th Spider exclaimed, not sure who his attacker was. The Punisher coldly watched the sky, unwilling to let the 94th Spider escape once more. Ignoring his teammates' advice, he ordered the battle van to launch on-board missiles. Battle van, activate the Teflon Blade mini-missiles. Enter the coordinates. I want to take him out once and for all. Bang! The van's side launch bay opened, releasing a weapon resembling a handheld rocket launcher. The Punisher grabbed it, locked onto the 94th Spider in the sky, and decisively pressed the fire button. The people on the helicopter also noticed the Punisher's actions. That lunatic, he's aiming a missile launcher at us. That lunatic, what is he trying to do? Oh, dear, is he really trying to blow me and this helicopter up? The 94th Spider hesitated for a moment and let go of the webbing in his hand. He didn't want to involve innocent people, even if it meant his own death. However, the distance between them wasn't that great to begin with, and the speed of the missile after it was fired far exceeded his falling speed. In the desperate gaze of the people on the helicopter, the missile vanished. Huh? Are we okay? Great, we're okay. Both of them shouted for joy simultaneously. Although they didn't know what happened, the most important thing was to survive. As an outsider who controlled the situation, the Punisher had a clearer view. He saw his blade missiles, moments before hitting Spider-Man, suddenly disappear from sight. Then they reappeared in the nearby sky. What's going on? The Punisher was surprised but decided to first capture the falling 94th Spider. He pulled out a giant net once again. As he was about to launch it. Where did Spider-Man go? The Punisher stood at the edge of the rooftop, questioning life itself. The 94th Spider, clutching his sides in pain, rolled on the ground. Naturally, he had been taken away by Mark using a portal. In fact, Mark had been wondering all along whether Madam Web, who was secretly observing the 94th Spider, would step in when he was in danger. That's why he allowed the 94th Spider to battle the Punisher. Unfortunately, Madam Web didn't appear, so he had to intervene. Is he about to mutate soon? Gwen asked with concern. Mark approached, found the right moment, and used a few strands of webbing to secure all 6 of the 94th Spider's arms and both of his feet to the ground. It seems so. His mutation process is rapidly accelerating, Mark said. Gwen, watch over him and don't let him move. Okay, leave it to me. Gwen walked closer. Mark squatted down next to the 94th Spider. Quantum Insight. Quantum Scalpel. Mark transformed into a doctor once again, ready to operate on the 94th Spider's genes. Mark was quite skilled in this craft. After all, when he was still relatively weak, he performed quantum surgery on Gwen, who had just recently transformed into Lizard in the Andrew Spider-Verse. However, once he really got to work, Mark realized that this time was more dangerous and tricky than before. Upon reflection, it made sense. Back then, Gwen had just transformed into Lizard, and many things were straightforward, with no complications when it came to removing or filling in certain aspects. In contrast, the 94th Spider's spider genes had been integrated into his body for a long time, and the critical point was that his powers came directly from those spider genes. But the new gene technology responsible for his mutation did not extract the benign genes from the target organism, it simply transferred spider genes to him. In reality, turning into a spider monster the size of a human, similar to Dr. Kurt Connors, who became the Lizard, was the ultimate outcome of this new gene technology. The 94th Spider's state, where he had the powers of Spider-Man but had not turned into a monster, was, in fact, an incomplete form. If he wanted to save the 94th Spider, simply removing excess genes was not sufficient. If only excess genes were removed, the 94th Spider would lose his Spider-Man abilities altogether. And this world needed a Spider-Man who continued to fight. So Mark couldn't choose this path. What he truly needed to do was to remove the malignant portions of the spider genes that had bonded with Peter Parker's human genes in the 94th Spider's genetic code, thereby allowing him to maintain his current state. But this required a better understanding of genetics. However, even though he couldn't provide a complete cure, he could temporarily suppress it. Mark withdrew his hands and returned to his normal state. Gwen asked, "The surgery is done already? So fast?" Mark shook his head. "The situation is more complicated than I expected. I need to go find Dr. Kurt Connors in this world. He's an expert in new genetics. Perhaps he can identify the recessive aspects of the spider genes and assist me in completing this surgery." Gwen nodded. "Ugh, where am I? What happened to me? Hey, did you guys save me? Thank you so much." The 94th Spider slowly regained consciousness. "You're awake? The surgery went very well. Now you're a girl." Mark crouched beside Peter and his face entirely covered the latter's line of sight. The former's face was oh so serious that it would really make sense for him to receive an Oscar award. "The 94th Spider? Gwen? Ahem, just kidding." Mark cleared his throat, "but judging by your lively and talkative nature, it seems like my surgery was indeed successful." The 94th Spider touched his body and let out a sigh of relief. "You really scared me for a moment. I thought I was actually going to turn into a girl. In that case, I'd have to redo my spider costume." Mark? Gwen? "So, that's what you're concerned about?" The 94th Spider continued. "Wait, but my sides don't hurt anymore. And wait a minute, my arms, they've actually returned to normal." He realized that the extra set of arms he'd grown had vanished. Mark explained, "I've only temporarily suppressed the mutated genes in your body, but it won't be long before they re-emerge. Now, it's best for us to find Dr. Kurt Connors. Only he might have the means to truly eradicate the malignant portions of your genes. Wait, how do you know about Dr. Kurt Connors? The 94th Spider was taken aback, feeling like he couldn't see through the man and woman before him. Mark held Gwen and said with a smile, "I'm Mark, and this is my girlfriend, Gwen. We're travelers passing through this place, and we heard your story and witnessed what happened to you. As for why we know these things..." Mark extended his left hand, and his palm transformed into an ionized state, emitting electrical currents to form a lightning sword. Then, it shifted into flames, taking the shape of a fiery blade. "As you can see, I'm a sorcerer, so I possess some future sight abilities," Mark said mysteriously. "Sorcerer? As in like a wizard?" The 94th Spider scratched his head in awe for a bit. "You can think of it that way," Mark shrugged. The reason the 94th Spider couldn't trigger his spider sense on Mark and Gwen was that Mark had temporarily blocked any spider totems on them using his web of destiny. Unless they voluntarily exposed themselves or faced Madame Web or the potential Beyonder directly, it would be challenging to detect any signs on them from a distance. Mark's motive for doing this was to discreetly observe Madame Web and to find out whether the Beyonder truly existed. If the Beyonder indeed existed, he would undoubtedly see through Mark's disguise and perceive Mark's true power. He wanted to confront the Ben Reilly and find the 94th Spider, but it was better to find Mark directly. If they sought out Mark, there was no way Ben Reilly would escape as easily as before. "Alright, let's go then. I hope Dr. Kurt Connors can help me. Thank you for your assistance. How about I treat you to dinner later? But before that, I need to return home to replenish some web fluid. I've run out," the 94th Spider rambled on. Mark chuckled, thinking that the 94th Spider was indeed the same old Spider-Man chatterbox, even more so than any other Spider-Man. Now that he had the chance to interact with him directly, it seemed even more entertaining. "Then let's get going." Mark opened a portal, and on the other side was the 94th Spider's home. "Peter, come this way. Wow, this is so amazing. Is this magic?" The 94th Spider crossed through the portal, still talking. He was already accustomed to Mark's knowledge of his true identity. After all, magic was just too incredible. The 94th Spider didn't shy away from Mark and Gwen, he simply opened a small door in his room. Behind that door was an even smaller room containing his equipment for developing photos, but in reality, it was a mini laboratory of his own. He quickly replenished his web fluid and returned. "All right, Mr. Amazing Wizard, let's go." Mark wiped away the original portal and then opened another portal leading to Dr. Kurt Connors' home. "No matter how many times I see it, it's always so amazing. You remind me of someone, but she always summons me without my consent. Compared to her, you're much more gentle," the 94th Spider remarked. A thought crossed Mark's mind. The she that the 94th Spider was talking about, wasn't that Madame Web? Madame Web possessed a teleportation ability that could transport the 94th Spider to a place similar to an alternate dimension. She had used this ability to save the 94th Spider from danger a few times. However, it was clear that she couldn't use this ability frequently. There were a few times when the 94th Spider nearly died, and she didn't step in to assist. It raised questions about her true feelings toward him. "You've met her many times? Is she also a wizard?" Mark asked calmly. The 94th Spider shook his head, saying, "I don't know. Every time I meet her, she's sitting down and talks about some kind of test, all mysterious and cryptic." Gwen teased, "You might not be mysterious, but you sure are chatty. Is that so?" The 94th Spider scratched his head. "It's okay, maybe that is really your magic," Mark comforted. "You make a point. Next time I encounter those bad guys, if warning them doesn't stop them, I'll use magic to defeat them." "What do you think of that idea?" the 94th Spider suggested. "It's a good idea, but I don't recommend using it in practice," Gwen advised. "Why not?" "Because its damage output is really weak," Gwen explained. "Maybe it will work wonders sometimes, who knows? Anyway, I think Dr. Connors may not be at home right now. He might be in the lab," the 94th Spider said. "But, in fact, I have a better option. Can you find out where Dr. Mariah is?" Mark sighed. "Why didn't you mention her earlier?" "Dr. Mariah, she's the lover of Craven, right?" Yes. It's your fault for trying to get my attention with magic. Blame it on you." The 94th Spider firmly shifted the blame. "If you had the ability to shift blame when helping others take the fall, why would Punisher be chasing you?" Mark joked while wiping away the portal and then opening another one. "Oh, you know that guy from earlier? You even know about my wrongful accusations," the 94th Spider said. "Of course, I know. I also know that you've carried more blame than anyone else in this world," Mark remarked. He wasn't exaggerating. The 94th Spider could be considered the blame-bearing Spider-Man because he had shouldered countless accusations. For example, recently, Morbius stole a blood sample he left at school for experiments, turned himself into a vampire, and then escaped from the hospital. The rumors outside ended up falsely accusing Spider-Man of capturing Morbius, which drew the Punisher's ire towards Spider-Man. "Though it hurts a bit to hear, you're speaking the truth. I can't argue with that." "Oh, my goodness," the 94th Spider lamented, clutching his head. "Hello, Spider-Man, and the rest of you. Who are you people?" A tall, middle-aged woman appeared before Mark and the others. She had short, light gray hair and a professional appearance, wearing a white lab coat. She was a typical American beauty. She was Dr. Mariah. The 94th Spider had helped her save her husband, Craven, which had led to their friendship. Previously, Dr. Mariah had researched a drug that could combat spider gene mutations. However, it wasn't ready yet, and the impatient 94th spider took it. This semi-finished drug only exacerbated his mutation, leading to his transformation into the six-armed Spider-Man. These two are new friends of mine, the 94th spider introduced. Mark extended his hand and said, "Hello, Dr. Maria, I'm Mark, and this is my girlfriend, Gwen Stacy." "Hello, Mr. Mark." "Hello, Miss Gwen. May I ask who you are?" After exchanging greetings with Mark and Gwen, Dr. Maria inquired. The 94th spider stepped forward and explained, "Well, Mark has a miraculous ability to remove the drawbacks from my mutant genes. However, he needs to know the specific areas to be removed, so we need your help." Dr. Maria paused for a moment and looked at Mark, saying, "An ability to remove the drawbacks from mutant genes? Forgive me for being straightforward, but besides Dr. Connor's new Genetics Research Institute, I've never heard of such an ability in any other research facility. Nevertheless, sure, take me to your laboratory so I can see." In her mind, she wondered if this person named Mark was deceiving Spider-Man to gain something from him, possibly his mutant genes. She didn't want her friend used as a guinea pig. Mark gave a faint smile and said, "I'm not a researcher from an institute, or at least not anymore. You can think of this ability as a superpower." "Superpower? Acting on a genetic level?" Dr. Maria was greatly surprised. "Yes," Mark replied, estimating that she might not believe him. However, she was doing this to protect the 94th spider, so he couldn't blame her. Mark briefly explained what he had seen about the genetic mutations in the 94th spider when he treated him earlier. Dr. Maria immediately believed part of it because she had previously taken a sample of Spider-Man's blood to research his mutation. Thus, the conditions he described were indeed familiar to her. However, Mark knew that she might have examined these conditions with specialized equipment, and so his explanation alone might not be sufficient. But then the 94th spider himself stepped up. "Dr. Maria, I believe I need Mark's and your help. My mutation is getting worse, and I don't want to turn into a human spider monster. Please, help us," he pleaded. At the same time, he expressed his trust in Mark and Dr. Maria. Dr. Maria observed Mark for a while, then nodded and said, "Very well, let's cooperate. How can I assist you?" Mark extended his hand and shook hers. "Cooperate happily. To be honest, I don't understand genetics, but I can see genetic mutations and necrosis. So, Dr. Maria, please put your hand on my shoulder later and close your eyes. I will share my vision with you," Mark explained. Dr. Maria was even more puzzled. She felt Mark was talking about mysticism rather than science. However, she nodded without raising any questions, and she was somewhat curious about what Mark would do. Mark turned to Gwen and said, "Gwen, it's up to you to be on alert. I suspect we'll need some time, and there's a Punisher who's after the 94th spider in town, and there's a vampire who might attack people at any time." Gwen nodded and went to the window. Can she do it? The 94th spider couldn't resist a smirk. Gwen turned around to look at him and said, "Maybe I don't mind sparring with you." Mark lightly tapped him and said, "Hey, are you pretending like I don't exist? Dare you to question my girlfriend? Besides, you can trust Gwen, she's more capable than you are." Alright, maybe I'm just a poor, weak, and helpless little spider." The 94th spider shrugged his shoulders and spoke in a self-deprecating manner. "Alright, shut up and lie down on the bed." Mark was starting to get a headache from this chatterbox. The 94th spider obediently did as he was told. Mark turned to Dr. Maria and said, "Dr. Maria, please put your hand on my shoulder now." Dr. Maria did as she was asked. Buzz. Mark's eyes entered quantum insight mode, and his hands transitioned into quantum scalpel mode. The 94th spider noticed the miraculous transformation occurring with Mark and his now terrifying and mysterious appearance. He couldn't help but feel a mix of fear and awe, but wisely refrained from making any playful remarks. Meanwhile, Dr. Maria was completely engulfed in astonishment. "What is this?" As Mark projected the microscopic view obtained through quantum insight into Dr. Maria's mind using his power, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. It was a more intuitive observation mode than a microscope. She also realized that this incredible microscopic view could be manipulated at will to move, magnify, shrink, and focus on different parts. For a moment, Dr. Maria forgot her original purpose and became engrossed in this newfound ability. "Dr. Maria, please point out the genetic mutations that need treatment." As Mark's voice brought her back from her fascination, she quickly remembered her primary objective. Consequently, she focused intently on examining the mutated areas within the genes. Based on her research, she pinpointed all the defective parts within the 94th spider's genes and mutant regions. This was indeed a colossal endeavor. Dr. Maria had to describe what was happening inside the 94th spider's body while Mark operated the quantum scalpel. Using concise language, she explained the ongoing genetic events. During the moment when the mutated spider bit Spider-Man, injecting him with mutant genes, these mutated parts resulted from the rupture and linking of gene chains, leading to replacement effects. In genetics, this process was termed gene mutation. Gene mutation could be categorized into two specific scenarios. One-point mutation refers to the process where the internal hereditary structure of a single gene can change. Two-chromosome aberration falls under a broader definition of mutations. These distinctions were not always entirely clear-cut, particularly when the aberrations were relatively subtle. Such mutations could lead to phenotypic changes, like when the 94th spider was first bitten by the spider, becoming stronger without exhibiting obvious spider-like features. This was a type of subtle mutation, akin to a point mutation. Conversely, the transformation of the Toby spider was more pronounced because it resulted in the development of a new organ in his body that allowed him to produce webs. However, their symptoms remained relatively mild. Except for the 94th spider, most of the Spider-Man who gained superpowers through gene mutations did not face the dilemma of turning into human spider hybrids. This might depend on the issue of quantity and could also be related to the issue of quality. For instance, the spider that bit the 94th spider might have had more aggressive genetic intrusions. Comparatively, the least worrisome case is the mutation of the Andrew spider. This is because his mutant genes were carefully designed using their family's DNA samples, and they had already undergone precise calculations with a zero decay rate formula, ensuring no mutation effects. Returning to the situation of the 94th spider, Spider-Man remains human in form and retains his humanity because the mutant part representing spider genes occupies only a tiny portion of his genes. Therefore, in reality, human genes still largely dictate Spider-Man's body. The issue the 94th spider faces now is that his mutant spider genes are continuously expanding and gradually encroaching upon his human genes. When human genes can't suppress the mutant spider genes, that's when the deterioration begins. This situation had previously escalated to such an extent. Initially, within his genome, the ratio of mutant spider genes to human genes was 1:9. As the mutation progressed, the ratio of mutant spider genes increased, reaching 3:7, leading to the appearance of 6 arms similar to a spider's. If this condition continues to intensify, reaching a 5:5 ratio, he will transform entirely into a human spider hybrid, much like the character from the film. At this point, he would possess features from both humans and spiders. For example, he would retain human-like thinking and the ability to walk upright, among other human traits, but he would also exhibit many spider-like characteristics such as multiple single eyes, multiple pairs of legs, and dense hair covering his body. Among these, the hair functions as one of the spider's sensory organs and is integral to Spider-Man's spider sense. However, if the mutation continues to escalate to ratios of 7:3, 8:2, or even 9:1, his human rationality will almost entirely disappear, turning him into a full-fledged monster. Much like the other unfortunate individuals affected by the new genetic technology, such as the vampire Morbius, who had bat genes added, and the lizard doctor, who had lizard genes integrated. In Mark's quantum insight, the issue goes beyond just this. At this moment, not only is the ratio of mutant segments within individual genes increasing, but even the overall gene composition throughout the 94th spider's body is becoming more mutated. The former relates to quality and deepens the extent of his deterioration. The latter is about quantity and accelerates the pace of deterioration. Both factors are contributing to his condition. Oh my, if we hadn't identified the problem in time, within 24 hours, Spider-Man would have completely transformed into an irrational human spider monster. Dr. Maria expressed her fear and deep remorse for her role in this situation. She believed that her incomplete drug had aggravated the 94th spider's mutation. Ignoring her self-blame, Mark listened to her detailed explanation and felt like he had just attended a genetics class. However, Mark did benefit significantly from this situation. Before this, he was still contemplating how to study his own condition, never expecting to find a method here. Nevertheless, it wasn't the time to consider his own problems. Mark rallied his spirits and began the actual operation. First, he needed to locate every mutated genome within the 94th spider's body that was eroding and infecting nearby gene sequences and use his quantum scalpel to sever their connections. The process was relatively simple, mainly because Mark had employed this method by chance while treating the 94th spider earlier. With a prior run-through, he knew the ropes. Assisted by Dr. Maria's explanations and markings, they swiftly identified all the mutated genomes. Subsequently, Mark input a substantial amount of quantum energy to make them mimic cell membranes. Without causing harm to the body, they silently severed all the mutated genomes. Next came the heart of this quantum surgery. He needed to perform a complete purge on all the separated mutated genomes. Remove a portion of the spider genes within the mutated genomes, restoring them to normal proportions. However, during this process, Mark had a question. Dr. Maria, at what point can we slightly increase the proportion of spider genes so that it won't affect Spider-Man and won't trigger another episode? Dr. Maria furrowed her brow. Are you trying to make him more powerful? Yes, greater power comes with greater responsibility, and I've seen Spider-Man's sense of duty. But I want him to protect himself during this process as well. So, if we can give him more power without risking a relapse, I'd like to give it a try, Mark explained. Of course, he also had his own motives. This is essentially a form of genetic enhancement. If Mark were to master this ability, he could enhance the abilities of every Spider-Man and even every genetically altered person, slightly increasing the degree of their genetic mutation without affecting them, thereby achieving greater amplification effects. Dr. Maria had no idea about Mark's true background. Seeing that he was considering Spider-Man's well-being, she was deeply moved as a friend of Spider-Man. At that moment, she completely let go of her guard against Mark. Maybe it's possible, but I need to conduct some experiments using your ability, Dr. Maria said. The 94th Spider, observing the two individuals acting strangely beside him, suddenly felt something was amiss. The mice in the cage next to him squeaked as if saying, "Look, fellow beings." Without paying attention to the 94th Spider's thoughts, at Dr. Maria's request, Mark input more quantum energy and isolated a small section of mutated genes in the 94th Spider's body. Then, she began her experiment. Her operation involved using Mark's quantum effects to make micro-adjustments to the gene fragments within the mutated genes while observing their condition. After hundreds of experiments, she finally found the most accurate value. If you consider the entire mutated genome as one unit, the ideal ratio of spider genes was approximately 0.3815. This was nearly 3 times higher than the original 0.1, just in terms of numerical value. When applied to the entire body, this increase would be explosive. "All right, I'll need your help next, Mr. Mark." Dr. Maria sighed in relief, released her hand, and exited the quantum insight mode. After all, she was just an ordinary person, and prolonged exposure to this high-intensity insight mode placed a significant mental burden on her. "Okay," Mark responded, looking at the 94th Spider lying on the hospital bed, extending his hands with a hint of guilt. I'm going to perform major surgery on your genes next. Would you like to get some rest?" Mark said to the 94th Spider. "Okay." The 94th Spider was about to respond, but Mark extended his hand, causing him to collapse. Currently, the 94th Spider's entire body was under Mark's control, making it extremely easy to sever the connection between his nerves and his body. If Mark had malicious intentions, he could even keep the 94th Spider in this state indefinitely, rendering him essentially a vegetable. Afterward, using Dr. Maria's practical example of a mutant genome as a blueprint, Mark began performing full-body surgery on the 94th Spider. With a blueprint in place, the actual operation was relatively straightforward, mainly involving repetitive copying and pasting. It was rather tedious work, considering there were countless gene groups in the human body. Although he didn't need to replace and adjust each group individually, it was still a significant undertaking. After half an hour of continuous repetitive work, Mark was already beginning to regret it. This quantum genetic enhancement surgery can't be performed often in the future, it's utterly exhausting. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he should consider reaching out to this world's lizard doctor, namely Curt Connors. In this world, Dr. Connors was a genuinely good person, an outstanding biologist who was dedicated to his family, ethical in his research on new genetic technologies, and focused on benefiting humanity. In the storyline, he calculated and executed a plan to move the imperfect mutant genes from the 94th Spider to the Vulture, ultimately freeing the 94th Spider from the risk of genetic mutation. Convincing him should be a breeze for Mark. Dr. Connors' greatest wish was to regrow the arm he had amputated, and with Mark's current abilities, it would be simpler than eating and drinking for Mark to regenerate an arm for him. Additionally, using Mark's quantum simulation, the regenerated arm would be identical to Dr. Connors' real body. Time passed by minute by minute. Boom! A sudden roar of an engine resounded from outside. Mark and Gwen's spider senses activated simultaneously. Gwen stood by the window, gazing down and said, "It's the Punisher." Mark had a slight headache. "This guy just doesn't give up." Gwen asked, "Should I go talk to him?" "Smash his van." Mark replied. The Punisher's van was a base-modified vehicle filled with various equipment, serving as his primary combat asset. Comparatively, the Punisher's personal strength fell short in the presence of an enhanced Gwen. So, if they destroyed his car, he would retreat. "Okay," Gwen agreed and opened the window, leaping down. Down on the street, the Punisher got out of the car and aimed a rocket launcher upward. He had previously placed a locator on the 94th Spider during their confrontation and had returned to this location following the signal. "Wait, Frank, that's not Spider-Man, it's just a girl." The Punisher's assistant in the back spoke through the car's monitor, immediately trying to stop the Punisher from taking action. The Punisher didn't hesitate, replying, "When justice is being served, there are always some necessary sacrifices." As he said this, he pulled the trigger directly. "You pay a high price for your justice," a voice rang out. In the blink of an eye, Gwen appeared next to the Punisher, inserting her fingers into the trigger just as he was about to pull it. Despite her fingers appearing delicate and fragile, Gwen's physical abilities were even stronger than the average Spider-Man. The Punisher was directly immobilized. Then, Gwen delivered a knee strike directly to the Punisher's abdomen as she restrained her strength. However, even with reduced force, her power was sufficient to send the Punisher flying several meters away. The rocket launcher slipped from his grasp. Gwen retrieved the rocket launcher, aimed it at the Punisher, and fired it directly at him. "I wonder if you're willing to make sacrifices for the so-called justice." Boom! The rocket soared out. The Punisher was in panic and quickly activated the jet behind his armored suit. Using this brief burst of thrust, he managed to escape into the air. However, the heavily modified base car behind him didn't fare as well. The rocket hit the car directly, turning it into a fiery explosion. Some of the concealed weapons inside the car began to detonate one after the other. In the sky, the Punisher landed on a nearby rooftop, gazing down at the burning base car with a grim expression. "Damn it! Who is that girl? Frank, how are you? I suddenly lost the signal from this end. What happened over there?" The voice of the Chip, the Punisher's first assistant, came through the earpiece. The Punisher said, "That girl took away the rocket launcher, and the car blew up. In that case, you'd better return immediately. We can reconsider capturing Spider-Man later, the chip advised. The Punisher was somewhat reluctant, but thinking about the girl's skills he had just witnessed, he agreed. All right, let him enjoy a bit more freedom for now. I'll definitely catch him. After saying that, the Punisher glanced once more at the location he had pinpointed earlier and then looked at Gwen standing below. Coincidentally, at this moment, Gwen also looked at him with a sly smile. She raised the rocket launcher in her hand high, pointed it in his direction, puckered her lips slightly, and simulated an explosion sound. Boom. The Punisher was startled and instinctively tried to evade. The next moment, he remembered that the rocket launcher was single-shot and had no ammunition left. He felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected that one day, he'd be swiftly dealt with by a seemingly delicate girl. With this in mind, he couldn't stay any longer, decisively turned around, and made a run for it. Gwen casually tossed the rocket launcher onto the street, saying, he's running away? I thought he'd put up more of a fight. She then lightly pointed her toes and leaped high into the air, landing on the windowsill, continuing to watch out for danger by the window. Mark asked in confusion, why did you come back so quickly? Gwen shrugged. I blew up his car with his own rocket launcher, and he ran off. Who knew he'd be such a scaredy cat? Mark thought for a moment, estimating the Punisher's current psychological trauma. He figured it could be a problem, and he couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him. The Punisher probably hadn't expected that an unfamiliar, cute girl could be so skilled. Gwen's spider abilities were naturally inclined towards speed and agility, particularly her burst of speed, which was nearly equivalent to teleportation. Madame Octopus had learned this the hard way, and the Punisher was simply following suit. In this light, he didn't lose much face. But wasn't it supposed to be a very complex surgery? Why do you seem so idle? Gwen looked at Mark and walked over to his side. Mark smiled. The most complex steps were completed with Dr. Maria's assistance. Now, I'm just mechanically finishing the last steps, that's why. Okay, Gwen couldn't resist giving Mark a kiss on the cheek. Hey, why the sneak attack? I'm requesting a replay. Gwen, with a bit of a tsundere attitude, turned away and returned to her post by the window. Dr. Maria sat nearby, her spirits somewhat recovered, but still somewhat weary. Upon seeing this scene, she smiled and teased, your relationship is really good, Hehe, that's because Gwen is my dearest. Mark, whose skin had grown considerably thicker, boasted unabashedly. It was Gwen's face that seemed a bit unnatural this time. Dr. Maria couldn't help but wear an auntie-like smile as she watched the two of them, reminiscing about her own time falling in love with Sergei, Craven. The surgery lasted a full hour. 1 hour later, Mark took a long breath and withdrew his abilities. He felt like he had expended about 70 to 80% of his physical energy. Such a surgery, he swore, he wouldn't do it again unless it was for someone extremely important. It was incredibly exhausting. He felt like he had just run a half marathon back when he was a regular person during his college days. It was all thanks to that rascal, Landry. That guy had secretly used his ID to sign him up for a half marathon but didn't tell him about it until the day of the race when he dragged him to the marathon venue. He was just an ordinary student who spent most of his time in the library or the lab. How was he supposed to manage this? But Landry had dragged him through the entire 21 kilometers, all in the name of Mark's health. Mark plopped down in a nearby chair. Gwen came back and stood behind him, giving him a massage sympathetically. It's all right, Gwen. I'm just a bit tired. I need some rest, Mark said. Is the surgery over? 94th Spider asked, groggily awakening. He looked at the ceiling, slightly confused, and then suddenly felt something was off with his body. What's happened to my body? I feel so light and filled with strength. Have I turned into a monster? But I still have 2 hands and 2 feet. So I guess I haven't turned into a monster. That's great. But where did this strength come from? Does surgery increase strength? Can we do it again? 94 spiders woke up and began spouting questions like a machine gun. Mark was left speechless. Gwen, concerned for Mark, directly chastised 94 spiders. Please be quiet. Mark has expended a tremendous amount of energy to perform this surgery and now needs some rest. She thought Mark was staying quiet due to exhaustion, but in reality, he was thinking about something else. In his heart, Mark was contemplating whether he should return to his own world one day. However, he had some concerns about the so-called Spider-Man curse. It was said that every Spider-Man would have situations where their loved ones suffered because of their role. And in his world, Landry and Dr. Harper were the 2 people he was closest to, and they could easily be associated with the Green Goblin and the Lizard. This made Mark instinctively resistant to returning to his world. Thinking of this, Mark suddenly thought of Gwen. She didn't want to return to her own world either. What had happened in her world that made her so resistant? He had seen some comics about Spider-Gwen, but he knew that his Gwen was probably different from the version in those comics. Even if they started the same, the trajectory of their lives had changed due to his involvement. Unfortunately, she was not willing to talk about it. Mark hoped that one day Gwen would open up to him and share her worries. It was his responsibility. I'm sorry, Mr. Mark. 94th Spiders, after Gwen's reminder, realized that Mark was weakened, looking pale and exhausted, indicating that he had overexerted himself. He quickly came over to Mark and expressed his sincere gratitude. You should also thank Dr. Maria and Gwen, Mark said. Without Dr. Maria's help, I wouldn't have been able to resolve your genetic issues so quickly. And just now, that guy called the Punisher came by again, but Gwen managed to drive him away. Thank you all so much." 94th Spider-Man was deeply moved. In an era where he was constantly misunderstood, encountering people who wholeheartedly helped him was truly touching. You see, even his aunt and Mary Jane sometimes found Spider-Man annoying. In this world, there were probably only a few people who genuinely liked Peter Parker. "Alright, you might want to try out your new body. It might bring you great surprises," Mark said with a smile. 94 Spider-Man nodded excitedly. He indeed felt the difference in his body. His physique seemed to have become stronger, and his strength, speed, agility, and even his perception abilities had been significantly enhanced. He felt that if his current self met his past self, he could easily subdue the former with a single move. 94 Spider-Man went to the window, jumped down, and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so cool, it's really cool." At this moment, he was as happy as a child. After circling around Dr. Maria's research institute several times, he returned, still brimming with excitement. Dr. Maria said, "Your genes have been adjusted to the golden ratio, and you can now call it the golden spider gene. You must have felt its power by now, haven't you?" 94 Spiders nodded and clenched his fists. "With this kind of power, I can better help those in need in the future. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark, Dr. Maria, and Miss Gwen. All right, you go about your business, and I need some rest," Mark said as he yawned. He was feeling a bit tired and wanted to get a good night's sleep. 94 Spider-Man immediately lowered his voice. "I'll leave for now. I'll come back once Mr. Mark has recovered." "Sure, you can go," Mark nodded. Then he turned to Dr. Maria and asked, "Maria, is there a nearby hotel where we can stay?" Mark did have money, and considering that different worlds might have different currencies, Harry had prepared gold for him. After all, for most worlds, precious metals like gold were universally accepted. Dr. Maria stood up and said, "There's no need for that. I have plenty of vacant rooms here. You can stay right here. And please, just call me Maria." Always being addressed as doctor feels a bit formal. "In that case, you can call us by our names as well," Gwen responded as she helped Mark to his feet. With Maria leading the way, Mark and Gwen entered a bedroom. Mark fell asleep shortly after lying down. Gwen, on the other hand, wasn't particularly sleepy. She looked at Mark and couldn't help but lay down beside him, keeping her eyes fixed on him. Was Mark really asleep? On the other side, having received an enhanced body, 94 Spider-Man was thrilled, especially since the genetic mutation issue had been completely resolved. This meant he would no longer have to worry about turning into a monster, nor would he have to intentionally distance himself from Mary Jane due to this problem. And all of this was thanks to Mark, Gwen, and Maria. He really wanted to share this joy with someone, but after thinking it over, he sadly realized that he had no one to share it with. Oh, wait, there was one person. Dr. Connors? Well, I should go find Dr. Connors. Perhaps he can gain some insights from my transformation, and then I can find Morbius to help him return to his original state. 94 Spider-Man began to sort out the tasks he had ahead. However, just as 94 Spiders was about to approach Dr. Connor's new genetics research facility, he suddenly sensed the presence of Morbius. A dark shadow swiftly passed between the nearby buildings. It was none other than the Pokemon, the vampire Morbius. After becoming a vampire, Morbius gained the ability to fly in the air, making it quite challenging to catch him. 94 Spider-Man observed this and adjusted his original plan. "Morbius, he's heading towards Central Park, right?" 94 Spider-Man swiftly changed his course towards Central Park. Central Park. Due to its well-maintained greenery, Central Park was a favorite jogging spot for many. Runners enjoyed the experience of jogging amidst the lush landscape, breathing in the fresh air. One young man was jogging along the path, with the rustling of leaves in the background. Thinking of recent urban legends, he felt a little anxious. However, he then heard a weak voice crying for help. "Is anyone there? Please help me." The voice sounded incredibly frail, as if the person was seriously injured. Out of goodwill, the young man hesitated but decided to approach the sound. At that moment, he saw a pair of eyes glowing in the bushes. Startled, the young man instinctively took a step back. Whoosh! A figure darted out of the bushes. The young man was frightened to discover that it was a pale-skinned vampire with elongated fangs. This time, it was his turn to cry for help. Help! However, before he could finish his plea, the vampire Morbius pounced on him. Morbius was a somewhat unique vampire. Unlike the traditional image, he didn't only have fangs, but also something like hair follicles on his hands for blood-sucking. It was evident that Morbius was quite hungry, as he hadn't fed for some time. He tackled the young jogger and promptly attached his palm to the young man's wrist. He drew a significant amount of fresh blood through his hand. The young man quickly felt weakened, collapsing softly to the ground. "Morbius, release him." Just then, 94 Spider-Man finally arrived. He had been swinging on webs to catch up, which was not as fast as Morbius's direct flight, and there was a slight gap between them when he spotted Morbius. "It's you again." Morbius, upon seeing 94 Spider-Man, became enraged. He was ready to attack when he quickly noticed 94 Spider-Man's appearance and curiously asked, "Have you recovered?" 94 Spider-Man shot a web, pulling the unfortunate young man next to him, keeping him away from Morbius. At the same time, he said, "Yes, Morbius. I recovered, and I believe you can too. You don't have to continue like this." He was thinking that if Dr. Connors could gain inspiration from his recovery and improve the new gene transfuser, maybe they could solve Morbius's problem. However, Morbius had no intention of cooperating. He sneered, "I don't need to recover. This is the power granted to me by the heavens, my capital for creating a vampire empire. Are you sure about this? What about Felicia?" 94 Spider-Man quickly interjected. Felicia Hardy and Morbius were lovers, deeply in love with each other, and he hoped to use her to awaken Morbius's conscience. "Don't you dare mention her in front of me." Morbius roared in anger and lunged at 94 Spider-Man. He was confident in his abilities. In previous encounters, he had battled this masked insect numerous times, and 94 Spider-Man's speed and strength were comparable to his weakened state. However, now he had just fed. "All right, then I'll have to tie you up," 94 Spiders replied, approaching him without hesitation. Bold words. Morbius roared. Bang! The two rapidly collided. In the next moment, Morbius was taken aback. He found himself unable to fight back at all. Bang, bang, bang. 94 Spiders struck Morbius with 3 consecutive punches, causing his face to become concave. 94 Spiders was surprised. "Sorry, Morbius. I've just gained this power, and I'm not yet in complete control. Are you alright?" Being concerned by his archenemy, the one who had just beaten him up, left Morbius nearly fuming. "You bastard," he roared, leaping up from the ground and charging at 94 Spiders once more. 94 Spiders felt that Morbius's speed was nothing special. In the past, he could barely make out Morbius's movements and had to rely on spider sense to deal with him, resulting in numerous defeats. However, at this moment, Morbius's movements were incredibly clear in front of him. 94 Spiders calmly took a step to the side, then extended his hand, carefully controlling his strength. "Easy, easy, I promise not to smash your face this time." From a distance, lying on a bed and using his abilities to observe 94 Spider-Man, Mark almost burst into laughter. Wow, if you didn't know any better, you'd think he was just showing off. Just now, he had added another resident to his web of fate. 94 Spider-Man. But this wasn't surprising. The genetic enhancement surgery he performed on 94 Spiders gave him the golden spider gene. This not only relieved him of any further genetic mutations or the hassle of becoming a human-spider hybrid, but it also granted him greater abilities to face danger in future confrontations. The current 94 Spiders had become a versatile warrior. He possessed an extremely intelligent mind from the start. In his original path, his spider abilities were not particularly outstanding. In terms of strength, he was outmatched by the lizard. When it came to speed, he couldn't compete with the vampire Morbius. Even in terms of resources and manpower, he couldn't surpass someone like Kingpin. But despite all this, he used his intelligence to outmaneuver his enemies and defeat powerful foes time and time again. And now, Mark had equipped this highly intelligent mind with a powerful body. Wasn't this enough to change his fate? After receiving the long-awaited feedback from the Web of Fate, Mark had already regained quite a bit of his strength. At least he didn't appear as weak on the surface. He had his reasons for doing all of this. He believed that Madam Web had been secretly watching 94 Spider-Man. And when he and Gwen had contact with 94 Spider-Man, she must have noticed them as well. But based on her lack of action to undo Mark's situation, she was either deceived by Mark's fate-altering power, or she had no intention of engaging with them. He wanted to take this opportunity to test Madam Web's reaction. Meanwhile, in a hidden place, on a massive spider-themed throne, an elderly woman with a somewhat fashionable and regal appearance sat gracefully. She wore a pair of sunglasses on her face, and there were huge white earrings dangling from her ears. Her body was black and red, and it was unclear whether this was her original skin color or something related to her clothing. On her chest, there was a white spider-like pattern that extended all the way to her tail. In terms of appearance, she looked more like a tadpole than a spider. A moment ago, she appeared to be dozing off, but now, she suddenly woke up. What happened? His fate has actually changed. Her eyes slightly glowed, and before long, she saw the images of Mark performing genetic enhancements on 94 Spider-Man. Who is this person? After watching Mark's procedure and the transformation of 94 Spider-Man before and after the surgery, Madam Web was utterly shocked. She realized that the fate of the Spider-Man in the world she was observing had changed immediately after Mark completed the surgery for 94 Spider-Man. Mark? Who on earth is he? There seems to be no trace of him in other worlds, Spider-Woman thought and switched to other channels. Yes, the Spider-Man she was monitoring wasn't just 94 Spider-Man. On the channels she connected to, there were several different worlds. In each of these worlds, there existed a Spider-Man. Each one was named Peter Parker, and they all had the exact same appearance. The only difference was that each Peter Parker's Spider-Man persona had slight variations. There was the genius Iron Spider-Man leading a happy life, the Octo Spider-Man who had installed mechanical tentacles after defeating Dr. Octopus, not Dr. Octopus himself, and even the six-armed Spider-Man dealing with mutations like 94 Spider-Man not long ago, and so on. Madam Web traversed these different worlds continuously. Her consciousness even entered their time streams, peering into their past and foreseeing their future. But apart from the world of 94 Spider-Man, she couldn't find any trace of Mark in any other world. This left her even more perplexed. Then she noticed an even stranger situation. She couldn't directly lock onto Mark for observation. For someone accustomed to switching targets at will, observing any world and any target, this was truly a first-time experience for her. However, she refrained from linking Mark directly to the Spider-Man figures. Because she couldn't sense the Spider-Man's presence in Mark, and because of the Spider-Mans she monitored in the different worlds, all named Peter Parker, she couldn't suddenly link a person named Mark to Spider-Man. It's just that Madame Web didn't know that her inertia in thinking was preventing her from getting closer to the truth. She was now suspecting that this person named Mark was an entity on par with her. The scene in front of her returned to Mark performing the genetic modification surgery on 94 Spider-Man. It seems I need to find a way to observe him more closely, Madame Web muttered. The scene shifted back to the side of 94 Spider-Man. The sudden surge of power was quite troubling for 94 Spider-Man. This was because he had flattened half of Morbius' face. Luckily, Morbius was a vampire with strong regeneration. If it had been another antagonist, he would have been killed by now. Terrified by 94 Spider-Man's ferocity, Morbius didn't dare to continue fighting and decided to run. 94 Spider-Man didn't want to risk accidentally killing Morbius, so he didn't obstruct him too much. He placed the unlucky jogger, who Morbius had fed upon only slightly due to his arrival, on a park bench. The jogger had only fallen into a temporary state of unconsciousness due to blood loss and wasn't in life-threatening danger, unlike the other victims who had been attacked more seriously. Subsequently, the two of them engaged in a chase through the city, with Morbius flying in a straight line, which should have been faster than 94 spiders, who could only move by weaving webs. However, Morbius was unable to replenish enough blood, and after receiving a severe beating from 94 spiders, he had to consume some of the blood to recover his injuries. This made him fall back into a weakened state. It didn't take long before 94 Spider-Man intercepted Morbius by shooting webs, causing him to crash onto the rooftop of a tall building. Damn it, why won't you stop chasing me? Morbius was furious and exerted all his strength to tear the web apart. Unfortunately, due to his weakened state, he couldn't break free immediately. 94 Spider-Man landed next to Morbius, and just as he managed to tear his previous webs apart, 94 Spider-Man extended his hands, and the webbing sprayed out uncontrollably, quickly wrapping Morbius up tightly. Morbius at this moment looked like a small insect caught in a spider's web, tightly wrapped up and ready to become a meal. 94 Spider's actions left Mark in awe. Although 94 Spider's webbing was far less durable than that of other Spider-Man, it felt like an ordinary hemp rope. A slightly stronger villain could easily break free. However, his web spraying speed was among the best among many Spider-Men. He could spray numerous webs in a very short time, either to cocoon enemies or to protect others. He once shot out a large amount of webbing within seconds to save 2 police officers falling from a tall building. Of course, kind-hearted 94 Spiders didn't wrap up Morbius as a meal, he intended to cure him. All right, Morbius, let me take you to see Dr. Connors. Perhaps he can help you recover. Boom, boom. 94 Spiders didn't finish his words when the roar of a motorcycle suddenly echoed from a distance. Immediately after, an impressive motorcycle actually drove up the side of the tall building. This was an operation that completely contradicted the appearance and operation of a motorcycle. No one could fathom how it was achieved. However, for this absurd world, it perhaps wasn't that strange. At least, for Mark and Morbius, who were gaping in amazement, this operation held no appeal. Their attention was focused on the spirited guy riding the motorcycle. This spirited guy was dressed in a black jacket and wore a helmet that somewhat resembled a knight's helm on his head. Part of a sword hilt was visible behind him. Hey, buddy, are you street racing? Did you take a wrong turn? 94 Spiders tossed a puzzled expression at him. The spirited guy didn't say a word but somehow pulled a hand grenade out from somewhere and hurled it at 94 Spiders and Morbius. Boom! The hand grenade exploded instantly, but there was no fire or shrapnel. Instead, a strange yellow-green gas enveloped the two. 94 Spiders felt nauseous. Ugh, what's this? Smells like garlic? You're using garlic as a weapon. The spirited guy furrowed his brow. You're not affected? You're not a vampire. Vampire? Of course not. 94 Spiders immediately denied, then realized the issue. You mean this stuff is for dealing with vampires? He suddenly looked down. Oh no, my goodness. He saw Morbius, cocooned and lying on the ground, had already rolled his eyes and was about to be suffocated. It only now dawned on him that garlic was a vampire's weakness. 94 Spiders immediately spat out webbing again, completely wrapping up Morbius, then lifted the cocooned Morbius and ran towards a nearby rooftop. Where do you think you're going? The spirited guy unsheathed a glowing sword, a lightsaber. With the roar of the motorcycle, the spirited guy quickly charged towards 94 Spiders. Who are you, a Jedi? 94 Spiders dodged the spirited guy's attacks while asking. The motorcycle landed on the opposite rooftop, and the spirited guy demonstrated a one-handed drift. He raised his lightsaber, pointed it at 94 Spiders, and questioned, I'm Blade, specializing in hunting these human-threatening vampires? You're not a vampire, so why are you protecting him? Hand him over to me, I'll send him on his way. 94 Spiders landed not far away, tore the webbing around Morbius' head, tapped his face to restore his breathing, and said, I'm really sorry, but I can't give him to you. Because I'm the one who caused him to become like this, I must help him recover. Did you turn him into a vampire? But you. No, you're clearly not a vampire. What's going on? Blade was getting confused. Blade was the offspring of a vampire and a human woman. After his birth, his mother turned into a vampire, but she didn't want Blade to stay in that dark world, so she sent him to an orphanage. As time passed, Blade started to become different from ordinary human children. He realized he had some of the abilities of a vampire, quick movements, immense strength, and sharp reflexes, but he didn't need to consume human blood to survive, and he wasn't vulnerable to sunlight. In a sense, he had evolved, possessing the strengths of a vampire without their weaknesses. However, being the only one with these abilities while everyone around him didn't, made him an outcast. Blade was considered a freak by others. As a result, he soon ran away from the orphanage. Later, Blade was found by the vampire hunter Whistler, who trained him to become a vampire hunter. Blade aimed to kill the vampires responsible for his challenging fate and hoped to reunite with his mother. Up to this point, he had fought vampires for many years, and the number of vampires who met their end by his hand was countless. Yet he had never heard of anyone who could transform others into vampires without being one themselves. Yes, he is a product of a machine called the Neogenic Recombinator, 94 Spider explained. He attempted to clarify the situation to Blade, trying to prevent him from obstructing his mission. After all, he didn't want to carry around a little tail that might attack him while searching for Dr. Connors. Blade's expression changed dramatically. What? There's actually a machine that can create vampires? Where is it? What do you plan to do? Asked 94 Spider. I intend to destroy it. We can't allow it to produce those disgusting creatures like vampires ever again. Blade said coldly. As he spoke, he pulled out a specially crafted silver pistol from his motorcycle. Wow, you're so unreasonable, aren't you? I thought you should be called Madman instead of Blade. 94 Spider found this situation a bit of a headache. He felt like he had recently encountered a lot of stubborn individuals. He had encountered Punisher not long ago, and Punisher didn't listen to his explanations before attacking. Now, he was dealing with Blade, another person who followed his own rules. Suit yourself? As long as there is a vampire left in this world, I won't stop my fight, even if it costs my life. Blade roared and raised his pistol, firing several shots. All the bullets from these pistols were specially crafted silver bullets, designed to combat vampires. 94 Spider realized that Blade was actually a righteous individual fighting against evil vampires, which made the situation more complicated because it meant he couldn't take action against him. With no other choice, 94 Spider lifted Morbius and swiftly turned around to run. Thankfully, his enhanced physical abilities allowed him to carry Morbius, who weighed over 100 pounds, with ease. Monster, where do you think you're going? Blade twisted the motorcycle with one hand and chased after 94 Spider single-handedly. His motorcycle was custom-made and quite extraordinary. Not only could it climb walls, but it could also make short jumps between buildings. 94 Spider found that he couldn't shake off Blade for the time being. They chased each other through the city for a while, drawing the attention of many people. Quick, look, it's Spider-Man? He's got someone in his grip. You see, I told you Spider-Man is a bad guy, he's actually abducting someone. Who's the one chasing after him? The Daily Bugle. J. Jonah Jameson received a report from his subordinates and exclaimed, Robbie, you see, I knew this Spider-Man was a bad guy. He's actually abducted a hostage. Is he planning to capture people like spiders for a meal? Robbie was somewhat displeased. He had always believed that Spider-Man was a good person and retorted, Jonah, I think we shouldn't rush to conclusions like this. Spider-Man is a good guy, he's making this city a better place. Heh, a good guy? Him? A masked guy? Jameson laughed loudly. Alright, regardless of whether he's a good guy or not, I hope to publish the photos of Spider-Man abducts hostage, motorcycle hero in hot pursuit in my newspaper as soon as possible. It'll definitely be a hit. Where's Parker? Where did Parker go? Robbie sighed. I don't know where Parker went. He was just attacked by a vampire earlier, so maybe he's a bit scared. Let the kid rest for a while. Rest? What about my news? Darn it. Jameson cursed, but he really didn't bring up the matter of getting the photos he wanted from Parker anymore. Buzz. Misfortunes never come singly. When it rains, it pours, and troubles seem to compound. 94 Spider had to stop once again. Behind him was Blade, the motorcycle hero, and ahead of him was Punisher, the skull hero wearing powered combat armor. Alright, in a world where supervillains are born, only Spider-Man is missing. 94 Spider chuckled with self-derision. He tossed Morbius aside and assumed a combat stance. At this point, anyone could tell that there was no easy way out for him. He had to defeat these two foes unless he wanted to be caught in a 2-on-1 battle. Moreover, both of them had an array of technological gadgets and physical prowess to match his, well, at least one of them. But now, he felt he could do it. Just as he was getting more familiar with his new body and mastering these powers during the intermittent stops he had just taken, Blade and Punisher exchanged glances and realized that their target seemed to be Spider-Man. So, they instinctively flanked 94 Spider from both sides. 94 Spider wasn't planning to just sit back and wait. He seized the opportunity and swiftly lunged toward Punisher. He was more irritated by this guy who was coming after him indiscriminately, whom he had nicknamed Silly Head. Punisher was brimming with confidence. In their previous encounters, he had noticed that Spider-Man's close combat skills were lacking, despite his superior physical abilities. However, he soon discovered that he was mistaken. Spider-Man's close combat skills were still somewhat unpolished. After all, Peter Parker was just a student and hadn't learned any combat techniques. However, His current physical capabilities far exceeded the peak of human potential by a significant margin. Spider-Man didn't need to rely on any special fighting techniques to increase the power of his strikes. In fact, he had to control his strength to avoid accidentally killing his opponents. He didn't know how to punch more efficiently, but he didn't need that. Instead, he had to control his strength to avoid killing anyone. He also didn't know how to dodge the attacks skillfully, but he had a well-developed spider sense. 94 Spider's spider sense was stronger than other Spider-Men, which was his only advantage, as well as extremely agile movements and lightning-fast reflexes. Even point-blank bullet shots couldn't hit him. Bang, bang. Two muffled sounds rang out as 94 Spider's punches left two dents in Punisher's powered combat armor. The impact of the punches traveled through the armor and wreaked havoc on Punisher's internal organs, causing him to collapse on the ground. This took Blade by surprise. Then he looked at his temporary companion with some puzzlement. Clearly, he's not very skilled, yet he decided to come out and pick a fight. What's he thinking? After a brief pause, Blade increased his speed once again, and his sword slashed towards 94 Spider. 94 Spider swiftly ducked and executed a spinning leg sweep, knocking Blade off his feet with a loud thud. Thud. 94 Spider then stepped on Blade's chest, looking down at him and said, "I really don't want to fight you. I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you. As for Morbius, I'm determined to save him and restore him to his original state." With that, he shot several strands of webbing, immobilizing Blade's limbs and throwing his motorcycle onto the roof of another building. Next, he walked over to the unconscious Punisher and tore off his powered combat armor. He did this for two reasons. Firstly, the armor was already deformed and leaving it on could affect Punisher's breathing, so it was a kind of rescue. Secondly, 94 Spider dropped the metal armor on the ground and stomped on it, turning the valuable equipment into a crumpled metal ball. "This is the punishment you deserve for attacking me multiple times." 94 Spider tossed the ball-shaped armor next to Punisher. Having done all this, he picked up Morbius from the side and continued to head towards the new Genetic Research Institute. As for what happened next, Mark, who was observing, didn't pay any further attention. In this world, the new genetic technology was indeed remarkable. It seemed capable of fusing the genes of any animal with humans, often creating beings with tremendous powers. Spider-Man, Vampire Morbius, Scorpion, Lizard, and many others were examples of this success. However, the flaws in this technology were glaring. While it could fuse genes, it couldn't guarantee the outcome. Some ended up in a permanent monstrous state or even inherited the drawbacks, like Vampire Morbius. Some maintained their rationality while in a monster state, like Scorpion. There were also cases where they switched between a monster and human form, like Dr. Connors. Ironically, Spider-Man was the most successful result. But if not for his involvement, he would have still become a human spider monster. So, the current shortcomings of this technology were quite evident. With the current state of technology, it could only temporarily restore Morbius, not provide a complete recovery. Mark estimated that it wouldn't be long before Dr. Connors or Spider-Man himself sought him out for help in perfecting the new genetic technology. With these thoughts in mind, Mark turned over, cradling Gwen in his arms, and finally fell asleep. Gwen's body tensed for a moment, but she soon felt Mark's steady breathing. She felt a hint of disappointment but adjusted her position, snuggling closer into his embrace. Mark woke up and received unexpected news. Gwen informed him that Dr. Maria had just received news about a widespread epidemic outbreak in Africa. She had immediately purchased a plane ticket to rush there. However, before leaving, she left the room key with Gwen, allowing Mark and the others to stay as long as they liked. She expressed her hope to discuss genetics with Mark when she returned. Mark, however, knew that the likelihood of her return was low. She would likely become infected with the epidemic in Africa. In an effort to save her, Craven would administer the mysterious serum, causing her to transform into a beast. While she would eventually regain her humanity, she would choose to wander the world with her beloved. Considering this, Mark decided not to interfere. Their relationship was not particularly deep, and the outcome depicted in the original story was likely the most fulfilling for Dr. Maria. Originally, she and Craven, one passionate about hunting and nature, and the other physically weak, had been forcibly separated. Now, with her newfound strength, they could finally be together forever. Even she herself refused the well-intentioned offer to return to a normal human state, so Mark saw no need to intervene. Glancing at the time, he realized there was still some time before dinner, and Gwen wasn't hungry. So Mark decided to pick up the materials left behind by Dr. Maria and start reading. He had long wanted an opportunity to study and gain knowledge in biology and physics to further enhance his abilities. He had been constantly busy, improving his strength across various worlds due to issues with the inheritors that weighed over him like the sword of Damocles. It had kept him constantly on edge. However, with the increased control over the web of fate and greater powers, he had newfound free time to strengthen his core abilities. Furthermore, now that he possessed the ability to use quantum surgery to enhance the genetics of the Spider-Man, having a strong understanding of biological knowledge would enable him to directly boost their powers when needed, without relying on external assistance. Gwen, noticing Mark's actions, picked up a nearby book to read as well. But it was evident that she couldn't comprehend it fully. Despite her intelligence, she's just staring university. Dr. Maria's collection primarily consisted of knowledge useful at the graduate level, and much of it remained beyond her understanding. Mark also came across several topics he couldn't grasp because of his astronomy background. Yet, he had practical experience, a clear purpose, and focused solely on materials related to biological genetics. His approach was not merely reading but memorizing. It's all about relying on his excellent memory skills to memorize this information. Whether he understands it or not, he'll figure it out with practice in the future. Mark gave himself a thumbs up for his plan. So, he continued to study for over an hour before getting up and waking up the drowsy Gwen to have a meal. First, he visited a gold exchange and converted some gold into the local currency of this era. Then, Mark and Gwen went straight to a luxurious hotel, reportedly the best in New York City. After all, the money was provided generously by Harry Osborn, so there was no need to be thrifty. Mark wanted to treat himself. However, when Gwen was holding Mark's hand and they arrived at the hotel's entrance, they encountered two people who surprised them. Of course, they didn't actually know these two people, but from their conversation, Mark and Gwen learned their identities. Mary Jane, for the past few months, you've been turning down every invitation I've extended. But now, you've agreed to go on a date with me? What changed your mind? The young man wearing an orange jacket spoke. By his side stood a young woman with a golden yellow sweater and a head of auburn hair. Mary Jane? Mark immediately turned his head to look. He took a moment to think and quickly recalled the identity of the young man from his memory. Harry Osborn? Mark couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit bemused. One moment he was thinking about milking Harry Osborn, the wealthy tycoon, and the next, he encountered an alternate world counterpart of him. It was like the Murphy's Law, Love Apartment edition. But if he remembered correctly, in the original series, Mary Jane went on a date with Harry Osborn because 94 Spider always stood her up, and Harry Osborn bravely stepped in to protect her from the human spider. Now, with Mark's intervention, 94 Spider had not become the human spider, so there was no heroics from Harry Osborn. But why were they dating now? He remembered that in this world, Mary Jane wasn't a promiscuous woman. Mary Jane asked from a bit of distance, actually, I asked you to come out because I wanted your help finding Peter. He hasn't been home for a whole day, and when I called him yesterday, he seemed really strange. I know that Peter is your best friend. Can you help him? Harry Osborn's eyes flashed with disappointment. He thought he had finally captured the heart of a beautiful woman, but it turned out she was looking for him only for another man. However, Peter Parker was indeed his close friend from high school. They had been very close during their high school years. After hesitating, Harry Osborn nodded and said, I'll help you look for him. Thank you so much, Harry. Mary Jane expressed her gratitude. Afterward, the two said their goodbyes at the hotel entrance and left in different directions. Parallel universes are truly amazing, Gwen marveled quietly as she watched this scene with Mark. Mary Jane and Harry Osborn, she had seen them during her time in the Toby Spider's world. It was quite surprising that they had run into each other again so soon, and their current situation was different from what Mark had seen before. Perhaps, this is what makes the multiverse so fascinating. Mark chuckled, realizing that he had been worried that 94 Spider's girl was having an affair, but it turned out Mary Jane was searching for him all over the place. She was indeed a good girl. This made him think of 94 Spider's wandering heart. His level of romantic involvement exceeded that of several individuals Mark had seen so far. For instance, up until Mark's arrival, he had attempted to date girls like Felicia Hardy, Deborah, and Liz Allen, among others. Among these, Felicia Hardy was a female crime lord who had money and a stunning appearance, attracting the attention of many men. She initially dated Flash Thompson but, during a party, she danced and even kissed Peter Parker. Later on, she dated Peter Parker for a while, but finding him uninteresting, she returned to the embrace of Morbius after that. After Morbius unexpectedly became a vampire, she missed him while still dating other men, including Kinsey, who became a villain, and Spider-Man. She didn't know Spider-Man was Peter Parker because he hadn't removed his mask. Long story short, this girl was quite bold, and calling her a female crime lord was not an exaggeration. Oh, by the way, she later became the Black Cat, with a hot figure and great power. Her relationship with Spider-Man was quite passionate. Unfortunately, she left with the returning Morbius later. It's also possible that she thought she had dated all the outstanding men in the city and decided to try something different. As for Deborah and Liz Allen, they were mostly Peter Parker's college classmates, and each of them had their own interests. Deborah liked Morbius, Morbius liked Felicia, Felicia liked Morbius and 94 Spider, Flash Thompson liked Deborah, Liz Allen liked Harry Osborn liked Mary Jane. It could be said that the entertainment industry was quite chaotic. Perhaps we should think of a way to advise 94 Spider to curb his womanizing ways, Mark thought to himself. Afterward, he and Gwen entered the hotel together. On the other side, 94 Spider had already brought Morbius to the New Genetics Research Institute and found Dr. Connors. His recovery astonished Dr. Connors. At Dr. Connors' request, 94 Spider provided some of his blood samples. However, when Dr. Connors saw the significant changes in the current blood samples compared to what he had observed not long ago, he couldn't contain his excitement. Spider-Man, what on earth is happening? Your genes have not only been completely repaired in such a short time, but from the current state of it, the mutated genes have perfectly merged with yours, giving you strength several times, even tens of times more powerful than before. Dr. Connors turned to look at 94 Spider, his voice filled with excitement and incoherence. He even thought about replicating the miraculous events happening to Spider-Man on himself, so he could possess lizard-like abilities without altering his human appearance. In that case, he could fully regenerate his lost arm? Not only that, he could acquire a physique as powerful as Spider-Man's. This was a groundbreaking discovery in the field of new genetics. 94 Spider looked at the overly enthusiastic Dr. Connors with some confusion. I do feel better than ever, but you're exaggerating, aren't you? My strength increased several times, even tens of times more than before? How is that possible? Dr. Connors, even more excited than 94 Spider, responded, how is it not possible? Dr. Connors picked up a pen and quickly began writing on a nearby piece of paper. In terms of the ratios within individual mutant genes, the representation of supergenetic regions compared to ordinary ones is now 3 to 4 times what it used to be. And from an overall perspective, the proportion of mutant genes has also increased compared to before. But this growth isn't malignant, it's achieved an optimal balance through an extremely delicate calculation. It's as if it's the perfect golden ratio. Perhaps the mutant genes in your body right now can be called golden genes. It's a true evolution. A transition from an ordinary human to a superhuman, enough to stably pass it down to the next generation and the generation after that. Dr. Connors' expression gradually became fervent. 94 Spider was taken aback, his eyes widening. Is this for real? Of course, it's real. Dr. Connors exclaimed excitedly. Can you tell me what exactly happened? 94 Spider scratched his head. What you're saying, Dr. Maria also mentioned it to me. She said the genes I currently possess can be called Golden Spider genes. Golden Spider genes, indeed, that's an appropriate name since your mutant origins still trace back to spiders, Dr. Connors nodded. When you mention Dr. Maria, is it Dr. Maria Crawford? 94 Spider nodded. Dr. Crawford is indeed an expert in genetics, but she should not have the ability to solve the issues in your genes. Dr. Connors furrowed his brow. Compared to 94 Spider, who had merely coincidentally met Maria Crawford, he was more familiar with Dr. Crawford. Both of them were experts in genetics. However, he specialized in new genetics, while Maria Crawford focused more on researching genetic defects, making their fields somewhat intersecting, but their interaction was not particularly deep. Indeed, there's also the help of another friend. He is a mysterious wizard. 94 Spider explained. A wizard. Dr. Connors was slightly surprised. I wonder if you could introduce me to him. I can pass on the message, but whether he's willing to meet you or not will depend on him, 94 Spider replied. Very well, thank you, Spider-Man, Dr. Connors nodded. Why did you bring him here? He looked at the vampire Morbius lying on the ground. 94 Spider quickly explained, I hope you can help Morbius return to being a normal human. He was transformed into his current state by the neogenic recombinator. Dr. Connors nodded, place him over there, I'll start calibrating the machine. Soon, he had the machine calibrated and began irradiating the vampire Morbius. During the irradiation, Morbius woke up and roared, stating that he didn't want to lose his powers. However, 94 Spider, determined to put an end to the creature that attacked and sucked blood from people, remained unfazed. He had no intention of letting such a monster roam the streets. Dr. Connors was even more unwilling to see a machine he had developed to benefit humanity turn into a menace to humanity. Time passed gradually. After nearly half an hour of irradiation with the machine, Morbius had fully returned to a human form. However, he had temporarily lost consciousness due to excessive energy expenditure. Dr. Connors pulled 94 Spider aside and whispered, although it appears he has fully recovered, the fusion of the new genes has left irreversible traces in his body. So, there's still a possibility of some latent mutations. 94 Spider hesitated, is there no way to completely cure it? Dr. Connors shook his head, to be honest with you, even the lizard mutant genes in my own body haven't been completely removed. They require periodic irradiation therapy. Unless what? 94 Spider inquired. Unless I can meet your mysterious wizard friend, Dr. Connors continued. I understand, 94 Spider nodded, I will do my best to persuade him. Dr. Connors nodded and, after a moment of hesitation, added, actually, I have something that your wizard friend might find very interesting. If he knows about it, he might be willing to meet me. What is it? 94 Spider asked, puzzled. The Tablet of Time. The Tablet of Time. Yes, it's an artifact of the Toltec people, and it's said to hold the secret of immortality. If he's a wizard, I assume he would be quite interested in such things, Dr. Connors explained. In truth, he wasn't very eager to use the Tablet of Time as a bait for Mark. He had been granted access to it due to his academic authority and had the first right to study it. However, witnessing the miraculous events occurring within 94 Spider gradually led Drive Connors to have a new idea. Compared to these ancient myths and legends, a tangible technology capable of genetic enhancement seemed to hold even greater value. All right, I'll deliver the message, 94 Spider said earnestly. Morbius is in your hands. Very well, Spider-Man. After 94 Spider left the New Genetics Research Institute, he decided to return home first before finding Mark. In 94 Spider's absence, Dr. Connors arranged for Empire State University staff to take Morbius back to the university. In a luxurious hotel's private room, Mark and Gwen sat face to face, enthusiastically enjoying the food on their plates. At that moment, the television broadcast caught Mark's attention. According to ancient legends, the Tablet of Time holds the secret of immortality. As a relic of a lost ancient civilization, it will soon be exhibited worldwide. However, Dr. Kurt Connors from Empire State University will be the first to study the tablet, the TV host spoke. Gwen's beautiful eyes, which had been focused on Mark, noticed his change in focus and she turned her attention to the TV as well. The Tablet of Time? Immortality? Is there really such a thing? Mark smiled and replied, "It's hard to say, but one of the reasons I came to this world was to study that thing." Gwen, aware of Mark's extensive knowledge of various world plots, was surprised by his response. She asked, "So, it's real?" But, from what I know, the Toltec people were merely a civilization in Central America between 800 and 1000 CE. It's a stretch to call it an ancient civilization. Mark nodded. "You're right, calling it an ancient civilization is indeed an exaggeration. However, the Toltec civilization might have had some connections with the more mysterious Maya civilization. I suspect the Tablet of Time is an inheritance from the Maya civilization." Gwen was even more astonished this time. Maya culture was one of the most precious ancient cultures in the world. The Maya possessed advanced mathematical knowledge, astronomy and calendar systems, hieroglyphic writing, and a philosophical and religious tradition. For instance, in modern science, it is calculated that a year consists of 365.2422 days, and yet, several thousand years ago, the Maya had calculated a year as 365.2420 days, with a deviation of less than 20 seconds, demonstrating remarkable accuracy. Their most well-known achievements were their accurate predictions. First, they predicted their own decline. Second, they foresaw the existence of advanced technology in our era, such as planes and cars. Third, they predicted the emergence of a world-threatening figure in our time, which we will just refer as the mustache. Fourth, they predicted a catastrophic global war, specifying its time, frequency, and duration. Fifth, they suggested that something significant would occur after December 21, 2012, following the setting of the sun. The first four prophecies all turned out to be accurate, except for the fifth, which didn't come to pass. This is the reason the Maya civilization was considered to have godlike knowledge. If there's a connection with the Tablet of Time, it adds a mystical aura to it. Mark continued, the Tablet of Time might hold a power that allows time to flow through a person's body, effectively reversing aging. There's a guy named Toombs who used it to create a device that allowed him to briefly turn back the clock on his own age. Another guy, Silvermane, was turned into a baby by the Tablet of Time. Oh, by the way, he's now in his 70s. Gwen smiled and said, "That's truly amazing. But aging and death are natural processes. Using such methods to forcibly reverse natural laws might lead to some uncontrollable consequences, right?" Mark nodded. "For ordinary people, yes." He didn't mention that for people like them who could traverse worlds at will, time and life didn't have as significant an impact. Characters like the Ancient One from the MCU had effectively achieved immortality. Characters like Doctor Strange, Thor, and others wouldn't age much either. Even superhumans like Captain America and Black Widow, who only received a super soldier serum or a derivative of it, experienced significantly slowed aging. As for Mark himself, since he could quantumize, he felt that the impact of time on him was minimal. Even without immortality, his lifespan had significantly increased. The Tablet of Time will be in Dr. Connor's hands. Perhaps I should find a way to make contact with him, Mark thought. I wonder if 94 Spider has met Dr. Connors. He should be interested in my abilities, right? After finishing dinner, Gwen suggested going for a walk outside, so Mark temporarily set aside his plan to return to reading. However, New York's nightlife seemed somewhat dull, with empty streets and a lack of activity. It might be due to the prevalence of supervillains in this world, making the streets unsafe, leading most people to avoid being out at night. As the two of them were walking down a street, Mark's spider sense alerted them to something in the sewer, and it seemed like there were many somethings down there. What's going on? I sense a lot of danger underground. Gwen looked at Mark and held his hand a little tighter. Even though she had become significantly stronger in individual combat, when she was with Mark, she couldn't help but show her vulnerable side. Mark squinted his eyes, and invisible quantum fluctuations spread out into the distance. Combined with the feedback from his spider sense, he quickly saw the source of those menacing auras. It was a group of lizard-like humanoids, similar in size to regular humans, and they were standing upright. There were approximately 1,000 of them, scattered throughout the city's sewers. Mark immediately realized the situation. There indeed was a kingdom of lizard people beneath New York City. The appearance of these lizard people was also thanks to Dr. Connors. Before conducting his research on neogenic technology, Dr. Connors had combined his DNA with lizard DNA and injected it into his body. The experiment had failed, and he had turned into a lizard-like humanoid. Angry at his transformation, he had flushed the failed experiment results into the sewer. The lizards in the sewers had consumed those materials, gradually evolving into a new species, the lizard people. These lizard people considered Dr. Connors, or rather the transformed lizard doctor, to be their father and believed he should be their king. They hoped that lizard doctor would lead them to defeat humans and become the rulers of the world. Driven by this ambition, they had kidnapped Dr. Connors and Mary Jane. Afterward, lizard doctor transformed temporarily into a rational version and helped Mary Jane escape. Then, he turned back into the true lizard doctor and captured 94 Spider. In the end, it was Mary Jane and Dr. Connor's wife, who risked their lives to detonate a genetic bomb specifically designed to target these lizard creatures, causing them to revert to their lizard state. Mark had no favorable opinions of these ambitious lizard people. The only one he felt somewhat sorry for, as seen in the original story, was a lizard girl named Gila. Gila was the only one among the lizard people who remained conscious, kind, and devoid of violent tendencies. She was responsible for the final assist that enabled the genetic bomb to detonate successfully. Otherwise, 94 Spider, Mary Jane, and Margaret Connors would have all died. Gwen, would you be interested in accompanying me to see the so-called lizard people kingdom? Mark extended the invitation to Gwen. Gwen playfully rolled her eyes, saying, other people's boyfriends take their girlfriends to see plays or visit amusement parks, and here you are taking your girlfriend into the dirty sewers to see disgusting lizard people. Mark grinned awkwardly. How about I take you back home first? Gwen lightly patted him. Are you serious? Mark hurriedly clarified. No. What I meant was, Miss Stacy, would you be willing to accompany me to see the rare lizard people? Gwen chuckled. With your charm, why not? Let's go. Wait, let's find 2 more people first. Mark stopped Gwen. Well, despite saying not to, his body was so eager that he couldn't wait. Several streets away, in 94 Spider's home, 94 Spider had silently sneaked in through the window and was about to take off his clothes to rest a bit and make a few bottles of web fluid when a portal opened in his room. 94 Spider was startled but soon realized it was one of Mark's methods. He sighed. Mr. Mark, can't you respect my privacy? Mark chuckled and scolded. What are you being shy about? Hurry up and get ready, we're preparing to leave. Prepare to leave? Where are we going? 94 Spider pulled down his half-raised shirt and asked. Mark replied, I found a lizard people kingdom in the sewers. They are planning to overthrow human domination over the earth. Are you not interested? If you're not, I can leave. 94 Spider was taken aback. What? A lizard people kingdom? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Mark nodded and confirmed his thoughts. It's exactly what you're thinking. They can be considered the offspring created entirely by Dr. Connors. While individually they are not as powerful as the mutated lizard doctor, there are an enormous number of them. Are there like dozens of them? 94 Spider's face showed a horrified expression. He could already picture dozens of lizard doctors standing before him. One lizard doctor was more than capable of beating him. And if this number multiplied several dozen times, it's a good thing I've become even more powerful, 94 Spider thought, feeling grateful to Mark for granting him greater abilities. However, Mark shook his head. Dozens? You're way too optimistic. Are there hundreds? 94 Spider widened his eyes, his hands frozen in place. No, it's thousands, Mark explained. To be more precise, there are about 3,700 of them. Of course, there might be some I didn't detect. After all, the sewer network in this city is vast. I spent only a few seconds searching, so it's not surprising if I missed some corners. Thousands. 94 Spider's whole body seemed to turn to stone. He stood there with a pale face, looking dazed. He didn't doubt Mark's words. He was shocked by the information Mark had revealed through his words. Thousands of lizard people with more significant strength, swifter speed, and nearly as much intelligence as humans. This was enough to trigger a full-scale war. Many smaller countries might not even muster such numbers for their entire military. What should we do? 94 Spider was a bit confused at first. However, he quickly looked at Mark and said, Mr. Mark, since you've come to me proactively, do you have a solution to deal with them? By the way, Dr. Connors? Maybe we can use Dr. Connors' knowledge of the lizard people's genetics to create a counter-genetic weapon and find the right opportunity to eliminate them all at once. This time, Mark was the one who felt surprised. He knew that finding Dr. Connors was due to his knowledge of the original plot, and he knew that Dr. Connors had a specific weapon in mind, which wasn't meant to deal with these lizard people. He didn't even know they existed. Mark had merely predicted the possibility of a failed experiment turning him into a monster and left a genetic bomb that could kill his mutated self. However, 94 Spider was unaware of this. It was quite impressive how he quickly found the most likely solution even in a panic situation. His logical reasoning and clear thinking demonstrated his leadership qualities, earning him the title of the Spider-Man with leadership qualities as Madam Web would later call him. A/N, can't remember the exact words. This level-headedness under pressure was indeed his unique character trait, something that Mark needed to learn. Are you ready yet? If you're done, let's go find Dr. Connors together. Mark didn't explain much and got straight to the point. Wait, I need to replenish my web fluid first. 94 Spider's hand movements accelerated. Gwen commented from the side, don't you think your web fluid is too fragile? It snaps so easily. 94 Spider felt a bit embarrassed. This is the web fluid I've spent a long time researching. It's sometimes not very durable, but most of the time, it's reliable. Well, in fact, after Mr. Mark enhanced my strength, I think I should be able to produce more robust web fluid, but unfortunately, I don't have the time to do it now. As 94 Spider spoke, he admitted the weakness of his original web fluid. In truth, he had wanted to replace his web fluid for a long time, but the new web fluids he had developed were not as good as the one he was using. At most, he could add some new substances to his web fluid solution to give it some special properties, such as the quick solidifier used against Hydro Man. However, after being strengthened by Mark, he felt a certain sensation in his mind. It was as if following this feeling would allow him to create stronger web fluid. Mark looked at 94 Spider with a smile and said, "Actually, there's no rush. The brains of these lizard people are still evolving, and they're probably still in the process of building their strength. You can take some more time to prepare." "Is that so?" 94 Spider paused for a moment when he heard that. Then he shook his head and said, "Let's deal with the danger first. My original web fluid may be a bit weaker, but it's sufficient. The new web fluid can wait." "All right, it's up to you," Mark shrugged and said, indifferent. Afterward, Mark and Gwen waited for about half an hour, and 94 Spider finally prepared 6 vials of web fluid solution. He loaded 2 vials directly into his web shooters and kept the remaining 4 on his person for quick replacement. "Ready, ready, then let's go." Saying that, Mark opened a portal to the new Genetics Research Institute. On the other side of the portal, there appeared the figure of a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat. His left arm was intact, but his right hand was only half there. Clearly, he was Curt Connors, also known as the Lizard. However, in this world, Dr. Connors was mostly in a normal state, and he rarely transformed into the Mad Lizard. He was highly knowledgeable, and his new genetic technology was the product of multiple eras. It could be said that even without Spider-Man, a significant portion of the story in this version had a direct or indirect connection to him. This is spatial teleportation, quantum travel, dimensional wave superstring jumping. Connors turned to look at Mark and the others, as well as the still open portal behind them, and started rattling off a string of scientific terms. "No, this is magic, Dr. Connors." Mark extended his hand and erased the portal. Curt Connors jogged to their side, stopped where the portal used to be, and ran his hand through the air, his face showing an enraptured expression, as if he was fondling the air inappropriately. Mark found this behavior of the lizard doctor a bit strange. 94 Spider quickly grabbed Curt Connors, saying, "Dr. Connors, what are you doing?" Curt Connors replied, "This is an extraordinary technology. We've already told you, this is magic, it's magic." 94 Spider pulled Curt Connors back. "This is Mark, the one who performed genetic surgery on me, and his girlfriend Gwen." Genetic surgery. Curt Connors reacted with some clarity upon hearing that, and he turned to Mark and the others, saying, "So, this is really just magic used by wizards." 94 Spider nodded and confirmed, "Yes, Dr. Connors. But we're not here for this, there's something more important that we need your help with." "What is it?" Perhaps due to Mark's wizard status, which made him understand that this wasn't significantly related to science, Curt Connors finally regained his composure and asked inquisitively. Stepping forward, Mark said, "Dr. Connors, did you once pour the genetic serum that would turn you into the lizard into the sewer system?" Curt Connors thought for a moment, then nodded, saying, "That was a few months ago." Then, his expression changed abruptly, and he asked, "Could something have gone wrong with those serums? Is that what you're suggesting?" Mark nodded and said gravely, "After your genetic serums were washed away and entered the city's underground sewer system, the lizards living there consumed them. Subsequently, they evolved. Now, a new species called lizard people is gradually expanding beneath New York City. And you, Dr. Curt Connors, are the one to blame for all of this." Curt Connors' face turned pale, and he exclaimed, "What? This can't be true, it shouldn't be possible. The amount of serum I poured into the sewer was less than a liter, and after dilution in the vast sewer system, it shouldn't have been enough to make lizards evolve into lizard people." He looked extremely flustered, clearly having difficulty accepting this. "True or false, you'll see for yourself." Mark coldly shattered his last glimmer of hope. "We've come to find you to help you research a serum that can kill the lizard people or make them revert. Since this problem originated from you, it's only fair that you help resolve it." Curt Connors nodded and said, "Please follow me. In my home, I have a genetic bomb prepared for situations similar to what we're facing now." "In your home, right? Let's take it." Mark didn't waste any time and opened another portal. On the other side of the door was Curt Connors' home. Perhaps due to his inner guilt, Curt Connors didn't even give the portal a second look and stepped straight through. He headed for his front door. Knock, knock, knock. The door quickly opened. A beautiful woman appeared at the door and said, "Curt, why are you back so early today?" Curt Connors hurriedly replied, "Margaret, no time to explain. Come help me get something." Shortly after, Curt Connors came out holding a glass container roughly the size of a human head. At the core of the container was a small test tube with a bit of solution inside. Curt Connors picked up the container and gestured, saying, "This is the genetic bomb I created. It can release radiation targeting a specific group of people at the moment of detonation. Within the radiation range, all lizard people will be killed. Neutron killing." Mark raised an eyebrow and said, "Neutron annihilation? You could say that." Curt Connors nodded. "I did create it based on the genetic differences between lizard people and normal human genes, so it has no effect on humans and other creatures. Only lizard people will die." Mark shook his head slightly and said, "I suggest you modify it." "Why?" Curt Connors asked. Mark explained, "The city's sewer system now harbors thousands of lizard people, each roughly the same size as humans, some even larger. If you make them all die at once, the result will be countless bodies piling up in the sewers. When the bodies decompose, it will contaminate the entire city's water source and air. Plagues will spread, causing widespread human infection and even death." Curt Connors and the others who were listening on the side turned pale. Thousands of human-sized bodies piling up in the sewers would lead to catastrophic consequences. When the bodies decompose, it would pollute the water source and air, leading to plagues, widespread human infection, and possibly death. Right, we can't kill them, Kurt Connors muttered. Mark suggested, can you adjust it so that the neutron radiation targets their specific genes to induce regression rather than killing them on the spot? Kurt Connors' eyes lit up, you make a good point. Let me work on that. Please give me a few minutes. He then whispered some instructions to his wife, took his son, and carried the genetic bomb back to his lab through the portal. The following moments were filled with anxious waiting, though the anxiety was mainly felt by 94 Spider and Kurt Connors. Mark and Gwen, on the other hand, remained composed. Gwen was well aware of Mark's abilities, giving her confidence in their success. As for Mark, he had extensive knowledge of the lizard people's limited abilities, so he wasn't too concerned. It's probably due to the injection of too few mutant genes. The individual strength of these lizard people is much weaker compared to the lizard doctor in the original storyline. In the original plot, even Debra, the cute girl, could bravely knock down a lizard people warrior with a powerful charge. Even the original 94 Spider, with his hands tied, could defeat 3 lizard people warriors when his movements were restricted. This shows how weak they are. Furthermore, the current situation is happening several months earlier than in the original plot. While Kurt Connors adjusted the genetic bomb, Mark released his quantum spider sense actively. He wanted to find Gila, the only mentally sound lizard person, and ask her if she intended to transform back into a lizard like her fellow tribe members or continue living as a lizard person. In the dark and filthy sewer, boom, a figure was heavily thrown into a pool of water. Why do this? Why hurt each other? A petite lizard person sat in the mud from the waist down, yet her upper body remained unbowed as she stared defiantly at the aggressor, questioning. However, what was peculiar was that her voice was a crisp, sweet, and childlike tone. Gila, you're too naive, too weak, a deep and rough voice responded. 2 burly figures stood by the water ditch, looking down on Gila from above. The one speaking was the more imposing of the two. His name was Monitor. Monitor, Gecko, and Gila were the first to find the genetic serum that Kurt Connors had poured into the sewers, evolving into lizard people. So, the 3 of them were like human siblings. Monitor was the eldest, Gecko the second, and Gila the youngest. Simultaneously, as they were the first to be transformed, they were considered the leadership trio of the lizard people kingdom. Monitor and Gecko were princes, while Gila was, of course, the lizard person princess. As for their king, it was, of course, the lizard doctor who had not appeared before them. Recently, the 2 lizard princes decided to start military training. They built an arena and had their tribesmen engage in combat to select the stronger individuals to become lizard people warriors. However, due to the inherent brutality of their lizard genes, the lizard people would frequently fight to the death, turning the warrior selection ritual into a gruesome form of entertainment. Whenever the arena held events, lizard people from all over would gather to watch their fellow lizard people brutally fight and even kill each other, with the audience below cheering each time. This was too much for the kind-hearted lizard person princess. She protested her 2 brothers time and again, but they kept rejecting her protests, even going so far as to whip her with their tails, leaving her battered and bruised. Lizard person Prince Gecko, the second prince, stood on the ground, watching his sister sobbing in the sewage. His face bore a wicked smile. Ha ha ha, Gila, look at you, look at how weak you are. If you weren't our sister, the other tribesmen would have eaten you long ago. You have no idea how many of them lust after your tender flesh. But lizard person Prince Monitor, the elder brother, hearing this, suddenly clenched his fists and struck Gecko. Whoosh! His tail snaked through the air, grabbing Gecko by the neck and pulling him back in front of himself. Gecko found his gaze locked with Monitor, who spoke with an icy tone. Gila is our sister, and we can whip her and chastise her for her weakness. But if you dare to lay a hand on her, I'll rip your tail off and strangle you with it. Do you hear me, Gecko? Gecko struggled to break free with all his might but couldn't escape Monitor's grip. Monitor was the most powerful figure in the lizard people kingdom, second only to the lizard doctor. He stood at over 3 meters tall, had a muscular body covered in scales, and could punch lizard people warriors into a pulp. His tough scales made him nearly impervious to the claws of other lizard people warriors. In comparison, Gecko was much weaker. Gecko was approximately only around 2.45 meters tall, taller, and more robust than an average human. While he could handle 3 or 4 lizard people warriors at once, he was no match for Monitor. As for the weakest among the 3, Gila, she was actually similar to an ordinary lizard people warrior. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, her body showed no prominent muscular structure. Her sole advantage was her well-developed brain, capable of emitting a special wave to summon other lizards to her side. The ability to call upon lizards allowed the population to grow to thousands within a few months, despite the routine casualties from combat. Gecko, lacking intelligence, couldn't grasp this, but Monitor, slightly smarter, understood that their community could lack him or Gecko but not 2 individuals, father, the lizard doctor who created them, and sister Gila. So, he consistently protected Gila to prevent her from harm. However, this wasn't out of sibling affection. In fact, they didn't belong to the same lizard species. Their simultaneous birth was a mere coincidence. Crash! Just as Gecko was on the verge of suffocation, Monitor finally released him. The former swung his tail, smashing Gecko against the nearby wall with a thunderous sound. Ignoring him, Monitor extended his tail to Gila. "My dear sister, come up." Gila looked at her brother and obediently reached out her hand. Her naive nature led her to believe that her brother genuinely cared for her, and his previous reprimands were just tough love. Guided by Monitor, the three siblings, once again, resumed their harmonious atmosphere as if the preceding events never occurred. At this moment, there was a lizard person watching an empty space and lamenting the lack of resilience. This lizard person was named Boraz. He was a member of the Lizard Kingdom lurking beneath New York and, compared to Monitor and Gecko, he was even more brutal. Although he was born, mutated, a bit later than Monitor's trio, perhaps due to consuming more mutation potions or other reasons, his strength was comparable to Monitor's. To avoid detection by humans when their power was weak, Monitor commanded all lizard people to either catch mice and cockroaches in the sewers or fish in the sea. New York, surrounded on three sides by the ocean, had a sewer network connected to the seas on all three sides. Since lizards were adept swimmers, catching fish in the sea was not difficult for them. Most lizard people, guided by Monitor, and with the help of Gila, who hoped for peaceful coexistence with humans, tended to be rational. But exceptions always existed. Boraz was the unexpected factor in this equation. Compared to Monitor, who understood restraint and development, Boraz was more impulsive. One night not long ago, a homeless man unfortunately fell into the river and drowned. Boraz and other lizard people happened to be present. Most lizard people adhered to Monitor's principle of avoiding contact, but Boraz decided to take a bite. That bite seemed to open up a new world for him. Compared to the mice, cockroaches, and the fish with a strong fishy smell, humans appeared so delicious. While others weren't paying attention, Boraz dragged the unfortunate homeless man's body to a cave on the outskirts of the city, near the coast, and hid it there. He enjoyed several hearty meals. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last. The homeless man didn't have much meat on him to begin with, and after removing the bones, there were only a few dozen pounds left. Considering Boraz's large appetite, it didn't take long for him to finish it. Having tasted the delicacy, Boraz found it hard to settle for mice and sea fish again. He once again turned his attention to humans. Unfortunately, New York had deaths every day, but the chances of a deceased person falling into his mouth were extremely slim. Several days later, unable to endure any longer, Boraz decided to take a risk. He called a few lizard people who had tasted the deliciousness of a homeless man's fingers and, capitalizing on their desire for human flesh, formed a group. Then, under the cover of night, they successfully caught a couple who were having a secret meeting by the seaside rocks. These two individuals had sneaked to the seaside rocks late at night, seeking some excitement. Little did they know they would encounter something so thrilling, almost wetting themselves on the spot. Luckily, the man proved reliable. Seizing the opportunity when Boraz and the others weren't paying attention, he knocked down one lizard person and managed to escape. During the capture, he overheard the conversation among Boraz and the lizard people, learning that their human catching activities were a secret operation that couldn't be revealed to the outside world. Don't ask why lizard people can speak English, in the original story, they just do. So, after escaping a distance, he loudly threatened to report and have the military come to eliminate the lizard people here. This made Boraz and the other lizard people panic. Helpless, Boraz had to leave one lizard person to guard the still unconscious girl, taking the remaining 3 lizard people to chase down the man. The incident occurred near the coastline, more than 10 kilometers from where Mark was currently at the research institute. Mark only just noticed the situation here. At this moment, the brave man was already sandwiched between 2 lizard people. These not fully evolved lizard people had individual strength comparable to a normal adult male. Perhaps he could try his luck in a one-on-one situation, but facing a 2-on-1 situation, the chances of victory for an ordinary person who hadn't learned combat were almost zero. Seeing this situation, Mark raised an eyebrow. He turned to look at Spider 94. "Hey, Spider-Man." Spider 94 was focused on watching Dr. Connors adjust the gene bomb, feeling like he had learned a lot. Upon hearing Mark's words, he immediately turned around. "What's up, Mr. Mark? There's an emergency, and I think we need you to make a trip." Saying this, Mark opened a portal beneath Spider 94's feet. "What?" Spider 94 hadn't reacted yet when his body fell through the portal. "Gwen, do you want to go too?" Mark didn't immediately close the portal but turned to ask Gwen. Gwen was originally a bit restless, but soon, she caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor from the sewers coming from the other end of the portal. This instantly gave her a rather unpleasant experience. She thought about the fact that they couldn't reveal their identities and couldn't operate in Spider-Man costumes. She immediately shook her head. "No, I've changed my mind." Mark chuckled. "Then let's watch the live broadcast. Hey, our on-site host, Mr. Spider-Man, can you please describe the situation on your end?" Mark closed the portal, but his voice was transmitted very clearly to Spider 94 over the 10-kilometer distance. At the same time, Spider 94 landed in front of the man. He quickly knocked down 2 lizard people who were approaching him. "Wow, sir, how are you talking to me? Where are you? I don't seem to have a camera or remote communication device on me." Mark laughed. "That's my ability. Can you help us with the live broadcast?" "Sure, this way is quite novel. But, I like this feeling. You know, besides being a photographer, sometimes I want to be a broadcaster, just like now," Spider 94 said. flipping over 2 lizard people he had knocked out while talking. Wow, they really look exactly like Lizard, just like the lizard. This is too unbelievable. Hey, are you Spider-Man? A shaky voice came from behind. Spider 94 stopped and turned around. Hey, buddy, I'm Spider-Man, I'm not a bad guy. The man looked at Spider 94 with complex eyes. I know, I'm sorry. I always thought you were a bad guy, but now I know I was wrong. They were all wrong. You're a hero. Spider 94 scratched his head and smiled shyly. It's not that great. The man's expression changed, somewhat urgent. By the way, there are 2 more lizard monsters chasing me, and Nora is still in their hands. 2 more. Spider 94 nodded. Also, who is Nora? The man said, I'm Rad, Nora is my girlfriend. We came to the beach together but were captured by these monsters. I escaped, attracted the attention of these lizard people, but Nora is still unconscious. Rad was obviously very worried about his girlfriend, so his tone was quite urgent. Spider 94 quickly pressed his shoulder. Don't worry, Rad, Nora will be fine. Sir, can you help me find Nora's location? The last sentence was directed at Mark. Mark directly transmitted the nearby map he had explored into Spider 94's mind, feeling like a mini-map in a game. Wow, it's amazing, sir. Spider 94 praised loudly. Who are you talking to? Rad looked at Spider 94 with a strange look, suddenly doubting whether his idea of Spider-Man being a hero was too hasty. I'm talking to the most amazing hero in the world. Spider 94 explained. Sir, how about you send him out first? Just like how you sent me here. No, I'm not leaving. Rad exclaimed passionately. Although he didn't know how Spider-Man arrived, he didn't want to leave. He shouted, Nora needs me? Spider-Man, believe me, I've confronted them head-on, I can defend myself, and I can help you. Okay, Spider 94 shrugged, come with me. At this moment, 2 red dots appeared on the small map in his mind. Sir, what are these red dots? Spider 94 shook his head, puzzled. Think about your spider sense, Mark reminded. Spider 94 suddenly realized, are they enemies? Are those 2 nearby enemies? Mark didn't answer, but Spider 94 knew he guessed right. With Rad, he moved toward the 2 moving red dots. As he walked, he was also learning Mark's ability. Although Mark called himself a wizard, Spider 94 always felt that many of his abilities had some similarities with his own. For example, this ability to explore the surrounding area was like an enhanced version of spider sense. Normal spider sense could only passively sense danger, but this one was more specific and actively sensed everything around. Coincidentally, he also had a similar ability. Spider 94 could precisely find the best escape route in a crisis, and he had done it several times. Thinking about it, maybe he could replicate something similar? Spider 94 gradually had some ideas in his mind. However, like improving spider silk, this would require ample time to work on. So, not now. Roar! Suddenly, a low roar came from ahead, and immediately, a burly figure rushed towards Spider 94. Spider 94 lowered his body, kicked up, and sent Boraz flying to the ceiling of the sewer. Although, compared to the lizard, you're really far behind. Erg! Damn it! Boraz swung his tail towards Spider 94. Spider 94 reached out, grabbed it, and spun around. With a snap, the tail broke off, and Boraz was sent flying. It turned out to be the classic lizard tactic of shedding the tail for survival. After landing some distance away, Boraz quickly climbed up, feeling extremely fearful. Although the confrontation was very brief, he deeply felt how powerful Spider 94's strength was. It was a strength he couldn't possibly resist. What he didn't know was that this was still Spider 94 holding back. If he didn't control the force, he could have punched Boraz to pieces. Hey, moron, I don't know if you can take me to find the girl you guys captured. Spider 94 said. Your whole family are the morons. Boraz cursed angrily, then chickened out, jumping into the sewer and swimming away in the sewage. Spider 94 was momentarily dumbfounded. He never expected this guy to resort to such a move. Hey, how about you come back, and we can discuss this properly. I won't call you a moron anymore, is that not enough? How about big guy? That's not bad. However, no matter how Spider 94 yelled, Boraz completely ignored him. Seeing it was futile, Spider 94 had no choice but to lead the dumbfounded Rad toward the other red dot. Unable to hold back, Rad asked, why do you talk so much during a fight? Spider 94 was puzzled. Do I talk a lot? I don't feel like I do. I'm Spider-Man, not Chatterbox Man or anything like that. Rad, Mark, and Gwen. Mark saw this as a small test for Spider 94, a warm-up before officially engaging with the Lizard People Kingdom. So, he didn't directly mark Nora's location for Spider 94. Nora couldn't possibly be in danger. In fact, if Mark wished, he could open a portal and bring Nora directly here. Even now, he was keeping a close eye on the situation. Spider 94 wasn't aware of this and continued nervously walking through the sewer with Rad, analyzing the information at hand. The following events went relatively smoothly. Spider 94 quickly captured the lone lizard person and interrogated him, extracting information about the location of their lair. This area was a rocky reef not far from the coast, not particularly large, just with a complex network of pathways. With the guidance of the captured lizard person, they swiftly located Nora. Upon arrival, they discovered that Boraz, the lizard person who had escaped Spider 94 earlier, was not present. Only the lizard person left to guard Nora was there, eyeing Nora with drool. This lizard person, similar to an ordinary person, was naturally no match for Spider 94. With a single punch, he knocked him down and used webbing to tie him and the other captured lizard person together. As for Rad, he rushed forward, freeing his girlfriend Nora. Rad, how could you just abandon me like that? Nora was indignant, finding her boyfriend irresponsible and unreliable. Rad was at a loss for words. Spider 94 stepped in to clarify the misunderstanding, and the two reconciled after the truth came to light. Shaking his head helplessly, Spider 94 thought, well, it seems I'm good at playing matchmaker for others, but what about myself? Troubles just keep piling up on me. Alright, you two, I think it's best to get you out of here now. I still have to confront these guys and save our city. I can't afford to look after you. Spider 94 interrupted their lovey-dovey moment. Rad quickly released his girlfriend, and they walked up to Spider 94. Nora, deeply moved, said, thank you, Spider-Man, thank you for saving us. You are a true hero. Rad sincerely expressed his gratitude, thank you. You not only saved me and Nora but also our love. If one day we decide to get married, can we invite you to our wedding? Spider 94 was surprised, invite me? Are you sure? My public image is not that great. Jameson thinks I'm a big villain causing chaos in the city. Listen, Spider-Man, don't underestimate yourself, Rad earnestly said. You are a hero, someone who protects our city from evil. Jameson, let him go to hell. That's right, we will do our best to show everyone the real you. Nora chimed in. Thank you all. What you said means a lot to me. Spider 94 felt somewhat touched. He had finally gained two people willing to believe in him. At this moment, he was not the seasoned, battle-worn individual with countless scars. Instead, he was a relative newcomer to the spider abilities, still a rookie. Up to now, he had only faced a dozen or so relatively minor villains. Sir, could you please take them to a safe place? Spider 94 shouted loudly. Immediately, Mark opened a portal near them. To the amazement of Rad and Nora, Spider 94 sent them through the portal. Sir, let me go ahead and scout the way for you, Spider 94 volunteered after the portal closed. Sure, I estimate Dr. Connors will need another 10 minutes or so, Mark nodded, agreeing to Spider 94's request. Perhaps you can make the situation even bigger, attract all the lizard people over, and then deal with them all at once. Okay. Spider 94 agreed and continued walking forward along the sewer. On the other side, the escaped Boraz did not return to his temporary lair. He had a crazy plan in his simple mind. He intended to inform Monitor that humans had discovered them, then let Monitor and that powerful human fight each other, leaving him to seize control of the lizard people's kingdom and become the king. By then, he could eat as many people as he wanted. Thinking about this plan nearly burned out Boraz's not-so-advanced CPU. But one had to admit that this plan was quite effective. The only issue was the executor of this plan. The central part of the sewer network, the lizard people's kingdom. It took the lizard people several months to find such a spacious area. Above this place was an abandoned sewage treatment plant, rarely visited after abandonment, making it the capital of the lizard people's kingdom. Lizard Princess Gila stood on a high place, tilting her head to the sky, emitting a continuous series of sharp hissing sounds. The sound was piercing, completely unlike her usual soft and cute way of speaking. But with her hissing, many lizards crawled from all directions, slowly converging around her. At the same time, many lizard people also followed and gathered nearby. The not-so-bright lizard people's second Prince Gecko, accompanied by several lizard warriors, maintained order below, preventing some even less bright lizard people from rushing up to tear Gila to pieces. Indeed, many lizard people coveted Gila's body, not for her beauty, but to taste her flavor. And now, the actual ruler of the lizard people's kingdom, the eldest lizard people Crown Prince Monitor, held a water ladle, catching a lizard, pressing its head into the ladle, gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, and then throwing it aside. Then he grabbed another lizard, repeating the same action. After a while, those lizards that drank water began to convulse, and their bodies began to swell continuously, eventually becoming the size of an ordinary human. A trace of disappointment flashed in Monet's eyes. The sacred water they possessed was getting scarcer, and the lizard people they created were becoming weaker and weaker. Lizards like the one just created were only on par with the strength of normal humans and could only be considered lizard people citizens, not lizard people warriors. I think we need to find a way to locate our father, Monitor said slowly. Report? Big trouble. A figure rushed in, stumbling. Monitor turned to look, only to find it was Boraz, who always enjoyed provoking him. However, Boraz looked quite miserable at the moment. He was covered in mud, nothing unusual for lizards, as they sometimes liked to use mud for grooming. But his tail was broken. This was what Monitor was truly concerned about. Although Boraz often provoked him, attempting to challenge his position, Monitor didn't dislike him. For the combative lizard people, the spirit of the strong above and the weak below was ingrained in their blood. On the contrary, Monitor rather appreciated Boraz. He belonged to the stronger group of lizard people, even stronger than his brother Gecko. This could become an asset for the future of the lizard people's kingdom. Therefore, he tolerated Boraz. Boraz, what happened? Monet asked in a deep voice. Boraz's face was full of panic. A very powerful human intruded into our territory and killed Volko and the others. Boraz's panic was an act. Even if he was scared, he had been running for over 10 minutes, long enough to be out of danger. How could he still look like this? He deliberately pretended to be in such a state, just to exaggerate and increase Monitor's level of concern. However, his clumsy acting successfully deceived almost all lizard people, including Monitor. Monet suddenly stood up. Damn it, what did you say? Boraz repeated. A powerful human entered, killed Volko and the others, and said he wants to rule our kingdom. Rage surged within Monitor. He slammed his hand on the stone bench beside him, shattering it. Brazen? I want to see what he's capable of. However, Gila beside him noticed something suspicious and asked, Boraz, did the human really say that? Seeing Monitor's expression and actions, Boraz was overjoyed, feeling like everything was under control. Foolish Monitor, the lizard people's kingdom is mine, ha ha ha. Hearing Gila's question, he immediately replied, yes. Gila was puzzled. Why would a human want to rule us lizard people? Although she had learned some human writing and language from the garbage thrown into the sewer, and had also picked up some equality for all ideas, she knew that humans and lizard people could never be equal. And a human coming to rule lizard people was even more impossible. Unless. Gila suddenly imagined a possibility. Excited, she exclaimed, could it be? Father is here. Gila's suspicions and conjectures were just a couple of sentences, but they sent Boraz's emotions on a roller coaster ride. In that instant, he was genuinely scared, thinking his lie had been exposed. Gecko walked to the side, watching Boraz with confusion. Hey, why are you trembling all over? Boraz hastily explained. Oh, it's because I just thought of something sad. What sad thing? Boraz wondered. Gila said, he must be grieving for Volko and the others. He's truly a kind lizard person. After saying this, Gila's gaze at Boraz changed slightly. In the lizard people community, kindness and concern for comrades were rare qualities. This made Gila feel somewhat fond of Poros. Well, yes, Boraz was struggling to come up with a response and quickly followed Gila's lead. Gecko laughed heartily, it's just a few fools who died. What's there to be sad about? Monitor was somewhat dissatisfied with Boraz's weakness but didn't express it. He clapped his hands on the bench. Silence. The lizard people quieted down. Monitor said, a human dares to invade our territory. Let's go kill him. Roar, roar, roar. The lizard people instantly roared. Roar, roar, cough. At this moment, a different voice sounded. As Monitor and others turned their gaze, they saw someone in red and blue tight-fitting combat attire hanging upside down on the sewer ceiling. The entire place fell into silence. Suddenly, it erupted into chaos. A human, it's a human. Damn humans, how dare they show up? Kill him, kill him. The lizard people began to roar, and some lizard people closer to Spider-Man were already approaching him. Monitor didn't stop them. He also wanted to see how strong this human referred to as very powerful by Boraz really was. Gila was somewhat disappointed. It turns out Father didn't come to find us. Run quickly, they will tear you apart. Saying this, Gila recklessly rushed towards Spider-Man. On the other side, Spider-Man had already begun to display his might. He reached out, grabbed a lizard person, and then forcefully threw them towards others. Several lizard people fell like bowling pins. Bang! In midair, Gila was punched down by Gecko and then stepped on by him. Monitor, looking down from above beside Gecko, coldly glanced at Gila. My dear sister, just stay put. Monitor, what are you doing? Gila was shocked. All living beings should be equal? Why hurt him? Because he is a human. Monitor leaped down from the high platform, landing on the ground, grinning, and I am the lizard prince destined to rule over humans. Such words. A teleportation portal opened, and Mark's figure appeared near Monitor and the others. Monitor and Gecko were both taken aback. There's another one. Bang! A figure was thrown back like a cannonball from a distance and casually caught by Mark. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Boraz. However, at this moment, Boraz seemed to be on the brink of death. Gwen's figure also appeared not far away. Perhaps because this was the center of power in the lizard people's kingdom, the environment wasn't as bad, so Gwen decided to join the fun. Man-eating lizards, they should be killed directly. Mark muttered. As he spoke, the hand holding Boraz transformed into an electric form in the midst of Boraz's terrified expression. In an instant, the massive electric current turned Boraz into a piece of charred meat, crispy and even emitting a faint meaty aroma. Kill them. Monitor immediately ordered all the lizard people. At the same time, he himself pounced on Mark. His speed was quite fast, leveraging the explosive force gathered in an instant with his formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters and arrived in front of Mark. However, when his claws swiped through, there was no hint of resistance. The human had already disappeared from the original spot. Boom! A muffled sound accompanied by a grunt. Gecko, who had been stepping on Gila, was thrown out. Mark stood beside Gila, extending his hand. You're called Gila, right? Gila's eyes were full of astonishment and confusion. Who are you? A human? But how can humans generate electricity? Mark smiled. There are humans who can generate electricity. Roar, you bastard. At this moment, Gecko and Monitor shouted, once again lunging at Mark. Without lifting his head, Mark reached back with one hand, caught Monitor, and then smashed him onto Gecko. The brothers rolled into a tangle again. As they attempted to get up again, Gwen leaped down from above, and with a kick from each foot, she made them roll on the ground in pain, momentarily losing their ability to rise. Watching their actions, Hila finally understood the current situation. She grabbed the hand Mark extended, pleading, "Can you spare them? They're not actually bad people." "They are indeed not bad people, they are bad lizard people," Mark said. Hila looked somewhat dumbfounded. She felt that the man in front of her was messing with her. Mark chuckled and said, "Actually, your existence was an accidental result of an experiment, so now I'm going to restore this accident to its original state." Accident? Hila was stunned. "Really? Our birth was just an accident?" "No, you're talking nonsense." Monitor, who was suppressed by Gwen, suddenly roared, "We are the lizard people created by the Great Father, a new species destined to replace humans and dominate this world." Mark ignored Monitor's ranting and explained the accident of Dr. Connors's experiment. After slowly narrating everything, Hila and the others fell into a stupor. "Really, it's just an accident, and we were born by accident." Hila felt like her worldview was shattered. Monitor also remained in a daze for a moment, then shouted angrily, "No, I don't believe it." "Dr. Connors," Mark ignored him, raised his voice, "have you made up your mind?" Dr. Connors, with one arm, appeared on a nearby platform with the gene bomb ready. He walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the many lizard people below, his gaze extremely complex. Finally, he locked eyes with Monitor. Upon seeing him, Monet became overjoyed. He looked at Dr. Connors, shouting, "Father, Father, come out quickly, get rid of them. These humans dare to harm our great lizard people, kill them." Dr. Connors looked at him, shook his head indifferently. "No, I am not your father. I hope my children are active, cheerful, and optimistic, and you are obviously not, except for you, Hila." He looked at Hila. Before coming here, Mark had talked to him. He told him about Hila's existence and the differences between Hila and other lizard people. Afterwards, Mark asked him if he wanted to keep Hila. At that time, Dr. Connors didn't give a direct answer. He wanted to see Hila first. Now he saw it. He saw the kind heart hidden beneath Hila's lizard exterior, kinder than many humans. "Mr. Mark, I think I've made up my mind. I want you to take Hila away." "Hila is my daughter, my only daughter," Dr. Connors said. Hila shivered, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Father, is what you said true?" Dr. Connors nodded solemnly. Looking into Hila's eyes, Dr. Connors seemed to see a naive young girl. She was so kind, so innocent. His tone involuntarily softened as he spoke. "Hila, you are different from other lizard people. Although you were also born by accident, all of this is like a gift to you, a gift that allows you to glimpse a different world. Now I ask you, do you want to return to your original state, living in confusion, or do you want to accept this gift and continue living with a completely new identity?" Hila murmured, repeating his words, "A gift, a completely new identity to live on." Monitor's eyes widened, struggling to stand up, but Gwen gave him another kick. "Behave." Monitor lay on the ground, roaring, "What do you want? What do you want?" Then he looked towards the platform where Dr. Connors was, terrified. "Father, Father, you can't do this, we are also your children." Dr. Connors paid no attention to the two of them, still looking at Hila. Hila was also staring at him blankly. At this moment, Monitor, sensing something was wrong, shouted, "Father, Father, I am Monitor, your first child." On the side, Gecko also shouted, "Father, Father, look at how cheerful and lively I am." He grinned, revealing a crimson forked tongue. "Mark, bruh." In the end, Hila nodded. "Father, I'll follow your advice, I'll go with you." Dr. Connors nodded with relief, then turned to Mark. "Mr. Mark, please." With a raised hand, Mark teleported Hila to the Research Institute. After Hila disappeared, Dr. Connors looked down below, his gaze gradually firming. "This accident started because of me, and I should be the one to end it. I'm sorry, lizard people." Saying this, he pressed the switch on the gene bomb in his hand and threw it away. Boom! The gene bomb instantly exploded. But there was no fire or substantial damage. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. First, the lizard people gathered beneath the platform, admiring Dr. Connors, began to continuously shrink in size. Next were Monitor and Gecko, the two lizard princes subdued by Gwen. Their transformation was a bit slower, but their bodies kept trembling. Finally, those lizard people who were continuously charging towards 94 Spider. As the neutron torrent from the gene bomb swept over, the lizard people fell to the ground one after another, roaring in pain. For a moment, this place seemed like hell, filled with the continuous roar of monstrous creatures. Monitor's eyes were filled with hatred and madness, staring fiercely at Dr. Connors. "Father, Father, I hate you, I hate you, AHH. Gecko was in tears. "Father, why? A/N, I feel bad for them NGL. Afterward, like other lizard people, they all turned into lizards and scattered in all directions. The sight of thousands of lizards crawling everywhere was still somewhat eerie, but better than having thousands of lizard people, human-sized, circling around you. Looking at the scene below, Dr. Connors couldn't speak for a long time, but he knew what he did was right. Lizard people were originally the product of an accident due to his mistake. To be precise, they were a semi-finished product that evolved against the laws of nature. If there were no humans on Earth, it might be fine. But because humans existed, there was naturally no room for a second intelligent species to encroach on their living space. Allowing the lizard people to grow stronger would only lead to a racial war in the end. And now, restoring everything to its original state before they fully evolved was the best outcome. People's joys and sorrows cannot be shared. While Dr. Connors felt melancholic, 94 Spider bounced over to Mark and Gwen. Phew, is it finally over? My hands are cramping. I bet this is the most intense battle I've ever experienced. Bullying the weak is fun, huh? Mark looked at 94 Spider's expression and said. 94 Spider scratched his head, embarrassed. Well, it was kind of fun. I've never felt so exhilarated before. Just a bit worried about accidentally killing them, so I had to be careful with my strength. Damn, I never had this kind of trouble before. After that, Mark opened a portal, and everyone stepped through it, returning to the Research Institute. After they left, this abandoned space once again fell into silence. Everything left behind by the lizard people here would gradually disappear with time, and perhaps, no one would remember the existence of such a species in this world. Back in the Research Institute, Hila was standing here. After being transported here, she was a bit panicked for a while. But soon, she smelled the father's scent filling the air, which quickly calmed her down. Hila was temporarily placed in the Research Institute by Dr. Connors, where he would personally teach her human writing, language, knowledge, and more. The Research Institute looked large, but in reality, there were only a few researchers inside. Apart from Dr. Connors himself, there was a girl named Deborah. This was probably because he knew the dangers of this neogenic technology and didn't want others to join easily. So, hiding Hila here temporarily didn't pose any problems. As for Hila's future, Dr. Connors hadn't thought about it yet. He wanted to educate her first and then let her choose what kind of person she wanted to become. After settling Hila, Dr. Connors took the opportunity to propose discussing new genetics with Mark. Mark happened to have the same idea. They agreed right away. So, for the next period, Mark's life became busy and fulfilling. Every day, he spent time with Dr. Connors, using Mark's quantum vision to conduct detailed analyses of genetic chains and biological membranes. After more than a month of learning, they achieved many breakthroughs. Firstly, Dr. Connors' severed arm was truly healed. Moreover, it was a brand new arm without any side effects, just like it had never been severed. Just this achievement moved Dr. Connors and his wife, Mrs. Margaret. The relationship between Dr. Connors and Mark also became much closer. Next, they addressed the mutated lizard genes inside Dr. Connors. Mark removed the defective parts of the mutated genes, ensuring that even when Dr. Connors entered the lizard state, he wouldn't lose control. It also made him more powerful. Lastly, and most remarkably, they developed a special ability at the genetic level. At Dr. Connors' suggestion, they created a controllable genetic mutation. They named it controllable genetic mutation. This was an ability directly linked to the brain and spinal nerves. It was mainly inspired by Dr. Connors himself. Previously, when studying 94 Spider's genes, Mark heard from Dr. Maria about a term in genetics, gene mutation. There are two forms of gene mutation. In the narrow sense, it is called a point mutation. In the broad sense, it is referred to as chromosomal aberration. Generally, point mutations do not cause changes in appearance, while chromosomal aberrations are more severe, but they enhance combat power, belonging to a completely liberated state. The controllable genetic mutation is precisely such a mutation. Using this ability, it is possible to hide all those mutated genes and gradually approach a point mutation state. This way, there won't be any changes in appearance, and one can live just like a normal person. When combat is necessary, it can enter an aberration state, unleashing its combat power. The reason for connecting it to the nervous system is because the nervous system's reaction speed is fast enough to autonomously transform when sensing external dangers. This is mainly considered because this world is full of dangers. For example, Kingpin is always plotting various conspiracies in the dark, many of which may involve Dr. Connors. This ability allows him to have the ability to protect himself. During the time Mark spent studying at the Institute, 94 Spider was not idle either. This period was relatively calm, most of the villains did not cause trouble, and Punisher and Blade seemed to give up troubling 94 Spider after being swiftly defeated by him. So 94 Spider resumed his original identity and peacefully met with Mary Jane. Their relationship quickly warmed up, and in the past few days, they were already considering marriage. Of course, the rapid development of their relationship was also due to the encouragement of Mark and Gwen. Under their persuasion, 94 Spider let go of his concerns about hiding his identity and revealed it to Mary Jane. This version of Mary Jane is not the one from Tobey Spider-Man. She is resilient and deeply in love with Peter Parker, not the Spider-Man. After learning his identity, she became 94 Spider's best support. For instance, in urgent situations, she would assist 94 Spider in changing costumes, help him lie to cover his dual identity, and revel in it. It's said that she even recently enrolled in a martial arts class just to avoid becoming a burden to 94 Spider if his identity is exposed someday. Who wouldn't love a girl like her? The reputation of 94 Spider's identity has undergone a recent reversal. Rad and Nora, whom he rescued, gained attention. Rad is the son of the owner of a newspaper in New York City. Although this newspaper is not as powerful as the Daily Bugle, under Rad's strong push, it changed its previous behavior and started praising Spider-Man's deeds, putting them on the front page. Initially met with skepticism, continuous reporting and testimonials from many people helped turn Spider-Man's public image around. Despite Daily Bugle's relentless efforts to smear Spider-Man, with the praise from Rad's newspaper, the voices supporting and opposing Spider-Man almost reached a balance. This greatly surprised 94 Spider, who wouldn't desire recognition from others, especially his Aunt May, who, after reading Rad's newspaper reports about Spider-Man helping so many people, gradually changed her attitude towards Spider-Man. Of course, Planet Daily, Rad's newspaper didn't do this entirely without gain. Apart from Rad initially incurring losses due to gratitude for saving his life, later, because it broke Spider-Man's conventional image, it unexpectedly led to a continuous increase in newspaper sales. Not only that, as Spider-Man gained fans' support later on, Planet Daily newspaper sales began to stabilize completely. The value of Planet Daily newspaper naturally soared, even showing signs of competing with Daily Bugle in just over a month. Of course, this is limited to the newspaper industry. Daily Bugle's investments cover various aspects, being a behemoth. For instance, Jameson is a shareholder in Osborne Tech. But Rad and his father were already satisfied. Being able to gain practical benefits while helping someone in need, what's not to be happy about? Last week, when 94 Spider appeared at Rad's and Nola's wedding, it further enhanced 94 Spider's and Planet Daily's newspaper's popularity. Of course, these events had nothing to do with Mark at the moment. Currently, he is in the Research Institute, waiting for the arrival of the Time Tablet. According to the notice, the Time Tablet will arrive at the New York port at 12:43 noon today. However, recalling the plot, if nothing unexpected happens, when the Time Tablet arrives, Silvermane, another crime boss, will send his henchman Hammerhead to seize it. So, he contacted 94 Spider in advance, asking him to help bring back the Tablet of Time. What surprised Mark, though, was that things didn't quite match his expectations. Besides Hammerhead sent by Silvermane, there was also a large army of spider robots. This spider robot army came from Kingpin, who took in Alistair, defeated by 94 Spider, and had the former manufacture spider killer robots. Before this, Alistair had dispatched spider killer robots several times to fight 94 Spider but was repeatedly defeated. This time, they were better prepared, directly sending out 6 spider killer robots. Although Hammerhead had unknown metal surgically embedded in his head, his physical abilities were only at an average human level and were quickly defeated in front of the army of robots. 94 Spider, on the other hand, handled them with ease. In the past month, he not only completely familiarized himself with his new body and powers but also manufactured new spider silk. These new spider silks were more resilient than before, with hardness surpassing steel and significantly increased flexibility. Compared to the webbing of other Spider-Men that Mark had encountered, it had the advantage of rapid firing. After a brief confrontation, 94 Spider quickly identified the weaknesses of these spider killer robots and efficiently rendered 2 of them useless. However, Alistair, controlling them from behind, probably knew that 94 Spider's strength had significantly increased for some reason, making these outdated spider kill robots no match for him. So, these robots were just pawns, used to delay him. Their real goal remained the Time Tablet. At first, the Time Tablet was indeed taken away, but they didn't anticipate that 94 Spider had backup. When they took the tablet away with a helicopter, thinking everything was going smoothly, Mark used a portal to directly transport 94 Spider onto that helicopter. Suddenly, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. 94 Spider swiftly subdued all of them, then, with the Time Tablet, headed to the Research Institute. Dr. Connors had known in advance that Mark wanted to study the Time Tablet, and it seemed from a perspective different from modern science. However, he didn't mind. He was only interested in the rumored ability of the Time Monument to rejuvenate people. But, to be honest, he had little confidence that anything substantial could be discovered. His only request was that Mark could study it with him observing, and if Mark found anything, it would be even better if he could inform him. So, Mark easily got hold of the Time Tablet. However, after some research, he was somewhat disappointed. This so-called Time Tablet had nothing to do with time. It was more like a high polymer converter, based on some mysterious magic, with stellar energy as the core driving force. According to scientific research, the average number of times normal human cells divide is approximately 50, and the lifespan of cells after each division is roughly 2.4 years. Therefore, the theoretical lifespan of a human is 120 years. The effect of the Time Monument is to synthesize the cells within the human body exposed to it. To put it in simple terms, the cells before division are called mother cells, and the newly divided cells are called daughter cells. After division, the mother cell gradually ages until it dies, and the daughter cell, over time, becomes a new mother cell, and so on. After the intervention of the Time Monument, the daughter cells that had divided returned to the mother cells and merged back together. As the Time Tablet continued its operation, this effect became increasingly pronounced until it could no longer synthesize. It essentially reverted to the state of the original mother cell, the fertilized egg. In the original story, the villainous old man Silvermane was turned into a child because of this. Later, the Vulture also deciphered this technology from the Time Tablet, enabling him to develop machines that could briefly restore youth. The actual operating principle was the same. His machine established a mysterious connection between himself and the target, allowing a certain degree of cell exchange. However, this connection had a limited duration, which was why he needed to continuously attack others to obtain youth. Although this technology, capable of regressing cells and theoretically achieving eternal youth, was impressive, it was far from what Mark initially saw to power over time. So, after researching it, Mark was somewhat disappointed. Immortality, that's all. Well, it's better than nothing, Mark comforted himself. It indeed felt a bit like getting something extra while playing hard to get. As for how to dispose of the time tablet, after fully deciphering its effects, they carefully considered it and decided to destroy it completely. Such a thing that violated the laws of nature, once in the hands of someone with ill intentions, would plunge the world into irreversible disaster. Anyway, no one knew they had the time tablet. To the outside world, this time tablet was taken by a mysterious person controlling robots, and although Spider-Man was powerful and tried hard, he was temporarily entangled by those robots. So, the blame was placed on Kingpin. Kingpin wanted to maintain his public image as a philanthropist, naturally unable to openly accuse Spider-Man of taking and hiding the time tablet. He could only remain silent, having no plausible explanation. But at the same time, Mark's actions completely escalated the conflict between 94 Spider and Kingpin. This prompted Kingpin to initiate a long-planned plan. Due to Alistair Smythe's repeated failures, Kingpin lost all interest in him, thinking he was just wasting so much of his investments. Everything he researched turned out to be garbage. So, he had his men capture Alistair and throw him into the serum originally created to deal with mutants, turning him into a genetically modified human ultimate spider killer. The ultimate spider killer was extremely powerful. He possessed great strength, defense comparable to famous metals, and 2 small tentacles mutated on his shoulders that could shoot lasers. Even the enhanced 94 Spider wasn't his match. In the end, Gwen intervened, and together, they temporarily repelled the ultimate spider killer. But as a result, Gwen's identity was exposed. Of course, this was within Mark's plan. He had been in 94 Spider's world for 2 months, but Madam Web had yet to show up. He subtly asked 94 Spider, who told him that she hadn't contacted him either. This made Mark restless. The other purposes for coming to this world had already been fulfilled. The inheritors could appear at any time, and he didn't want to keep wasting time with Madam Web here. After all, according to the original timeline, Madam Web would summon 94 Spider to participate in the Secret Wars, and that was still many years away. By then, 94 Spider would have graduated from Empire State University and become an assistant professor. He didn't have so much time to waste here. So, he and Gwen calculated, removed the spider totem aura from Gwen, and completely exposed her. Madam Web couldn't sit still this time. Over the past 2 months, she had been observing Mark. The more she observed, the more she could sense Mark's mystery. And when she felt the familiar aura suddenly exposed from Gwen, Madam Web was utterly shocked. What are you, exactly? In the mysterious space, Madam Web sat high on a chair, looking down. Below the chair stood 94 Spider and Gwen. When Gwen exposed her spider totem aura and her identity as Spider-Woman, Madam Web pulled her into this space. Beside her, 94 Spider felt the erratic beats of his spider sense. He looked at Gwen, puzzled and astonished. Gwen pressed on her hand, donned her Spider-Woman costume, revealing her identity, while calmly surveying her surroundings. All of this was within her and Mark's expectations. 94 Spider exclaimed, You're also a Spider-Man. Gwen raised her hand, then looked at Madam Web. Madam Web carefully examined Gwen and said, Your existence doesn't seem to surprise me. Who are you? Another Spider-Man from a different world? But you're not Peter Parker. No one ever said only Peter Parker can be Spider-Man. Gwen shook her head, saying, I'm Gwen Stacy, or you can call me Spider-Woman. Gwen Stacy. Madam Web repeated the name, realizing she had no recollection of it. However, she distinctly felt a familiar spider aura from Gwen, the kind of calm and lawful spider aura. This brought joy to Madam Web, though she remained composed, staring at Gwen. She asked, So, Spider-Woman, why have you come to this world? I think I can tell you that. Mark's voice rang out. Simultaneously, his figure materialized from illusion to reality, appearing next to Gwen. Gwen happily took his hand. 94 Spider looked at him in surprise, understanding the mysterious and unpredictable nature of Madam Web. But he didn't expect Mark to have the ability follow even into Madam Web's domain. Madam Web displayed a surprised and somewhat fearful expression, unable to speak as she stared at Mark. Her abilities leaned toward support and guidance and lacked combat strength. She had stayed in this concealed space connecting many Spider-Verses. Her space was entirely independent of the outside world. Theoretically, nothing could invade it. In such a situation, this was the first time it had ever happened. Mark smiled faintly. Hello, Madam Web. May I ask if he could come out for a meeting? Madam Web, sensing no malice from Mark, relaxed slightly, asking in confusion. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she stared at Mark in shock. You actually know him? Mark pretended to smile mysteriously. But in reality, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. On the contrary, he felt a bit anxious now. Voluntarily exposing himself was a risky move. It meant he needed to face Madam Web and possibly even the Beyonder. Madam Web was manageable, just an old lady with some special abilities, posing no substantial threat. But the Beyonder was different. He possessed the ability to manipulate time, group teleportation, and even the power to restore destroyed multiverses. He basically has the power of what humanity thought their gods would have. However, before this, Mark thought the Beyonder shouldn't exist. Because if the Beyonder was indeed so powerful, why would he be recorded in comic works by ordinary people in his world? But now, Madam Web's words seemed to imply that he truly existed. Mark felt an internal panic but maintained a calm demeanor, saying, I wonder if you could allow that esteemed person to join us for a discussion. There's a major crisis involving the multiverse, and I'd like to consult with him. Multiverse. Madam Web narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Mark with a discerning gaze. But you haven't answered my question. Who are you? Mark extended his left hand, and to the astonishment of 94 Spider, nanoparticles continuously emerged, covering the left half of his body. Then, with a swift motion, he shot out a strand of web. I am also a Spider-Man, a space-time Spider-Man. Space-time? So, coming to this world is your ability. Madam Web said. Mark nodded. Then, what is this multiverse crisis you mentioned? Madam Web asked. Mark explained, I'm not talking about the imminent slaughter of Spider-Man in this world. Instead, I refer to a family that thrives by hunting Spider-Man across various universes, treating them as prey. 94 Spider, still processing the news of Mark being a Spider-Man, widened his eyes again. What? There are people specifically hunting Spider-Man. Mark nodded. Their hunting activities have been ongoing for centuries. Every member of that family holds the blood debt of thousands of Spider-Man and their allies. And such a fate will one day befall you and me. That's why I came to this world to find you and Madam Web. Upon hearing Mark's words, Madam Web's face displayed astonishment. At this moment, her face gradually twisted, and an expression of pain began to grow. Madam Web's sudden scream shocked Mark, Gwen, and 94 Spider. As Mark was about to approach to check, Madam Web suddenly woke up. Her aged face turned slightly pale, with a hint of unhidden fear. It's true? It's really true. Mark was puzzled. Madam Web, what happened just now? What did you learn? Madam Web, still trembling, said, I suddenly touched the world beyond our world. I felt the screams of countless children on the brink of death, and they... Her face once again showed pain, and her voice choked up. 94 Spider and Gwen were confused. They could see Madam Web in great distress but had no idea what had happened. However, Mark could somewhat understand her words. The children she mentioned were probably the Spider-Man being hunted in parallel universes. Still, what did she mean by the world beyond our world? Huff. Madam Web seemingly had no intention of explaining. Her aged and withered hands tightly gripped the armrests of the chair, gasping for breath. After a while, she managed to regain some composure and looked at Mark with an unprecedented gravity. I already understand your purpose, but he also has his own mission. Moreover, his mission is equally crucial. 94 Spider tilted his head. My mission? You've been talking about missions and tests for a long time, but what does it really mean? Since Mark said the crisis of the multiverse Spider-Man is real, then I must participate in this war. Because helping them is helping myself. His tone was resolute. However, compared to his previous impatience with Madam Web, now he seemed to have softened towards her. He sensed from Madam Web's fragmented words her deep affection for Spider-Man. Madam Web shook her head. While the war over there is crucial for the lives of all Spider-Men, doesn't this war here also affect the critical survival of the multiverse? Mark stepped forward slightly. Are you referring to the Spider Carnage, amplifying the energy of the interdimensional port technology to destroy all reality universes? Madam Web paused, surprised. How do you know? Can you also see the future? See the future? Are you saying there will be a guy called Spider Carnage trying to destroy all universes in the future? 94 Spider was astonished. But what surprised him even more was Mark nodding. Yes, and this Spider Carnage is you? You, driven insane in a parallel universe. 94 Spider's expression froze, as if his mouth was stuffed with an egg. Mark's words made Madam Web more certain of his ability to see the future. She said, since you can foresee the future, you should know how dangerous this is. Mark replied, I know, that's why Gwen and I are here. We will join Peter to eliminate Spider Carnage and completely thwart his conspiracy, but before that, I want to meet the Beyonder. Madam Spider hesitated for a moment, nodded, I can try, but I'm not sure if it will succeed. After all, meeting the Beyonder is not something that happens at will. With that, she closed her eyes. It seemed she was trying to contact the Beyonder. Mark felt a bit uneasy. He couldn't quite understand the Beyonder, a somewhat capricious individual. You can say he is kind, but he's willing to experiment with the lives of an entire planet for the sake of understanding good and evil. You can say he is evil, yet he uses all his power to restore destroyed universes. Moreover, for Spider-Man, the Inheritors was indeed a formidable enemy, naturally standing on the opposite side. But in reality, although the Inheritors was ruthless, their goal was clear. They hunted Spider-Man and weren't overly eager to cause destruction. The ones almost wiped out were some animal universes, like Earth 7831 in Superior Spider-Man. So, in the grand scheme of the multiverse, the Inheritors remained inconsequential. If this Beyonder was truly a transcendent being grounded in the multiverse, why would he care about the extinction of a small tribe in the multiverse? It's like on Earth, where every once in a while, species go extinct, and aside from the extinct species and those advocating for animal rights, who really cares? It's not like the Earth is being destroyed. However, just as he had thought when he first decided to enter this universe, this version of the Beyonder, although powerful, seemed not as formidable as imagined. It was somewhat like a youthful version of the Beyonder in the setting. This provided Mark with considerable room to maneuver, because he knew the ultimate goal of the Beyonder was to defeat the Spider Carnage, thwarting his conspiracy to destroy universes. From this perspective, Mark might have the capital to communicate and even negotiate with the Beyonder. A few moments earlier, while Madam Web was in deep concentration contacting the Beyonder, 94 Spider walked up to Mark and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Mark, turns out you're also a Spider-Man. You've kept it a secret, and it's been tough on me." Mark smiled, "I had my reasons, I hope you understand." 94 Spider nodded, "No wonder you could help me enhance my powers and even assist me in developing new web threads. So, have you met many Spider-Man?" Mark jokingly replied, "Yes, and your question, I've heard it many times. Does every Peter Parker have such abundant curiosity?" 94 Spider chuckled and glanced at Gwen, but what's even more intriguing is that there's a female Spider-Man. Gwen raised a small fist. "Oh, it seems like you want to spar with me?" Looking down on Spider-Woman, 94 Spider waved his hands. No, where did you get that idea?" Although he hadn't truly fought Gwen, he had fought alongside her, and he could roughly gauge Gwen's strength. Currently, 94 Spider's strength was stronger than the original Gwen, but after Gwen's power was enhanced by Mark's Web of Fate, he couldn't match her. Of course, this was in terms of data on strength. Actual combat still depended on individual performance. For example, if 94 Spider had completed all the plot lines in this version and experienced battles multiple times, his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Remember, in the original plot, he had clashed with Dormammu in the 3rd season and faced Dr. Doom head-on in the Secret Wars. Although he didn't actually fight them, considering the backgrounds of these two, what kind of characters were they? Dormammu was Doctor Strange's archenemy, ruling over the Dark Dimension. In theory, as long as he had a follower, he would never truly die. This was an existence likely reaching multiverse level. At least, his main body controlling the Dark Dimension was definitely multiverse level. Even his avatars dispersed in various universes in the Dark Dimension were at least God-tier peak, and possibly even reaching universe level. In Mark's mind, Dormammu was on par with Eternity. As for 94 Spider, he managed to exchange several moves with Dormammu despite his far weaker powers than the latter. Of course, that version of Dormammu was likely just an avatar, but it was still enough evidence of his strength. As for Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, one of the best and greatest complex character of Marvel, this guy was the archenemy of the Fantastic Four. Through his learning and some experiences, he mastered formidable magic, strong enough to confront Doctor Strange. He was a powerful being who perfectly combined science and mysticism. With these means, he had once dabbled in the powers of many big shots, including Galactus and the Beyonder, making him quite formidable. Although Mark hadn't fought against either of them, considering their original timeline powers, it was like suicide. Mark valued them precisely because of this. With 94 Spider's performance, he would undoubtedly be a powerful ally in the battle against the Inheritors. Beaming, Mark looked at the slightly stunned 94 Spider and said, "This shows that your perspective is still too narrow. There are many female Spider-Men, and beyond that, some individuals you wouldn't imagine might become Spider-Man." 94 Spider immediately became interested. "Like who?" Gwen also looked at Mark with sparkling eyes, clearly curious. Mark said, "For example, in a certain world, it wasn't Peter who got bitten by the spider and gained superpowers but Aunt May. So she's known as Spider-Man." "What?" 94 Spider widened his eyes, and in his mind, he involuntarily pictured his Aunt May wearing Spider-Man attire patrolling the streets. "No, this is too dangerous. Aunt May is too old." He shook his head repeatedly. Mark laughed heartily, but in that world, the Peter is just an ordinary person, and Aunt May can stylishly beat him up. 94 Spider suddenly remembered the identity switch between Parker and Aunt May in that world. He wondered if that world's Parker would think of Spider-Man as an annoying guy just like Aunt May in this world. "And there's another Spider-Man from a different world, Uncle Ben," Mark continued. 94 Spider was stunned. "What? Uncle Ben? Is what you're saying true? There's a Spider-Man Uncle Ben?" Mark nodded. "Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you about this, right?" A smile appeared on 94 Spider's face. "Haha, that's great, Uncle Ben." Mark, however, shook his head slightly, but life in that world is still full of hardships. 94 Spider's smile froze, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. What happened? Mark explained, "In that world, Aunt May and Peter were killed by the Green Goblin. This led Uncle Ben to lose all hope in life, resort to self-destruction, and give up the spider suit that Parker had sewn for him." 94 Spider fell into silence. In his mind, the thought that had always lingered resurfaced. Could abilities truly bring misfortune to those around you? Having mentored Spider-Men like Toby Spider, Mark could see 94 Spider's current thoughts. He reached out and patted 94 Spider's shoulder. "Your abilities are a gift, something given to you by fate to fulfill your dreams, not a curse. Think about what you've always stood for. Think about Uncle Ben's teachings. And besides," Mark reached out, embracing Gwen, "only with enough strength can you better protect the ones you care about. If you realize your weakness only when disaster strikes, it's already too late." 94 Spider nodded solemnly, clenching his fist. Buzz. At that moment, Mark suddenly sensed a very strong sense of crisis. This was transmitted through his spider sense. However, Gwen in his arms and 94 Spider standing beside him had no reaction whatsoever. He quickly identified the source of this crisis. Whoosh! Mark pulled Gwen behind him, the spider suit instantly donned. His left hand entered a lightning state, the right hand entered a flame state, and he stared in the direction of Madam Web. Gwen and 94 Spider were initially puzzled, but soon they saw, next to Madam Web chair, a man in silver-white armor appeared. His appearance was peculiar, shifting between middle-aged, young, and old. The only distinctive feature was his eyes. Like a vast starry sky, profound and boundless. From Gwen and 94 Spider's perspective, he seemed like an ordinary person, with no sharp aura, let alone any sense of danger. But to Mark, in his gaze, the energy emanating from this man was like a star, dazzling and blinding. If stared at for too long, it might even lead to permanent blindness. Moreover, since the moment his presence was felt, Mark's spider sense had been frantically warning. This was an unprecedented formidable enemy. At this moment, not only the spider sense but also Mark's web of fate began to tremble. As the web of fate trembled, others also started to feel a peculiar sensation. Nearby, Gwen, who had been curiously observing the Beyonder, suddenly had a stunned expression on her face. Toby Spider's world. Toby Spider, who was working on a new project with Dr. Otto, suddenly had a tremor in his hand, and immense power crushed the experimental apparatus he was holding, causing a series of sparks in the laboratory. Peter, what in the world are you doing? Dr. Otto snapped angrily, but as he raised his head, he saw Toby Spider looking up at the ceiling with a serious expression. What's wrong, Peter? Spider Tom's world. Spider Tom, attending a class while remotely controlling his developed iron spider armor for being the friendly neighbor in New York, had a sudden shake, flipping the desk in front of him. The teacher below? His classmates? Teacher, Peter, what are you doing? Get out. Also, Andrew Spider, Adult Andrew Spider, Evil Andrew Spider, Ultimate Spider, and all the Spider-Men connected in the web of fate, no matter where they were or what they were doing, felt a tremor transmitted through the web of fate. But undoubtedly, they had no idea what was happening. Only Mark, at this moment, was staring intently at the person before him, and his identity was obvious. The Beyonder. The Beyonder stood by Madam Web's chair, looking at Mark. His eyes lacked pupils, but strangely, everyone could feel that his attention was on Mark. Madam Web opened her eyes and said, "This is the Beyonder, my lord." The Beyonder raised his hand, halting the woman's next words. This was quite impolite behavior, but Madam Web, with her pride, didn't show any displeasure. Instead, she felt it was only natural. The Beyonder observed Mark, and in an instant that went unnoticed by everyone, his pupil-less eyes showed various emotions like shock, doubt, and incomprehension. After a long time, he suddenly spoke. "Hello, Quantum Spider-Man, Master of the Web of Fate. I already know the purpose of your arrival in this world and your requests. I think we can mutually benefit from each other." Mark's frantic spider sense in his mind abruptly ceased, and the pulsating web of fate returned to calmness. Mark was momentarily surprised. He had anticipated that the Beyonder might use his overwhelming power directly against him or even try to manipulate him. Hence, before appearing here, he had devised an emergency plan to leave this world immediately with Gwen once things seemed unfavorable. Although theoretically, the Beyonder possessed the ability to traverse worlds arbitrarily, it was mentioned in the original plot that when not in his own dimension, the Beyonder would continually lose his power. Though unsure why, it seemed his reality was linked to the world of 94 Spider. This led to a situation when he went to the Spider Carnage world. He could only escape by simultaneously risking his life with the six-armed spider, who was still in a timeline of mutation crisis. The impact of fighting across different realities was evident. Therefore, Mark had reason to believe that by leaving this world, perhaps even departing the entire animated dimension, he could potentially evade the Beyonder pursuit. However, what he never expected was that after sizing him up for quite some time, the Beyonder proposition was surprisingly a fairly equal trade. Was he using a negotiating tone? What was going on? But Mark also noted the terminologies used by the Beyonder. Spacetime Spider-Man. It was the identity he had been using for self-introduction all along. Even though time-space was just one of his quantum abilities, it held significant representation. Firstly, it could straightforwardly convey his origins during introductions. Secondly, time-space traversal was his earliest awakened ability. It had led him to numerous thrilling experiences, provided him with various abilities and strengths, and helped him find a girlfriend like Gwen. Therefore, it formed the foundation of Mark. There was also the third point. The spider that had bitten Mark, the one that came through time-space, continuously undergoing decomposition and restoration due to its time-space travel, eventually granted Mark his quantum abilities. So, perhaps at this moment, Quantum Spider-Man was more apt, yet far from satisfying as the title Spacetime Spider-Man. He had introduced himself with this title when meeting Madam Web, so the Beyonder knowing wasn't unexpected. But Master of the Web of Fate. He did have the concept of the Web of Fate in his mind, something he hadn't even mentioned to Gwen. It wasn't that he intentionally concealed it. Explaining the Web of Fate was just incredibly complicated despite being visible in his mind. So, Gwen, Ultimate Spider, and Miles knew only that Mark had the ability to connect with different Spider-Man across worlds but not the specifics. As for the grandiose-sounding title Master of the Web of Fate, Mark was even less inclined to mention it. So how did the Beyonder know? Could he discern his concealed abilities? Mark's mind was filled with uncertainty. However, he didn't foolishly inquire about these matters but continued along with his words. Hello, Beyonder. I want to know, what do you mean by mutual benefit? I'll have him fight in the war against them if you assist us, the Beyonder responded. 94 Spider frowned and stepped forward. Hey, you, the so-called Beyonder? You need to understand, that's a war I have to participate in, not one I'll be directed to. Besides, I'm not under your command. Mark looked at the Beyonder with a half-smile. Peter's right. He's also a member of the Spider-Man, meaning he's already a part of this war. It's inevitable for him. The Beyonder shook his head. But I can seal off this world. They won't find their way here. But their ultimate goal is to perform a ritual using the Descendants, Brides, and other special Spider-Man to eliminate all Spider-Man from parallel universes directly from the source. Whether he can escape unscathed then, it's hard to say, Mark said. The Beyonder furrowed his brow slightly, surprised by this revelation. However, he wasn't entirely surprised. Multiverse were full of strange occurrences, and although he possessed immense power, he wasn't omniscient. But if they dare to enter the world under my jurisdiction, I will show them what death means, the Beyonder stated confidently. But they're not afraid of death at all. Mark shook his head. Why? The Beyonder asked in confusion. Mark explained, they've gained complete control over their world, turning it into their domain. In the universe labeled as Earth 001, they've established a tech company and use cloning technology to provide infinite bodies for each member. As soon as a body dies here, they can instantly resurrect it using their technology. Now, the Beyonder was frowning. He finally realized the complexity of the issue and fell into contemplation. Through this brief exchange, Mark roughly analyzed the background of this Beyonder. Firstly, his scope of ability was indeed extremely limited. Although he spoke of a multiverse, it probably consisted only of the 6 that appeared in the original series. The main universe where 94 Spider resides. The parallel universe of 94 Spider during the mutation phase. The universe of Ben Reilly and the Spider Carnage. The universe with the Octo-Spider armed with octopus tentacles. And the Iron Spider-Man universe, less connected to 94 Spider's main universe. And the so-called real universe where the Spider-Man actors are located. Among them, parallel universes 1, 2, and 3 are essentially parallel worlds in the truest sense because most of their plots are similar to 94 Spiders, resulting in actual parallel worlds rather than just universes. Their differences only stem from historical divergences at certain stages, resulting in branches. Their relationship is akin to the relationship between the 3 Andrew Spider-Man. The reason why the Iron Spider-Man universe isn't closely linked to 94 Spider is due to the presence of Gwen Stacy in the Iron Spider-Man's universe. Moreover, in this world, the Iron Spider-Man is a true winner in life, one of the rare Spider-Man who has a fulfilling and successful conclusion. Starting as a superhero, he has consistently triumphed, defeating every villain and bringing them to justice. Consequently, the people of his world hold him in high regard. His uncle Ben wasn't killed, and he and Aunt May have been living happily together. He even established the Peter Parker Science Foundation, similar to Parker Industries, and is extremely wealthy. His fiancée is named Gwen Stacy. However, this Gwen Stacy's character differs somewhat from the other versions. In summary, his life is happy and prosperous, completely different from the grim 94 Spider. Regarding the Spider-Man actor, as the name implies, he's someone who plays Spider-Man and participates in Spider-Man movie shoots. And the world he's in is called the real universe. In that world, there's Marvel, and there's the old man known as the Cameo King. Finally, 94 Spider eventually went to that world and had a conversation with the Cameo King. Therefore, this world certainly can't be a parallel world to 94 Spider's universe. This also indicates that the Beyonder isn't the all-powerful transcendent being. Perhaps he's just an entity born for some specific reason, in control of 3 parallel universes and 3 parallel worlds. In terms of quantity, it's comparable to the current Mark. Of course, his abilities should be quite impressive. But only to a certain extent. From the appearances, it seems he fully controls the universe where Mark resides, while Mark simply knows the method to traverse between various universes. An entity between the level of a single universe and a multiverse. Mark roughly estimated the Beyonder's strength. The Beyonder, silent for a long time, finally looked up. He glanced at Mark, waved his hand, and both disappeared directly from Madam Web's space. Not sensing any malicious intent, Mark didn't resist. Shortly after, he found himself in a desolate landscape. What are you trying to say? Avoiding them deliberately. Mark puzzled. The Beyonder replied, I want to make a deal with you. Mark quickly reappeared in Madam Web's concealed space, but the Beyonder didn't return with him. Madam Web appeared somewhat puzzled, about to inquire, when she heard some voices nearby. After listening quietly, she looked at Mark, her expression slightly complex. Mark walked over to 94 Spider and patted his shoulder. Peter, the path ahead is for you to walk alone. 94 Spider, puzzled, asked, what happened? What's going on? Mark explained, right now, you're still too inexperienced. For the future of your world and the upcoming war we're about to join, you need further growth. 94 Spider looked at Mark and nodded, I understand. Trust me, I'll become a better Spider-Man, a true Spider-Man. Mark smiled, no, you're already a good and true Spider-Man. What you need to do is become an even better Spider-Man. Okay. 94 Spider raised his hand solemnly. I'll become a better Spider-Man for sure. For Aunt May, for Mary Jane, for us. Keep it up, Peter, Mark offered encouragement. Keep it up. 94 Spider clenched his fist and swore with all his heart. Madam Web, could you please send him back to his reality? Mark turned to Madam Web. Madam Web silently extended her hands and sent 94 Spider back to his world. Then, she looked at Mark with a complex expression and a hint of sorrow in her words. Master, Mark nodded without looking back. That was his choice. Gwen blinked, observing Mark and sensing an enigmatic aura emanating from him. It felt somewhat mystical. Mark turned to Gwen, smiling. Don't worry, it's still me. I haven't transformed into something else. Gwen's eyes widened suddenly. You can actually read my thoughts. Mark chuckled awkwardly. Sorry about that, just gained this ability. I wasn't controlling it well. I've completely shut it off now. Casually reading someone's thoughts is indeed a very impolite act, even if that someone is his girlfriend. This ability? Have you gained a new ability? Gwen blinked, curious about Mark's behavior, not angry, just genuinely curious. Mark didn't respond immediately but turned to Madam Web. So, Madam Web, for the upcoming period, you'll still be helping Peter. I'll directly head to the world 2 years from now. We'll meet again then. Yes, Master, Madam Web nodded respectfully. Mark snapped his fingers, and he and Gwen vanished from there. Later, Gwen realized they were in a desolate area. Where are we? Gwen curiously surveyed her surroundings. The ground seemed an endless expanse. Looking in all directions, only a horizon met the eye, aligned perfectly with the sky. It was barren, covered in yellow sand, devoid of any greenery. Above was a pitch-black void, endless, devoid of stars, moons, or anything else. Mark explained, this is the Beyonders dimension. It's a universe undergoing destruction and rebirth. Undergoing destruction and rebirth of a universe? You mean this is a universe? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Mark nodded, gesturing towards the ground and the sky above. This ground is at least several thousand kilometers wide, and it's constantly undergoing destruction and rebirth, just like the sky. Gwen furrowed her brow. Wait a second, isn't the universe supposed to be the result of the Big Bang? How can it be like this, all flat and vast? The Big Bang theory refers to the process by which the universe expanded and evolved over billions of years from an initial state of extreme density and temperature to its present form. This theory is currently the most widely accepted and recognized explanation. A/N, go wild, y'all. You know who y'all are. However, now Mark was telling her that the ground she stood on was a universe? Moreover, a universe? Several thousand kilometers wide and not even as big as Earth, how can it be called a universe? Gwen suddenly spotted a flaw. Mark smiled. That's why it's undergoing destruction and rebirth. However, evidently, at this point, the rate of destruction exceeds that of rebirth, so it's about to be completely destroyed. What about the Beyonder then? Gwen looked around, puzzled. Didn't you say this is his base? Mark extended his hand, sweeping the ground, transforming the area into a small grassland with 2 lounge chairs. Let's lay down and talk slowly. Gwen watched this magical scene unfold but refrained from being surprised again. She'd experienced too many astonishing events, leaving her somewhat numb. Both laid on the lounge chairs. Gwen, however, chose to rest in Mark's embrace, so he adjusted the chair's size to accommodate her. Subsequently, Mark began narrating the trade between him and the Beyonder and the information he had gleaned from the latter. Before delving into the Beyonder's origins, it's crucial to clarify the universe where 94 Spider exists. In fact, it's an exceptionally rare paired universe, even amidst the multiverse. One is the so-called real universe, where the Spider-Man actor and the Old Man appeared, and the other is the creative universe. The creative universe was initially a virtual world existing alongside the real universe but lacked any form of life. Naturally, there were no creator gods or originators in this universe. However, despite the absence of these entities, there was a very special existence at its core controlling all authority within this universe. At the inception of the creative universe's evolution, it was due to the unconscious actions of this being. One day, it received messages from the real universe, prompting it to evolve along with these messages, thus developing into an existence akin to the works in the real universe. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, mutants, and others came into existence. However, as the universe gradually evolved, one day, these lives created by it nearly destroyed this universe. Just as the universe was on the brink of destruction, it was awakened and forcefully bifurcated a new universe using its abilities. This new universe was the one where the Spider Carnage exists. This time, it decided to thoroughly investigate what had caused these seemingly insignificant lives to take actions that would lead to the universe's destruction. Through investigations, it traced events back to Spider-Man. Consequently, it extracted an individual from the previous universe's history, making her the Madam Web responsible for observing the evolution of this universe. The true identity of Madam Web is, in fact, Mary Jane Peter Parker's girlfriend from that universe. In that universe's history, mirroring the 94 Spider universe, Mary Jane accidentally fell into a time travel machine during Peter Parker and the Green Goblin's battle, getting sucked into a black hole. Originally meant to die there, she caught the attention of the entity, ensuring her survival and becoming the sole survivor of the creative universe. They watched as Peter Parker evolved from a regular student into Spider-Man, gradually succumbing to various adversities and eventually turning dark, becoming the Spider Carnage and embarking on the path to destroying the universe. After understanding the cause and effect, the entity decided to erase this world, but Madam Web persuaded them against it. She felt that the birth of the Spider Carnage was purely coincidental. Being Mary Jane, she understood Peter Parker. The Peter Parker she knew wasn't that kind of person. Consequently, the entity extracted several branching timelines, creating 3 new universes, the 94 Spy-Day universe, the Octo Spy-Day universe, and the Iron Spider universe. This time, per Madam Web's request, she occasionally appeared, providing suitable guidance to Spider-Man. For this purpose, they prepared a test called the Secret War. If they could pass this test, proving that goodness could triumph over evil in the eyes of the entity, they could save another universe and their own. Should they ultimately be defeated by evil, these universes would vanish alongside the creative universe. However, at this moment, Mark appeared in the 94 Spy-Day universe. This directly altered 94 Spy-Day's fate, resulting in significant changes from his original trajectory. Not only was there an increase in power, but also his guidance to the 94 Spiders, and the inadvertent rescue of someone changed his reputation, and so on. All these aspects made his destiny vastly different from the previous universe's Spider-Man. Madam Web felt extremely anxious upon observing this. She didn't know where this would lead in the future. She didn't even dare to contact the Beyonder, fearing that once they knew, they would erase this parallel world derived from the timeline even before the test began. Until Gwen revealed the aura of the spider totem, of course, Madam Web didn't know what a spider totem was, but that aura, so similar to Spider-Man's, was undeniable. You know everything that happened after that. You were summoned by Madam Web into this space, and I followed the pull of destiny to your side, Mark said. And the Beyonder, where did they go? Gwen asked. Mark replied, they used their power to completely sever the relationship between the creative universe and the other derivative universes. This way, these derivative universes won't perish along with the creative universe. As he spoke, he looked towards the sky. Actually, the Beyonder and their deal were related to this. While observing these worlds, the Beyonder was inevitably influenced by some human emotions, especially those related to the Spider-Man they were focusing on. So, originally according to the Beyonder's plan, if a Spider-Man truly stopped the massacre of Spider-Man, then they would expend their final strength to separate the main universe, creative universe, from the other derivative universes. Although it still couldn't be certain if these rootless derivative universes could ultimately continue, at least it could ensure that they wouldn't perish like the main universe. But Mark's appearance gave them another option. The Beyonder sensed the power of destiny and transcendence in Mark. This was an ability on par with or even higher than his, but it manifested in a Spider-Man. Even though Mark didn't know what the Beyonder meant by transcendence, he showed them his web of destiny and roughly introduced the concept of the multiverse and countless worlds. Afterward, the Beyonder directly struck a deal with Mark. Their only request was for Mark to supervise and complete this battle between good and evil, and then, using his web of destiny, link these parallel worlds into the main multiverse so they could continue in their own way. In truth, Mark was skeptical about whether he could achieve this. After all, based on what was seen so far, his web of destiny could only connect with Spider-Man, not to connect universes. But the Beyonder firmly believed he could, and for this, they offered their power. The power of the Beyonder is extremely vast. He is the manifestation of an entire native universe, conceptually equivalent to the sum of the abstract entities, of course, not at a multiverse level but at a single universe level, which is a form of projection. Therefore, the peak power of the Beyonder far surpasses that of any individual at a single universe level, reaching unparalleled heights. However, he has not reached the level of a multiverse. Throughout, his power has been confined only within his universe. And because he lacks physical form, merely a manifestation, even as his power continuously diminishes, his control over the several derivative universes he created weakens substantially. Once departing from his native universe, he diminishes like a deflating balloon. With the continual decline of the native universe, this situation only exacerbates. In fact, even without Mark's appearance, in about 4 to 5 years, the final remnants of this creative universe would completely vanish. And now, the Beyonder has handed it over to Mark prematurely. Before the demise of this universe, Mark, within this universe, becomes an omnipotent existence whose strength reaches the peak of a single universe level. But the moment he leaves this world, his power will significantly decrease, steadily reducing to his original level. At first glance, this deal seems like a loss. After all, in just a few years, this world will cease to exist completely, and the power cannot be taken elsewhere. So, what's the use? Oh no, according to the agreement between Mark and the Beyonder, they are to undergo a secret war trial here. That would require a considerable amount of energy, perhaps accelerating the consumption of this world as well. From this perspective, it seems utterly unprofitable. But, in reality, it's not like that. Firstly, even though this time is incredibly brief, it can open a door to the peak for Mark. It's akin to climbing a mountain. The first way is to start climbing from the foot of the mountain, blindly making your way up. The second is to take a helicopter directly to the mountaintop. Climbing blindly, you're uncertain what lies ahead. There might be cliffs or dense thorns that force you to detour. Without a clear direction, you might never find the true path up the mountain. But the second method is different. At the summit, you can see the whole picture, identifying where the terrain is gentle, where to turn, and where there's no danger. You can even estimate how high the mountain is and where you're positioned. With a clear plan, isn't climbing much easier? That's not all. Mark has not gained nothing practical from this. After all, this is authority over a universe. Following the patterns of other universes, he divided this authority piece by piece, ultimately obtaining 6 artifacts. They are Space Stone, Power Stone, Time Stone, Reality Stone, Mind Stone, and Soul Stone. These 6 are the famous Infinity Stones, each wielding authority over their respective attributes within this universe. The Space Stone can freely move oneself or any object to any space, or perform operations like separation, cutting, distortion, or recombination on any space, all while containing immense energy. The Tesseract in the Avengers is the Space Stone. Similarly, the Power Stone contains immense energy, which can enhance other stones or grant the user incredibly strong physical attack and defense capabilities. It appeared in the Guardians of the Galaxy and was hidden within a sphere. The Time Stone was hidden within Doctor Strange Sai of Agamotto, allowing the user to traverse any point in time. When used as a weapon, it can manipulate time, trapping enemies in an infinite time loop. This was a significant tool for Doctor Strange, but unfortunately, the stone was lost later on. The Reality Stone primarily functions to alter reality, turning fantasies into reality. For instance, in the Avengers movie, Thanos turned Star-Lord's weapon into a bubble gun, displaying a rather twisted sense of humor. However, the Reality Stone tests the abilities of the user. In the Avengers movie, Thanos used the Reality Stone to turn Star-Lord and his companions into sliced dice, but shortly after leaving, they reverted to their original forms. Theoretically, such an outcome shouldn't occur. Either Thanos chose not to harm them, or he didn't know how to use it, turning them temporarily into a false reality. The Mind Stone can influence the thoughts of others or enhance the user's mental and psychic abilities. After its creation, Mark drilled a small hole into it and placed it in his head, continuously stimulating it with his mental power, thus exercising his psychic abilities. Although in this world, his psychic abilities were amplified to infinity, making it hard to perceive the effects, in reality, the Mind Stone constantly strengthened him. Once he leaves this world, he will truly sense its actual impact. Lastly, the Soul Stone, among the 6 Infinity Stones, is the most mysterious. It's considered mysterious because it wasn't extensively used in most MCU works. However, it is actually the earliest appearing Infinity Stone. Its primary abilities include extracting and manipulating souls, commanding spirits, and emitting shockwaves to attack souls, among others. But its most significant function is as a gateway to a pocket universe. It can imprison the target soul in this soul world while providing the user access to the imprisoned memories and skills. For a single universe, these stones are almost the most powerful treasures. In the Avengers, Thanos, after collecting all 6 Infinity Stones, eliminated half of life in the entire universe with a snap. But for this, Thanos paid a massive price. After 2 snaps, it nearly cost him his life. The first was wiping out half of life, and the second was destroying the Infinity Stones. However, Mark can now use them at will. However, the Infinity Stones also have their limitations. They cannot affect the multiverse. The Infinity Stones represent the authority of their native universe. Once outside their native universe, they quickly lose their effects, becoming as ordinary as stones, until returning to their original universe to regain their powers. The destruction of a universe like this universe is an irreversible act. Although theoretically, they could be used to restore the universe to a point with life, it would merely be an illusion, and this universe would still cease to exist completely in a few years. From this perspective, the Infinity Stones are also useless. However, everything has 2 sides. As a manifestation of a specific authority, the Infinity Stones, despite having the aforementioned fatal flaws, have been transformed into entities more like energy storage devices. Hence, theoretically speaking, they can be taken out of this universe. It was this very idea that led Mark to create them and inject energy into them during their creation. The energy contained within a single Infinity Stone is enough to allow him to exhibit the peak power of a single universe level in other universes. Based on his perception of the remaining energy in this universe, as long as it doesn't affect his agreement with the Beyonder, he can create about 3 sets of such Infinity Stones, which means 3 of each kind. It must be manufactured as a set to maintain the universe's balance. If the balance is lost, this already fragmented universe might prematurely cease to exist. With these 18 disposable versions of the Infinity Stones, he essentially has a life-saving trump card. Even if faced with individual members of the Inheritor family, he no longer needs to worry about being unable to defeat them. From a performance standpoint, apart from the family leader who possesses multiversal-level abilities, the others in the Inheritor family are mostly around the single-universe level. Moreover, radiation can significantly weaken their abilities. Properly handled, they can be defeated. Speaking of the Inheritor family, Mark narrowed his eyes. In this universe now under his control, his abilities were infinitely magnified. Since a while ago, his web of destiny had been constantly trembling. However, this current fluctuation differed from the sense of crisis he felt when meeting the Beyonder previously. This time, the fluctuation felt more like a plea for help. It seemed like spider signals emanating from countless other universes, crying out, despairing, seeking aid from someone unknown. There was a similar situation with Madame Web before, Presumably, she sensed these things through the Beyonder's abilities at that time. Now, as the Beyonders transferred authority to Mark, these things naturally shifted to Mark. What's wrong? Gwen perceptively noticed Mark's change in mood, lifting her head to look at him. Mark lowered his head, managing a forced smile, not hiding anything. I sensed the cries of those hunted Spider-Men before their deaths. Gwen's grip tightened slightly. Do you want to go save them? Mark closed his eyes for a while, then slowly opened them, leaning down to gently kiss Gwen's smooth forehead. Yes, my spider abilities come from the web weaver. His purpose is to use this prophetic ability to enable me to prevent the Inheritor family's massacre as much as possible, halt the tragedy spreading across numerous universes. I've evaded enough, but now, I have the power to contend with them, so I can't avoid this any longer. As he spoke, his gaze gradually grew resolute. This is my responsibility, my mission, and my enlightenment. Gwen leaned in, kissing his lips passionately. After a deep kiss, Gwen cupped Mark's face with tenderness, their bodies close, eyes locked. Take me with you, I can help you. Looking at the girl in front of him, who seemed to be entirely devoted to him, Mark fell silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. No, this time I can't take you, Gwen. Why? A faint trace of anger flickered in Gwen's bright eyes, but mostly, there was confusion. The anger stemmed mainly from Mark's solo risky venture. Her current strength wasn't lacking. At least among the Spider-Men they had encountered so far, she was definitely one of the best. As his lover, she felt that when Mark was about to undertake something so dangerous, it was necessary for her to share the risk with him. It wasn't stubbornness but something she believed she had to do. There were no other reasons. Mark shook his head slightly. It's not that your abilities wouldn't help me, but my goal is solely to save people, not to fight. Each of the Inheritor members has countless clones, infinite revivals, and fighting them is meaningless. So, it's more convenient for me to go alone. Gwen nodded slightly, sinking into thought. Mark continued, most importantly, I'm not sure if my fate powers acting on you could completely conceal your spider totem. The Inheritors has a high ability to trace the aura of spider totems. If I can't completely hide it, perhaps we might be discovered before getting close to them. That would significantly increase the difficulty of our rescue mission. Finishing his words, Mark gently tucked a stray strand of her golden hair behind her ear and then cupped her pretty face. He had one more thing in his heart that he didn't say. If he took her along, even if they rescued the people, it might put her in their line of sight, and he didn't want her to face such danger. This was a bit of his selfishness. The Inheritors had a strong control over Spider-Man. This control didn't come from physical prowess but directly from the soul. Once caught by them, any Spider-Man couldn't escape their fate of having their soul instantly drained. So, if possible, he didn't want Gwen to join this war, at least not this early. Okay, I understand, Gwen nodded. Then, take me to Miles' world first. I can research radiation weapons with them. All right, Mark let out a slight sigh of relief. That was also his intention. Though he had some confidence in concealing his spider totem aura completely using fate powers, he hadn't tested it and couldn't guarantee if they could follow. His biggest confidence lay in currently being invincible in this world. Even if someone from the Inheritor family followed, he could easily defeat them. But if Gwen stayed here, there was still a risk of exposure. Comparatively, the world of the Ultimate Spider-Man was much safer. There was the Ultimate Spider-Man, Miles, the Prowler, and Octavia in that world. At least, they wouldn't be taken out instantly. Subsequently, Mark took Gwen to the world of the Ultimate Spider-Man and also checked their research progress. To his surprise, within just over a month, the Ultimate Spider-Man had already determined their research direction. There were mainly two types. One was the radiation spider suit, envisioned to have coils added within the spider suit that could release a radiation ring upon activation. Certainly, every Spider-Man has their own spider suit, so it will be a simple modification when the time comes. However, the Ultimate Spider-Man also took into consideration the issue of Spider-Men fighting in groups. They plan to use beta radiation as a means of radiation waves in the radiation suit. This is mainly because beta radiation has less penetration power and a closer impact range. Consequently, adding a radiation-resistant coating to the inner layer of the suit can prevent surface radiation from harming oneself or teammates during coordinated combat. Another type would be the radiation gun. Of course, it's called a gun, but it's not actually a handgun or similar. The Ultimate Spider-Man envisions it as a device similar to sleeve arrows, which would be mounted on the web shooter. Because Spider-Man are accustomed to using web shooters in combat, this setup would be easier to handle. They plan to use gamma rays in the radiation gun. Gamma rays have strong penetration and are more suitable as a medium to long-range attack method. However, the specific element to be used as the core filler for these devices is the focus of their research. Radioactive elements like uranium, thorium, and radium, through continuous rearrangement of protons and neutrons from high energy to low energy, release excess energy, known as nuclear energy. Yet, even in the considerably advanced technology of the Ultimate Spider-Man world, they haven't been able to shrink these nuclear reactors to the size of a web shooter. This is different from Iron Man's arc reactor. The arc reactor primarily involves energy conversion, releasing nuclear energy in a different way. What they are researching involves directly releasing nuclear radiation, which is more dangerous than the former. Octavia suggested that, similar to her, they could equip each Spider-Man with mechanical tentacles and then modify these mechanical tentacles into emission points for nuclear radiation. As for the reactor serving as the power source, it could be carried on their backs. This would be simpler than being attached to the web shooter. After all, the mechanical tentacles are entirely mechanical in structure, so having an internal path for nuclear radiation would be feasible. However, everyone carrying several mechanical tentacles is obviously problematic, and most Spider-Men don't have the habit of using mechanical tentacles in combat. After some thought, Mark decided to keep this as a backup plan. Subsequently, Mark considered that since he had already decided to formally join the battle, he might as well pay a visit to Toby's Spider's world and bring Dr. Octopus No. 1 over. Dr. Octopus No. 1 already had mastery over artificial sun technology. With the acquisition of Iron Man's arc reactor, this aspect of technology was further strengthened. By tweaking the energy conversion formula, they might be able to solve the problems encountered by the Ultimate Spider-Man and his team. The meeting between Dr. Octopus No. 1 and Octavia was quite interesting. They were a male and female version of each other, both outstanding scientists, and immediately hit it off. This had everyone, including Mark, Gwen, and the Ultimate Spider-Man, thoroughly amused. However, this development made Mark contemplate whether he should still honor the promise he made to Dr. Octopus No. 1. Initially, when they first met, Dr. Octopus No. 1 made a request for Mark's help in reviving his deceased wife. But evidently, unaware of Mark's many miraculous abilities now, he didn't know that Mark currently had the ability to resurrect his wife? And not just one method, but several. The first method involved using the time stone to directly reverse time in that specific area to several months earlier. The second method was using the soul stone and reality stone in tandem to directly resurrect her. However, these stones were all one-time use consumables, so using them like that seemed a bit wasteful. Besides, judging from Dr. Octopus No. 1's demeanor with Octavia, it seemed like he had already moved on from the shadow of losing his wife. Perhaps it was better to wait, let them get together first, and then resurrect his wife. It would be like putting him through a trial after he's found happiness. By then, he might even have the ability to pluck someone from the timeline without creating a parallel universe. Mark chuckled to himself at the thought. Dr. Octopus No. 1 didn't sense any ill intent from Mark, he was in high spirits at the moment. As the saying goes, when men and women collaborate, work becomes effortless. And when these men and women are two Dr. Octopuses, it's just double the joy. Both were thoroughly enjoying themselves, to the extent that they even pushed aside the likes of the Ultimate Spider-Man and the others, leaving them speechless. Nevertheless, the results were clearly evident. According to the Ultimate Spider's estimations, if the progress continued at the current rate, it wouldn't be surprising if they could develop a product applicable to practical combat in about half a year. With this development, Mark could temporarily put his mind at ease. In a particular universe, within an ordinary small town, there was a recently popular circus called Legends that had caught the attention of many people. It was said that the star performer in this circus, Peter Parker, was a magical magician. He possessed an incredible skill called web weaving. He could spit out resilient spider silk from his hands and weave it into any shape. He could also perform extraordinary feats like walking on walls and executing many high-difficulty actions that defied human capabilities. This town was the 66th stop on the world tour of the legendary circus. Parkour, the webmaster, the magical weaver. The audience below erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. Clad in his distinct red and blue spider performance suit, Peter Parker kissed his girlfriend, Mary Ann Jane Watson, daughter of the circus ringmaster, gently before leaving. "I'll be right back, my sweetheart. Go on, my little tiger, you got this." Mary Ann, also dressed in a form-fitting performance suit, with her auburn hair tied into a twisted braid falling behind her head, looked at Peter affectionately as he departed. Amidst the audience's cheers, the fully geared-up circus Spider-Man made a brilliant entrance. He started with a leaping somersault, spinning several times in the air, before landing solidly at the center of the stage. This high-difficulty maneuver executed without any external aid once again elicited screams and cheers from the audience. Parkour, amazing parkour. Spider-Man. The circus Spider-Man looked confidently down below, raising his hands and exclaimed, "Hello, residents of Radisson. How are you all doing?" "We're good. Wow. Less talk, more action, Spider-Man." The circus Spider-Man chuckled heartily and commenced his spider silk performance. However, as he performed while running, to the astonishment of the audience, while running up a nearby pillar without any equipment, unexpectedly, a loud rumble. Suddenly, a large hole appeared at the top of the temporary circus theater, and a figure lunged towards the circus Spider-Man. Although puzzled as to why his spider sense didn't activate, the circus Spider-Man, relying on his excellent reflexes, narrowly avoided the strike. The next moment, the stage collapsed with a thunderous crash. A sudden turn of events caused chaos on the scene. The audience scattered in all directions. "Who are you? What do you want?" Circus Spider-Man held Mary Ann close, dodging the falling ceiling above while demanding answers angrily. The newcomer was a wiry, slick-haired man with a slight hunch, resembling a sinister wolf. His crimson eyes glared fixedly at Circus Spider-Man, emanating a chilling vibe that sent shivers down his spine. "Me? I'm Morlun, and I'm here for some good eats." Morlun scrutinized Circus Spider-Man closely, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Good eats? If you're hungry, I'd be happy to treat you to a meal, even two, but before that, you need to apologize for your actions, buddy." Circus Spider-Man attempted to reason with this wolf-like man. However, Morland's face suddenly turned terrifying. He stared at Circus Spider-Man, his voice dark and eerie. Really? Are you really going to treat me to a meal? Circus Spider-Man froze. He suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseated. This soul-piercing oppression came directly from the man in front of him. Mary Ann, go find Mr. Watson. Leave here now. Circus Spider-Man whispered to his girlfriend. Peter. Mary Ann Jane sensed something amiss. Go, please. Circus Spider-Man urged in a low voice. Mary Ann Jane's father, Mr. Watson, pulled her away, running into the distance. They both knew Peter's true capabilities. Now, they needed to ensure they didn't hinder him. Morland didn't care whether others stayed or left. He still fixed his gaze on Circus Spider-Man. In the next moment, he suddenly darted forward. Circus Spider-Man was horrified. He finally realized that not only did his spider sense vanish, but even his much-prided speed and strength were inconsequential in front of this man called Morlun. Snap! Morlun grabbed his right hand. The immense force directly snapped the bones in his hand. Ah! Circus Spider-Man screamed in agony, suppressing the pain. He kicked Morlun in the chest. Morlun didn't seem intent on killing him outright. He released his grip. Circus Spider-Man took the opportunity to leap back several meters. Darn it, who is this guy? Circus Spider-Man, clutching his broken hand with his left, looked at Morlun with fear. Morlun, however, nonchalantly opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and then a look of enjoyment spread across his face, marveling, ah, this pure scent, it's absolutely delicious. You're a generous one, willing to entertain me with yourself. But I prefer to play with my food rather than eat it directly. Only now did Circus Spider-Man realize what this man meant by a meal. What he wanted to eat was none other than himself. What are you? A cannibal? Circus Spider-Man exclaimed, shooting out several strands of webbing in an attempt to disrupt his opponent. Years of performing in the circus had honed his web-slinging skills. His exceptional web-slinging technique instantly bound Morlun tightly. Ha, finally, some breathing room. Circus Spider-Man breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to call the police to handle this menace. From the way this guy spoke, it was clear that he was a supervillain who took pleasure in cannibalism. He needed to be apprehended. Is that all? Morlun seemed somewhat disappointed. In the next moment, much to Circus Spider-Man's horror, with a slight effort, the seemingly unbreakable strands of webbing snapped like regular threads. How is this possible? Circus Spider-Man's eyes widened. Morlun slowly walked towards him. Although you're pitifully weak, I believe you'll make quite a delicious meal. But I'll have to be careful not to finish you too quickly, considering how weak you are. Shit. Circus Spider-Man realized he couldn't possibly match this man. He was completely overpowered in every aspect. Realizing this, he turned and fled in another direction. He couldn't lead danger towards Mary Ann Jane and her father who had fled in the opposite direction, trying to escape. My delectable spider. Morlun wore a sickly smile and followed. Boom, boom, boom. Leveraging his enhanced physical abilities, Circus Spider-Man leaped across the low medieval-style buildings. But behind him, there were continuous thuds. In front of Morlun, these buildings were nothing. With a casual swing of his fist, he demolished the walls of the buildings, continuing to pursue. He resembled a cat that had caught a mouse. Before devouring the mouse, the cat always liked to play with it first. No, this is too sudden. I haven't. Despair crept into Circus Spider-Man's eyes. I have witnessed the discovery of a new world, found the love of my life, endured numerous storms, and now I wither and shatter like a petal. Circus Spider-Man was an artistic soul, deeply fond of Shakespeare's works. Unfortunately, everyone preferred his acrobatic performances over his theatrical ones. But that was fine. He believed he had found a way to combine theater and acrobatics, integrating them into his performances, making the legendary circus famous. He was supposed to rise to the top and become a rising star in the entertainment industry. How could he fall in a place like this? I refuse. He's afraid. He's terrified. Who will save me? Swish! A piercing sound cut through the air. After playing with pitiful Spider for a while, Morlun finally lost patience. He casually picked up a 1-meter-tall stone stool from the roadside, using his hands to sharpen one end like a short and thick spear. But the seemingly unsophisticated spear in Morlun's hand was thrown out with the force of a cannon. Boom! Circus Spider-Man barely changed his shape, evading the attack. The spear landed on the side of a nearby building, directly demolishing half of its wall. Although this strike didn't hit him directly, the injuries he had sustained became more severe after this tumultuous encounter. He was puzzled. His healing ability was astonishingly powerful, but why, this time, was there no sign of recovery from his severed right hand, unlike before his mutation? Boom! A fist imprinted on Circus Spider-Man's body, sending him crashing into another building while still in midair. Cough, cough, cough. Circus Spider-Man felt like his body had been dismembered. He lay limp in the debris, devoid of any strength to move. Creak, creak. Morlun gradually stepped through the shattered walls, heading directly towards the meal lying among the ruins, a twisted smile forming on his lips. He seemed to anticipate the taste of what he was about to indulge in. With his prayers inevitably failing, Circus Spider-Man could only close his eyes in despair, bracing himself for death. Whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared between them. Mark slightly tilted his head and furrowed his brow. Am I too late? Sensing the intense emotional upheaval emanating from Circus Spider-Man, Mark had followed it and arrived just in time. But perhaps it was still a tad too late. At least the Spider-Man of this world hadn't been killed yet. Who are you? Morlun halted and looked at Mark. Mark furrowed his brow, quickly recognizing the man before him. You're Morlun. Surprised, Morlun asked, you know me? Know him? How could he not know him? Morlun was one of the earliest members of the Inheritors family to appear. He was actually a non-corporeal entity similar to Electro, but what Mark and the others saw was the appearance he acquired by integrating himself into a body. In Earth 616, commonly considered the primary universe, a man named Ezekiel informed Spider-Man, 616, about his identity's origins. Spider-Man's powers were not accidental. The spider that bit him voluntarily transferred its abilities to Peter before dying. This was a totem, a bridge between humans and animals, granting them attributes from both. However, in the multiverse, some individuals aimed to destroy these totems. One of them was Morlun. Subsequently, Morlun indeed appeared in that world, repeatedly defeating Spider-Man, 616. In the end, Spider-Man, 616, found Morlun's weakness through a blood sample obtained during their fight. Later, Spider-Man, 616, injected himself with a certain amount of nuclear radiation, resulting in a mutual destruction method that poisoned Morlun with radiation, finally defeating him. The figure before them was obviously Morlun, resurrected again using the family's cloning technology after dying once in the 616 universe. The look in your eyes annoys me. Morlun suddenly spoke as Mark scrutinized him, trying to find any possible weaknesses. Immediately after, he rushed forward. Be careful, Circus Spider-Man shouted. Though uncertain about this sudden arrival, like most Peters, he didn't want to see anyone harmed. You're fast. Mark narrowed his eyes, slightly shifting his body sideways while raising his foot, delivering a powerful knee strike. But not fast enough. Bang! A dull thud, leaving Circus Spider-Man utterly astonished. The man who had been chasing him relentlessly and seemed unbeatable was suddenly struck midair by this newcomer. Morlun was thrown far away, crashing into a building and disappearing inside. Mark rubbed his knee. His body feels as hard as steel. However, this brief skirmish eased his tension somewhat. The strength of the Inheritors family members was not as formidable as imagined. At least, that was the case with Morlun.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.